and it works in physical reality. But you can also write 2 apples minus 5 apples equals negative 3 apples. It works on paper, but you can't really have negative 3 apples.
Yeah, but you can have a negative balance with your bank, you know. But
Exactly. That's just another example. But what I'm saying is, in regards to the Earth, in regards to the surface of the Earth, we can write down on paper, we can calculate the curvature of the Earth, or the radius of the Earth, or the circumference of the Earth. But if it's only on paper and you're not measuring anything, if you're not measuring the Earth, then it's just on paper. It's only in your head. Just like the negative 3 apples. It's only in your head. There's no negative 3 apples. And there's no curvature of the Earth.
You are absolutely right. But if I give you 3 apples, then and you eat these 3 apples and you have to pay me back, you have 3 negative apples. So it is real, but it is not. And that is the problem with mathematics, you know. It is a highly refined language based on logic to describe the universe. And we have gone beyond what we can see with our ability to describe the universe. I mean, all the chemistry and minute physics that are involved with our mass productions of items and stuff that we take for granted. It's all heavily based on mathematics that in theory aren't real, but they describe real situations. And they do stuff according to it, and it works. I mean, we have iPhones thanks to mathematics. And other kinds of crazy stuff.
Do you know that you're saying something that nobody disagrees with? Because what you're saying is painfully obvious.
Okay.
That being said, his point was that you can have math describe something that's totally non-existent.
That's right. And we can go further than that. Have you studied alternate current electricity?
Like the globe.
Yeah, but have you studied alternate current electricity, AC electricity?
Yeah, because but this is irrelevant. I stopped you the first time because I wanted to stay on topic, and the
I just want to point out that is a real life thing.
The point is, mathematics is just for the abstract. It could represent something. It could represent something totally not real.
Yeah, that's right.
Can we just make a slight
correction? You are absolutely correct in that.
Therefore, when you have a concept like the globe, and there really isn't even a math for a globe, because all you have is parabolic equations. But when it comes to, let's say, tangents to a tangent point, this is what the mathematics describes that in reality would be the sphere edge, aka the horizon, at a specific point meeting the surface of the Earth from the line of sight that's from that point on the Earth to you, the observer. The problem with that is the math isn't actually describing what we see, because obviously the horizon is nowhere near where the math describes. So again, just like in the example where you can have math describing something that's totally not real, the globe is actually perfect.
Okay.
Just want to make a slight correction real quick before the point passes too far away. If you have 3 apples and you eat 3 apples, you have 0 apples, not -3. And I think the major point is, like, you can't go to a tree that has 2 apples and then walk away with 5 of them. So this isn't accounting. We're talking about reality. But sorry to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. What I said is related to accounting. But so on the topic of mathematics describing the universe, you are aware about alternate current or AC. And that is a really real life thing that we all use and live by. And AC power is calculated and described.
Before you go into this globe. But before you go into the spiel about how math is describing something that we can't, at least in the minute details, really experience, how is that related to, I don't know, say globe curve math that we don't have any direct relationship or any mathematical relationship to? Because you can't even navigate with you can't even navigate with the so-called horizon because it's not geometric. Can't even do it.
Okay.
You can't set up the port that is based on sea level or level.
So what I'm saying is you're talking about how something works, and mathematically you can do some things that'll help you in that situation. Yeah. But you don't have any globe math that's going to help us in any situation. You don't have anything like that.
I mean, if the Earth is a globe, there is a lot of math going on to know where you are positioned on the planet, like GPS.
Yeah, but that's done with the flat plane.
That's done with the flat plane, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of math going on the imaginary globe. Yeah, a lot of math in the imaginary land. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with the actual experience reality.
But
but the mathematics behind navigation, first you have to get angles and you have to establish a plane.
You don't exactly need a plane if you have a satellite.
You definitely need a plane.
But
if a satellite around a globe were a real thing, that would be the case. But since 99% of communication between us and how we navigate and all of that is done from towers, then line of sight, that would not have anything to do with any satellites.
Okay. But I just before I need to go to sleep, I wanted to make an addition. You were I said that the heliocentric model is mathematical, and you refuted that. All right, but I want to just point out that with alternate current power, AC electricity, we all use it in our lives. I mean, that's what's powering your computer right now. Mm-hmm. And AC electricity is regulated and calculated with mathematical models, and they are using something worse than negative numbers to describe what is happening in real life. They are using what they are calling imaginary numbers. We are talking about the square root of -1, which is undefined. But they decided, let's make it possible. And from that, they are able to calculate alternate currents and deliver it to our houses. And this is a mathematical model so disconnected from reality, but when applied, absolutely fits.
Well, then it's not disconnected from reality.
Yeah, right. I make the same argument. The mathematical model is not disconnected from reality.
What you said was contradictory because you said it was disconnected from reality, but it helps you in reality. But then again, you go to the globe, but no one uses. There's no math for the globe to use. There's just not. There's only math that theoretically tells you things about a globe.
Okay.
Bro,
Like
he's saying
like
Same
theoretically.
thing with electricity.
Hey, he's
No,
saying
the electricity you can actually do things with it. You can actually read a charge, know how much charge is going into something. Like when it comes to the globe, there is post something that has to do with how the shape of a globe specifically works out something in real life.
Okay.
Go on, post it.
I don't have anything to post right now. I'm
Connect the
reading.
globe to reality is what he's asking you there. Connect the globe to reality, please.
Excuse me, what did you say?
He just asked you to connect something real and that we use to the globe.
Yeah. Airplanes, GPS, iPhone.
Yeah, they require a plane. They use a Euclidean system, a grid system. Yeah, that's a plane.
I mean, if you
a
zoom in
motionless
far
plane
enough,
at that.
yes.
A
No,
motionless plane at
it's
that.
just a plane.
Okay.
That's not a demonstration of how the globe is used. It's actually, well, for this circumstance,
I can
we'll just
refute
assume
the
it's
same
a plane.
thing, saying no, it's just a globe. It's not a demonstration on how the flat Earth is.
Well, you're not giving me anything. As a matter of fact,
You are not giving me anything.
But I'm telling you, and I can
And
most
I am telling you.
definitely.
And I can most definitely. You understand the circular logic going on here.
No, you're just getting ridiculous at this point because you made an example about how you can use math to do something with electricity, and I said, okay, where's the example with the Earth? And then you said, what GPS? And I said, no, that's actually done using a plane. And
how do you know that? I could just say no. GPS is actually
you could just Google it. You could just Google.
You can Google the globe model. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? You're asking me for citations, and you're not providing it. And when I ask you for it, you just say
everybody
Google it.
Everybody in the room and who's listening on YouTube now, they already know that 99% of communication is done from ground-based towers. Everybody knows that.
Correct.
So the GPS that I'm using from my phone is coming from the cellular towers that are giving me the network that I'm using.
No, that's not true. Have you tried to disconnect your phone from all phone networks and then check for GPS?
It is true, though.
Is this a good time to ask a question?
Yeah.
Of course, you can.
Okay, so I'm just picturing the flat Earth, whatever you want to call it, model or whatever. And you got, Greenland and the North Pole and all that in the middle of the plate, like where the record would set down inside that little pole with the hole in your record. I know, I'm very basic. So you put the record on the record player, and you know how big the center part is where it's super cold there, right? And so the sun doesn't reach that very often, right? So seems like, and maybe you guys have already done this or somebody has done this, but at least find out how big the Earth is, pretend it is, flat for anybody that's a glober, and just go to as far close as you can to Antarctica or whatever, where the sun is going to be somewhere in the middle of that. So at least be able to measure how, because you got 24 hours in a day, so it has to go out and then it has to come back, or it goes in a circle or whatever. So has anybody figured out how big the Earth is? I'd like to know how big the Earth is from that point of view. Has anybody done that?
Well, I mean, just following the sun wouldn't tell you how big the Earth is. Imagine Just
Just to the
imagine
point
like
of where it
circling.
gets cold, though. At least that far. Can we know how big it is?
No,
To where...
listen to what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So imagine having a light, like a just like a light bulb or a small light, and then your table, and just whatever path you choose to make. Let's say a circle on that table. Okay, well that's the path of the sun. So I'm saying you can make them. You can make bigger circles or smaller circles for the tropics, Capricorn, and all of that, different seasons and stuff. But that would have nothing to do with the rest of your table. It just would have to do with the path of the light above it. It still it would just give you uh the length of ground that the path of light took directly above your head. If you were to travel with that thing above your head around in a circle, then you would only have the distance of that circle, not of the earth.
Right. But isn't there a way of at least getting a certain amount of land that we can say, yeah, it's at least this big? And we know they're lying to us because, I mean, they're lying to us because of a lot of things, but isn't there a way of doing that where, you know?
If you have an
the
observer
ice-
at the North Pole, at the South Pole, at the same time, triangulating in relation to the sun, they could theoretically calculate the square area of the flat Earth.
Yeah, has anybody done that?
Who's going to Antarctica
To do
anytime?
that though, that's not possible.
But just to the point of where the cold would be able to get to, like where the sun, like, oh, the sun doesn't reach.
If I say yes, would you? If I say yes, then what?
Mhm.
If somebody could do that, like, I'd be like, well, just theorize it, not like.
Because I'm
know.
saying, if you were to make a direct line, like if you could, in theory, move as fast as the sun and walk on water, and go in a complete circle with the sun around the earth, you would only have that distance, but it would have nothing to do with the rest of the earth.
So you
It
can't
would just
tell
have
how
that circle
much
just.
the sun actually reaches. How, because if Antarctica is like a big chunk of ice, then it's obviously not reaching the ice.
I don't. I mean, how would you go about it, or how do you think someone would go about that?
Yeah, it's a difficult question.
But I'm thinking about the middle part at least. Like, it's cold, so the sun has to be somewhere in between. I don't know. Just trying to think outside the box a little.
We did an experiment 3 years ago. There's about 10 of us on the plane, and we all did a solar noon observation. And we came up after getting all the data, and that was the Antonio Subrat's map that came out of that. Do you guys remember that? Rest in peace, Antonio.
I remember it, Dave. I participated in that.
Yeah,
there was more than 10 people.
There was like
30 or 40 people.
There might have been, at least 10. I don't know. I kind of missed it, but there was Karen B, there was Vinny, Antonio Subrat. There's a bunch of people all did a solar noon observation and kind of figured out where the hell the sun is or what.
Awesome.
It was pretty good. We probably should do it again.
Antonio passed of throat cancer.
Right? So is that what she's kind of asking about, to figure out where the land is and the sun is and all that? Is that kind of what she's... Yeah, we did do something like about 3 years ago. 3.5 years ago. It's out there somewhere. Somebody's got all the data. I don't know what happened to it, but talk to Karen B. Talk to Karen B. She knows way more about it than I do. So,
well, in your data, did you have any sort of mathematical idea of how big the Earth was, as far as to that point?
Yeah, do you know who Karen B is?
I've heard her name. I don't.
If you go on, you can find her. She's available. She's got an email. Here, I'll look it up. Hold on. I'll find her. I think I have her email, actually. I'll DM it to you.
DM it to me. Okay, cool.
All right. Hang on 1 second.
Well, thanks for listening to me. Sometimes I feel stupid, but
no, that was a good question. Yeah, it's something we all put our heads together and said, "Hey, man, let's do this experiment."
My answer:
there is no stupid question.
Exactly.
You haven't talked to me long.
There's an Antarctic treaty that prevents people from exploring Antarctica.
There's the Antarctic Treaty. Yeah, I know. They're not allowed. They're just allowed to go see the tour with the penguins.
Shoot, I guess I don't have her email.
Oh, you have to go out trail and see how far you can go.
That's okay.
And no one I know has done that. If you sneak out trail, they might catch you.
Yeah, they might shoot your boat or something. Sink you. You never know. You're far out there. You don't have. Well, you might have don't do all boats that can sail have to have a digital ID or the IoT, Internet of Things.
Gotta have permission, that's for sure.
Yeah, I had an idea a long time ago, thinking if everybody just gets in their airplane. I mean, if you're like Truman, you would want to know where it ends, right? Or you just start going south from wherever you are, the tip of South Africa, the tip of, all of these countries, Australia, all around the world. Everybody goes south and just keep going, and one of us will make it.
Might have to hijack planes 11 style to do that.
Probably have to get refueled. They probably
go the other direction. Don't go south, go north.
I hear.
Well, to them,
north is
it would be south.
Also off limits. So you got north and off limits.
I mean, to you, it's south if you're, but if you're there and you would be going south, actually, wherever you are in the world, and you head south, you'd be headed out to the outer edge. Wherever you are, south would be, right? Or am I stupid?
Yeah, every direction away from north is the south. Yeah.
Right. North would be the center of the record. We don't want to head that way. But I want to touch the edge like Truman did. Unless, what if the dome is 500 feet past the edge and there's a drop off? What if the container goes there's a gap on the edges where you could actually fall off?
Yeah, God's not retarded. It's certainly not that.
Nobody's allowed there. So how would we know? And how would you contain it on the underneath side? Not that you would need to, because it's so maybe deep that say you drilled, say you did have a drill that would go, 5,000 or 1,500. I don't know how thick the earth is. It's supposed to be like a footstool in the Bible. But if you drill a hole down there, then you'd end up the vacuum of space. Unless the whole thing is in a container.
Yeah, don't say space. There's no space that we know of.
Words. Outside of the dome. So is the outside of the dome on the bottom?
Yeah, we don't know that there's.
Or are we in a balloon?
You don't know there's an outside. It's just You're just making stuff up at this point.
Making stuff up. I'm just theorizing, like what it could be. If you did get to the edge, what would you expect?
You've been indoctrinated to think that you're inside of some kind of Truman Show. You don't know that.
Well, I mean, you're about to be. Truly inside of something like that. Possible.
But listen, it doesn't mean there's something outside. It doesn't mean there's something outside. That's just in your mind.
Well, I don't have the mark of the beast yet, so I'm not in the Truman Show right now, but it's sort of, to me, it's like a Truman Show. Sort of. Because God is watching everything from the time you're born, even before you're in your mother's womb. That's what I mean by Truman Show. To God. God is the, creator.
It says this world was made for us. It doesn't say we can get out. It doesn't say we can drill down or go up.
Haven't they tried to drill down?
Well, it does describe another way out.
Harpazio? What are you talking about?
The deep koala borehole. The deep koala borehole was 8 miles deep. The drill, and then the drill broke at that point. And they couldn't. It took them 15 years. Couldn't go any farther.
Well, the New Jerusalem that comes down is 1,500 miles long and 1,500 miles wide. 1,500 miles high. So it's like a square.
Not necessarily a square. A pyramid shape can have those dimensions as wide as is high. You could have a pyramid that is like that. 4-sided pyramid, and then 1,500 miles at the bottom and 1,500 miles high. Doesn't have to be a square.
Oh, okay. So it only gives 2 dimensions. Okay. But if it's going to come down to Earth, then an 8-mile long borehole's not going to work if it's taking up the same space as the Earth. Might be 1,500 miles from the top of the dome, maybe down to the bottom of the footstool. We'll never know until we get there. Well, how's it going with are more people showing up, being like, hey, I used to think the Earth was a globe and now I think it's flat? Are there more? Is there an increase? I've not been around for a while.
You showed up. When did you come? You showed up.
No, she sounds good. You cutting out.
Generally speaking, I think we've got more people with open minds, if that's what you're asking, yes.
That's good. I keep hearing about it more, so in my circles, but a lot of people are still stubborn. They still think it's a globe and they still think we're crazy.
It's all one-way traffic, though, because no one's going from a flat earther back into the globe. So they're coming this way. It's just, like I said, one-way traffic.
Just remember, the people that just think we're crazy haven't really looked into it, but, that is what it is.
That's true.
Because the interesting thing is a lot of people think I'm crazy simply because I don't believe that man came from some monkey-like creature. And
Yeah,
so
right.
why do I care if they think I'm crazy because of the flat earth or anything else? You know, they already think I'm crazy, so why not give them more reasons?
Yeah, if you step back and just look at the things that they are thinking compared to what you're thinking, like you seem like the same one, the sane person. Like they would say the earth is tilted. They were monkeys. The earth is spinning. Like all these things on the surface are really crazy to say, but somehow they feel like they're the normal person. You're the crazy one for thinking the earth doesn't move. And you're not a monkey. Funny how that
I get funny about the earth being tilted when you said it like that. Like, I feel like I'm gonna fall over.
think about that. Like, no, the earth is tilted. Like, really? If you can believe that, you'll believe anything. Literally anything.
It's just shocking the things that they lie about, and it just keeps coming every day. I see it over and over and over. New lies. I guess they're the same old lies, but with a new twist or something. And the way they get people to believe it, too. Just by repeating it.
A big enough lie repeated often enough is taken as truth.
I take something that I knew hardly anything about, and then I look at it. I'm talking about the war in Ukraine, and now it's like, it's just shocking how many people just believe what the media is telling them without any background. And I keep, saying over and over that for 8 years they've been at some sort of war where they're killing 14,000 people. Now today I heard it was 40,000 people, so I'm not really sure. But it has been going on for 8 years. So how are you supposed to know that any of those tanks were recently acquired, or or that any of those videos, that even the videos I question. I'm questioning everything now. I think it's healthy to question things as much as we've been lied to.
If it's on the mainstream news, skepticism automatically for me.
If their lips are moving.
Right. You can either be an auto believer or just automatically believe whatever the TV is telling you, or you can be an auto hoaxer, right?
Question it.
UFO.
I'm like an organizer, So, like with the flat earth, I'd be like, well, and I'm sure Google's done it, what are the top 10 reasons, why you would think the earth is flat? One of them would be they've lied to us all our lives about other things. They said that the moon was a certain place. Now they're saying the moon is in our atmosphere. And I'm talking about, like, NASA. The other things NASA's lied about, I'd say that's one of the top 10. Perspective, isn't that what you call it when it is like narrows in your vision or where you are compared to? I'd say that. I'd say that the water your swan or duck or whatever it is, the black one. The measurement.
Yeah.
Huh?
Measurement of the horizon.
Yeah.
Possible on the globe. Sorry, go on.
An airplane is on a plane, right? It's flat surface. The gyroscope doesn't take into account the curvature of the Earth. Zooming in on the Earth, I thought that was a huge one. And then zooming in with your same camera on a building 6 miles away. That was Richie from Boston. I saw that on. Looks like the moon's right there. So they're lying to us about how close it is unless there's some sort of magnifying glass between here and there. I don't know, the spinning thing. There's like an experiment that says that if you put water in a telescope or something, it shows you that the Earth isn't spinning. That was important to me. Seeing the balloon or whatever it was hit the dome on video, that was important.
Well, just to clarify,
Lasers?
it is something we don't know what it is, but I'm just saying it is something there. It's stopped.
Video of a balloon
going out
in the dome.
Whoever that was garbly, roboting.
That was Dave.
Sorry, it was me. I'll shut up.
No, don't shut up.
Come back in, that helps sometimes. And who else was saying something?
Well, it was me, but I wasn't really saying anything, so carry on.
Something about hitting the...
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you say you saw a balloon hit the dome?
I'm not sure what it was. There was something that ting hit. I don't think it was maybe it wasn't a balloon. Maybe it was a camera. I don't know. But it's on video. I can probably find it pretty easy because I saved that one.
Am I working now? I think she's talking about the GoFast rocket that abruptly stopped at like 70 miles or whatever. Am I working?
Yeah, the rocket was going up fast. It was spinning very fast, and it stopped. And it kind of floated there, like if it was just some kind of water environment. And then it came back down.
I found it.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, it's a rocket. Let's see, I'll put it in there. Voice text? I'm surprised it's still on the internet. Hope enough people have recorded stuff like that. Am I missing a top 10, anybody? What would you guys add to the top 10?
Of what?
Just, what you could tell somebody that, why you think that the Earth is flat.
Oh, the water.
Black swan every day.
Black swan.
The water not into a ball. Gravity being a theory.
You can take a P900 and see 10 miles over the water and no curvature if you have the right environment, right atmosphere, and that proves it's flat.
Right, the measurement.
It's a good one.
Or better that debunks a curve.
What's the measurements? Does anybody have that calculator thing? I used to have it.
Google Earth curve calculator.
Okay.
Not to interrupt, there's a VC verified here. Precurious, would you like to talk with us?
In before Pete Drinker, I think it's probably him.
Oh. Pee
Let's see.
drinker. What? You guys still aren't talking about drinking your pee, are ya?
Awkward.
No, there's just this guy that's been lurking.
Jen. Hi, Jen.
Hey.
Good. Long time, sister.
I know, right? All right, so I got an Earth curve calculator. I swear Indio gave this one to me. I think he just likes the title of the website. It says Flat Earth Insanity.
All right. I bet it's a good one then.
Precurious, can you speak?
And just to let you know, Chrissy, we're not talking about pee drinking. That was this guy's troll name, was Pee Drinking Buddy.
He's got like 50 different accounts. I try to guess which one's going to be him before he comes up.
Did you guys know less? Less is more.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. Sure.
Yeah. Well, I thought he was dead. He's alive.
Oh, I didn't know. I don't know anything about any of that.
Somebody had a memorial or something for him.
It's horrible.
I know, right? But it's great that he's alive.
Well, okay.
Jen.
Glad to hear it had a good ending.
Yeah, he's still around.
There was like no near-death experience or anything like that, was there?
I think he used to think he was like 6,000 years old or something. I can't remember the exact
I don't remember any of that. But
well, hopefully you guys will see him around again because he's still alive. I got to talk to him.
Nice.
So if anybody was wondering, less is more. He's still around.
Well, it is certainly good to see you back around these here parts, sister. I'll say that. You're welcome. Long time coming. Yes.
Yeah. Woohoo! Look forward to some Bible studies.
There's been a few changes. I don't know what the status is of that, so maybe not have a lot of expectations, but I mean, yeah, might have to read the gold text or ask some questions, hon.
Okay. Well, we're still having ours.
Well,
on
good.
A different server, so
good.
Definitely won't let that go because it is getting good.
Well,
we're
good.
Reading it all.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah. I miss everybody over here, though.
Well, I'm really, like I said, it's nice to hear your voice.
Thank you. I miss you and Mary Mom and all the girls. Do you still do Fridays?
Yes, girl. That's what I was just going to say. Absolutely.
Right.
So pop on in, and if you see Becky, tell her not to forget to just slide on in like Tom Cruise and say, hey, ladies.
Okay. Well, I pretty much have all I have to say. It's just what I just said. As far as Flat Earth goes, I mean, that whole thing with you remember the thermodynamics?
Sure.
When we were talking about that and stuff, one of those Fridays. Well, one day I'd woke up and the Lord said, or I think it was the Lord, I don't know, just, the first thoughts in my head, I try to wake up with the Lord on my mind. So he said that the heavens are thermodynamics. I'm like, what is thermodynamics? And it wasn't long after that you guys were like talking about it, which was just really weird. And then the other day, a couple of days ago, I woke up and it was the couple words was shock and awe. And I look at the news and I probably saw that word. It's probably in my head.
Sure.
But for some reason, those 2 words, when I woke up, I was like, oh. And it was like the next day, there was some bombs that went off in Ukraine that looked like Iraq. It was like at least 30 in a row. Boom, 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 boom.
They are releasing the newest episode of As the World Turns, the world stage. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the world's a stage. It's definitely propaganda galore.
Oh, yeah, it's a field day right now, for sure. Yeah. I was listening to the radio, the news on the radio, which I don't do very often because it just makes me mad. There was some lady allegedly from the Ukraine, and the interviewer asked her basically how her internet connection was. I'm not exaggerating. This lady said, like I said, who happened to be from Ukraine. She said, "Thank God for Elon Musk."
Oh.
So I heard that and I was like, oh. It's like, whoa, okay, people. And that was just all a few minutes, and that was all I could take. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's like, what do you believe? Oh, they put pressure on Elon Musk to,
Well, no, it's about the Skylink.
The Skylink, yeah, I know.
But the person that interviewed her, I just found it odd that the lady that the interviewer was, had on just happened to be from Ukraine. It's like,
so why don't they go live or something then? Well, if thanks to Elon Musk, they should be able to, show video of some footage besides CNN or NBC.
What are you talking about, Willis? They ain't never gonna do that. Man. That would be amazing, though, if I could walk outside and wave to y'all. Hi. Oh, I've been wanting that, wishing for that for years. That would be wonderful.
Have you seen the video? It's called The Giant.
No.
Okay, well, they're working on getting some, it kind of looks like a mummy. It's got all this stuff like wrapped, and it's like, I don't know, at least 40 feet high, and they are going to make 7 of them, and they're going to put them in different places around the earth, and then you can get scanned and then go up on its shoulder, and you can become the giant.
GTFO. That is what? Oh.
Yeah. You could be Spider-Man. It'll turn into anything you want with LED lights and stuff.
That's it. Oh, man. All right, I feel like my granny right now.
And then you can see other people from around the world. If they're at the other giant around the world, then, you'll be able to see them and see what they are. Like a whole connection kind of thing.
Wait a minute. Okay, are you talking about long distance? Seeing things from a long distance. This could work in our favor.
No, I think it's just the internet, just being hooked up,
Oh, like that Facebook stuff, like that metaverse? Is that what you meant?
No. It's just, it's kind of like, you can just scan and then the image gets portrayed on the giant because it's made out of all these LED screens. So it can be, you can, have someone else's face and then make them Spider-Man or whatever, switch it out, just, kind of dressing it up with whatever image you want. But it's just standing there.
I'm sure everybody's going to be dazzled and they're going to think it's amazing. And I don't want to be scanned for nothing. Oh my gosh. So my internet and phone provider, they have this really cheery recording as you're waiting to talk to whoever, and it's a voice identification. And I'm like, no, thank you. I'm like, no, you do not have my permission. Use my voice like that. No. I mean, I'm sure there'll come a day that'll be, like when you have to accept terms and conditions on an app, you have to accept them. Otherwise, you can't use the app. So it's going to be like something.
Right. I wouldn't be shocked if we've already signed up for them to get any of that stuff.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about a flat world and like inside the metaverse. Wow, that's going to be just creepy. I can't stand it. Like, how are you going to... never mind. I better stop.
Wait, what do you mean, stop? I mean, the metaverse, that's not some conspiracy. That's something that is happening, like, right now.
Yeah, but the whole thing is getting your digital ID. And the only way to do that is to talk about the other thing. And I can't even show you in sign language. Oh, unless I had the video on, then we could talk. We all need to learn how to talk in sign language.
Well,
flat Earth might even become a bad word. War is becoming a bad. You're not going to be allowed to say war.
Well, yeah. I mean, there are terms of service for Discord now. Certain topics are not allowed anymore.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. I need to know those words.
Well, I think one things to do with gender, I think that's officially off topic now. And then medical information of any kind is pretty much off the table.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. It's getting serious.
So what platforms are people using to keep track of, things that were said by frontline doctors and things like that?
The problem is more so in text that can be policed, but voice not so much. But then, we're being broadcast on other platforms, YouTube and such, and other platforms besides that.
That's true.
Those are probably going to be following suit with the same as terms of service as Discord. They're just laying down the law all over the place. And
so articles that you post and everything, even on like a personal Discord?
Where there's no word about anything retroactive if you have, but the D-Day is March 28th, I think. So that's when they're going to officially start monitoring that type of discussion and acting upon it as necessary.
Oh.
So we've been kind of acting going forward immediately as it being, enacted now.
So what are people going to do? Put it on a website or?
Well, I mean, there's private chats you can have if you have a particular topic. You can talk about Miley Cyrus all day long in your DM voice chats. As far as I know, there's nothing against voice chats. It's text and stuff like that, I think.
Right, because I got I set up my own server and then I can just, keep articles and things, videos and...
Hey, you know what, hon? I think the guys are talking about Flat Earth and the voice text. We could maybe yield the floor to them because I see the voice text moving along and everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna go find out more.
Okay, hon. Check there.
Have a good day.
You too, dear. All right, what y'all talking about?
Well, I'm just curious on Sturk Hoblin's interpretation of what Flat Earth means.
Oh, so he probably thinks we're Flat Earth Society, a disc floating through space kind of thing?
Well, he did say that those ideas were silly, so that's good. And
yes, that is good.
He originally said not a ball, which is okay. That's a good start, but just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I am here.
Hey, nice to have you. Thanks for popping in the voice.
Yeah. I've been here before.
Oh, good. Okay.
Nobody likes me here.
So you probably don't like to be ridiculed, for being a flat earther. Do you think it's stupid, like the idea of flat Earth?
I like you so far, man.
No. I am not a flat earther.
She wasn't calling you a flat earther.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was asking you if you still, are you like thinking the flat Earth doesn't make sense, or do you happen to be like on the fence? So
I am not on the fence.
So you believe it's a globe?
Yeah.
All right. What do you mind? You might have been asked this question before in here, but what makes you say it's a globe?
So I believe the Earth is a globe based on my personal experience and observations.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's interesting because I don't hear too many people say that. So, what do you mean more specifically from your observations that tells you that it's a globe?
Because we're on the same Earth, we should be able to observe the same things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's just pretend like we're in a courtroom. We're just
okay.
We'd like you to present your evidence.
Okay.
Your personal testimony won't be accepted as evidence.
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah. That's where we hit an issue. I don't have prepared any evidence or anything. I really like the discussion,
Case dismissed.
Okay,
case dismissed. Yeah.
No, you said in the chat that there are innumerable factors for the globe Earth. So what about just one of them?
Yeah. But also, like I mentioned, I don't have any citations or anything,
So you got nothing.
Okay.
Well, we can at least start with some evidence, right?
No, guys. I think you are severely misunderstanding my intentions here.
I'm not trying to assume
Can I talk a little bit? I just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
I am not here to disprove a flat Earth. I am not here to prove a globe Earth. You understand? The thing is, I personally believe the Earth is a globe. You personally believe the Earth is flat.
That's actually not true. I would object to that.
Yeah.
I object also.
So you can object, and I can object in a counter and everything,
Really? Not really.
The thing is, I am not here to prove anything. I personally just want like a discussion without the demand for proof, Like you guys say this is that, and I can reply with, okay, but this counterpoint, and then you guys come back and you can say, okay, and how about this counterpoint?
Right.
Like a healthy discussion without the demand of proof. Because,
we just want
like I said, I am in the Flat Earth Discord server.
Yeah, so why would you come there claiming globe with absolutely no evidence to back it up with?
Because I love the discussion.
Okay. Yeah, it's fun. But I would just think that if you want to claim globe with people who are, discussing flat Earth or whatever the Earth is, you would think that you would bring something, to persuade the audience with.
Think of it like a card game. Just play your cards, right? Well, what cards do you have that you can put on the table that we can discuss? You like a discussion, right? So we got to be able to discuss something, not just So, and just to appeal to my objection, we don't believe Because there is evidence that we could present. We don't have to rely on belief because we have evidence. Right? You might have to rely on belief because perhaps there isn't the evidence that you need. Otherwise, you would just present something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And I understand your position on putting requirements on me to present reference evidence and stuff.
Right, because we want to know what the Earth is. Like, we don't want to just discuss stories, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I am not in position to give you these evidences because I am not prepared for it. But what I believe is a very healthy thing. Let me finish. I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude, but this is a unilateral group about flat Earth. You know, you guys are believing in that the Earth is flat and everything.
We don't believe that. There's evidence to support it.
Yeah, okay. You know what I mean, though. And you cannot have a healthy discussion about any topic without getting counterpoints. Am I right?
Well, it'd be more like investigation.
For the sake of just counterpoint.
I don't know if you're...
Yeah,
sorry, CB, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Central. I'm done.
Well, sure. All I wanted to say is they're kind of like counter stories more so than counterpoints, because you haven't validated the core of your claim, which would be curvature, right? If you can't measure that, all the rest of the stuff you're talking about is just stories.
Okay. You say everything that I am bringing forth is just stories and stuff, but you know, in theory, I could say the same thing about what you're saying.
But you can't, though.
You understand?
No.
You can't just be a contrarian and say, well, see, I made a counterpoint. Like, that's not how it works. You said in the chat, somebody said something about seeing curvature with a basketball, right? So we posted the evidence that that's not true. And then you say, oh, I could just say that about flat Earth. It's like, say what? Say what about flat Earth? And you're like, well, everything. So, I mean, having a good counterpoint is one thing, but being a contrarian, just defending, isn't the same thing.
Okay.
And if you all noticed, he just disappeared. I asked him a couple times why he had no comment over the magnification where it shows the curvature, and he failed to respond and say, hey, oh yeah, you know, I must have misunderstood or anything like that. He just ignored the 2 times I asked him.
Magnification on what curvature?
Right, what curvature exactly?
I tagged you twice and said, hey, there is the curve. So there was 2 people who shared the picture, and you never one time said, hey, oh, wait a minute here. So you need to go back, look at the pictures, and look at the 2 times I asked you to respond to it, and you didn't.
Yeah,
I might say something real quick, and I'll just butt out. But I just want to say something real quick, and that is, this is a clear-cut case, in my opinion, of the fact that these people just don't want to hear they don't want to hear what you got to say because their mind is already made up. They know it's a globe. So when you present evidence, it's like they just don't even pay attention, because if they did pay attention to what you're saying and actually look at it with critical eyes, they would see very obviously that you have real evidence that supports the flat Earth. It's not like a story. It's not like just like you can't just say, oh, I could just say it doesn't. No, you can't say that about what we have to present for the flat Earth. We have real evidence that cannot be disputed. And if you don't want to look at it, then say so. But don't sit and waste everyone else's time because you're too lazy to take 5 minutes and critically look at what is being presented to you. I'm done.
Yeah, I think you got that right.
Awesome.
Well said, God Rockin'. Well said.
I am about to go to bed, but I want to just say one thing before, you know. I'm really sorry if I offended anyone.
No, you didn't.
It was not my intention.
No one's offended.
Like I said before, I'm really interested in the flat Earth thing. I think I watched almost every YouTube video ever made, you know, from both sides. And I did not join this community.
I find that very hard to believe, Stair Coblin. What are the videos you watched about the flat earth? Did you watch any Dr. John D videos? You watched every video. Did you watch any of the...
It's not possible to watch everything.
Did you watch any Nathan Oakley's refutation of Professor Dave?
Oh, yeah.
Did you watch Nathan Oakley respond to Professor Dave's 10 reifications? Did you watch that one? What was your main takeaway of that one? What was your main takeaway of that one? You watched Nathan Oakley's response to Professor Dave's 10 reifications.
Yeah, Professor Dave, he put his own video about disproving flat earth without science, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And Nathan Oakley made his own response. And
what was your takeaway from that one? That's a great video. What did you learn from that one?
What did I learn?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys already know what I learned. Absolutely nothing.
Honest.
I'll put the video in the live stream voice text for anyone who's interested.
Yeah, please.
Dandelion, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, my point exactly. My point perfectly well made. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. But like I said, I'm not here to be causing trouble or trolling or anything. I am so interested in the topic. And I joined the Discord here and in the live stream, and I just hear an echo chamber. You understand what I mean?
We're trying to talk to you.
Well, then, why are you here? If it's an echo chamber, how'd you get in here?
How is it an echo chamber if we're trying to have a conversation?
Because this is the flat earth discussion, right?
But you're in it, aren't you? Coming from the globe perspective. So what kind of echo chamber is that?
I am disrupting the echo chamber.
Yeah, so I guess it's not an echo chamber.
Not while I'm here.
Right, that's the idea.
Yeah. So that's the part of a discussion group. I don't know. I've been part of many discussion groups, and I've got to say, this has been one of the most hardest ones I've ever been part of, because I have everyone against me. Like I said before, I am not here to disprove your beliefs. I am not here to prove that I am correct. I'm just listening to what you guys are saying and jump in and say, wait a minute, like, what about that? And I just want a healthy discussion about that without name calling or going into some crazy things.
Nobody did that.
No, not in the voice chat, but I've been called a buffoon or idiot and stuff in the.
Okay, well, we all know that it's not about our feelings. I apologize, knowing that happened to you, but I think you're a tougher individual and you can go past that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, cool. Fist bump, dude. Okay.
Yeah, Did you watch the Dr. John D video I just put in the live stream voice text, Black Swan Rising, 15 minutes long, where you see for yourself whether the buoy is in front of or behind the horizon? You can see the horizon is behind the buoy. If you see the horizon is behind the buoy, then you don't live on a globe with radius of 3,959 miles. Have you watched that one, Stair Coblin?
Yeah, I have seen it.
And what did you think about that one? What did you answer when Karen B's narration asked you, is the horizon in front of or behind the buoy? What was your answer? Where was the horizon?
I cannot answer that.
Why?
Because when it is that zoomed in, I cannot say one thing or another.
What do you mean by when it's that zoomed in? What does that? Yeah. What do those words mean to you? Can you explain further, please?
Yeah, I can. So when the image is enhanced at that level, it is difficult for me to discern what is just on this side of the horizon or on the other side of the horizon. So in the beginning, I would think the buoy is on my side of the horizon. But like I said,
if you lived on a globe, would the horizon not be the place? Would it not be the place where objects were disappearing from your view around this alleged curve?
In a super simple universe, yes.
You don't live in that universe.
No.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't bother you after watching. So to me, it's obvious. The horizon, which is the apparent location, it is not a physical location. It's the place where the sky appears to meet the water there. It's behind the buoy. It's very clear. You do not live on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. It's very simple, actually, Staircoblin. So it shocks me that after watching all these videos, you still have no evidence for your globe. And yet you're still sitting here after multiple people have told you over multiple days that flat Earth is not a belief, it's a measurement, and we have this evidence for it, which you have actually watched, and it's been presented to you. And you're still thinking we're just like sitting here chewing the fat, and you're surprised that we expect you to put some evidence for this thing that you claim exists, aka the globe. Why does that surprise you?
It does not surprise me. It does not.
So why do you keep calling flat Earth a belief if you've watched all these videos and you're clear it is not a belief, it's a measurement that's been documented in numerous locations and numerous long-distance observations that you can't explain?
Because people that are part of the flat Earth community call the globers believing in the globe. So
that is correct. And you have proven that again yourself today. Exhibit A, Staircoblin, has no evidence of the globe and still believes in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you are proving our point. Thank you very much. Anyone who doubts that can rewind the live stream.
Thank you, Dandelion.
Yeah, I don't doubt anything, I'm like I said, I'm sorry if I've stirred up any trouble. I just
No, you need to stop. No one has accused you of anything. You need to stop with this. I'm sorry if I've done that. I'm sorry if I didn't that. I didn't come here to prove anything. We're trying to get you to have an intellectual discussion where you defend your belief, your superstitious belief in the globe. I'm happy that you acknowledge that's what it is. You don't want to acknowledge the evidence. I don't know if it's a comprehension problem or what. You seem to want to make things more complicated than they are. You can't accept something zoomed in. So you doubt that cameras function. You doubt a zoom camera functions. Is that your problem? Because, we can go and, like, for example, if we are approaching the skyline of Chicago, if we do like Rob Skiba did, if we start from Michigan, travel the 52 miles, keep it in the view of our camera, we get there, we keep the camera steady, we go up and touch the building, there's the building. The zoom camera is perfectly fine from Michigan to Chicago. I mean, you can show this to yourself. So you're doubting modern technology. Is that your problem? Are you a Luddite, Staircoblin?
Oh, I am not a Luddite.
Okay, so if you had a zoom camera, you could zoom in on something and then you could walk over to the thing and touch it and you could test the accuracy of that camera. So I've never heard anyone actually make the argument that that zoom cameras can't be trusted. Like, what is your logic for that?
And if I go into my balcony, why can't I look to the east and see Canada? And why can't I go to
You don't have bat
west
vision. You're not.
and see Norway?
You're not Superman.
Yeah, I'm not Superman, but I have a super good camera. Why can't I see it?
It's not possible in any world. Like, you don't have bat vision. You don't just.
I can't hardly believe that he would even say something like that. I mean,
okay.
Seriously, listen to me for a second. I mean, that's one. Just let me finish. That's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. Everyone knows that you can't see through the atmosphere for very far. It's full of water. It's full of pollution. It's full of whatever. When you're near the ground and you're looking horizontally across the earth, you're vanishing. How far the eye can see, or a camera, or whatever it is very limited. To think that you could say, how come I can't see Canada from like 1,000 miles away, or whatever distance you were thinking? That's just, I mean, I think even a 10-year-old would know that's not possible. I mean, you've got atmosphere, you've got pollution, you've got the vanishing point, you've got perspective, you've got all these things that just don't make it possible to see through the atmosphere, especially low to the ground. And that's obvious. I mean, I think anybody with a 5th grade education understands that. And for you to say something like that, you're just being combative and you're not willing to look at the evidence. And just like I said the first time, you will not critically look at anything honestly. And you're not here to learn. You're here to be combative, period. Obvious, very obvious.
Okay, can I answer that? Firstly, I disagree that I am not here to learn anything. I am absorbing everything I am learning here.
Well, I don't believe you.
And secondly,
I don't believe a word of it. So sorry.
Okay, all right, that's fine. And secondly, I completely agree. I would never be able to see those 2 countries on either side of my country with my bare eyes. And I say it's because they fall below the horizon. And you say it's because of atmospheric disturbance and stuff like that. But how can that also not apply to the weird effect of like the Black Swan picture? No.
Oh.
For me, it seems like you are using one thing and denying one thing. Yeah.
Wait. What are we using and denying?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jenny. My bad.
Oh, what is your deal with the Black Swan? I mean, do you think that the oil rigs move?
Do you think the geometric Earth curve horizon moves?
Oil rigs move, yes. Horizon
really?
moves,
no, don't.
Those oil rigs are in fixed location.
Hang on.
Yeah. Okay. Practically, they are in fixed locations.
Yes, not moving. So wait, what do you mean when you said we use one thing and then ignore it another time? What were you referring to?
So the explanation from the Globers for the Black Swan picture is light refraction from the atmosphere.
But we've been saying refraction since before the Black Swan. They were claiming a geometric horizon, a physical Earth curve hump edge that was blocking the boats. And we would argue, no, there's other.
Sure somebody could get into the refraction, but I think it's a waste of time even trying to talk to you about it.
Thank you.
You're talking about terrestrial refraction. It takes 2 mediums in order for you to have the type of refraction that would cause something like that to happen. Like wind or whatever. It takes 2 mediums, not air and then not more denser air. That's not 2 different mediums. That's still 1 medium. They're talking about 2 completely different mediums when you're talking about refraction, terrestrial refraction, like glass and then water or some other medium. You're not talking about 1 medium. This has got maybe 0.5% more humidity in it than the first mile, so it's going to make it bend. That is so much horse shit. It's just, again, it's another one of the ridiculous arguments. And like I said, you're not here to learn anything. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. You're not.
Like I said,
I'm done. I'm going to sign out because I can't.
I just want to say something. You don't have to sign out. You don't have to stop. I'm about to go to bed, so it's all right.
Yeah, but refraction is a really terrible argument because it begs the question of the Earth radius, the very thing that's impossible with that 10-mile horizon, and beyond that, mathematics involved in that argument don't even account for the horizon being that far out. So it's like it just doesn't work.
A further thing to make that argument difficult is that depending on air pressure and temperature, it's difficult to define where the
I don't know if you heard what I just said. But I just said that, first of all, you're begging the question, so it's fallacious, the whole refraction argument that the Globers make. And beyond that, even with that begging the question, the mathematics, the model, it doesn't even account for a 10-mile horizon at 1 foot of height. It doesn't even come close, so it's not an argument.
I just gave a point that strengthens your argument.
Okay.
I was just saying that light refraction requires 2 mediums, and depending on temperature and atmosphere pressure, this can vary wildly in height. So if you're using the diffraction argument, you need to know the temperature and air pressure at the moment to say this was refraction.
Yeah, that would be on the people invoking it. I think that would be part of their claim to justify. But like what I just said already covers that.
Yeah, exactly. It would be part of their claim to justify, temperature and air pressure.
Can you demonstrate light bending? Can you actually go out and demonstrate that to us? Show us, like from a side view, the laser light actually being bent, like have it shoot across water 10 miles and then go on like perpendicular to it rather than parallel, about a mile away, and take a picture of that bent light. Can you demonstrate that for us, please? Because we've looked and it's always straight every time. So I don't know where you're coming from, dude, because you're not producing any evidence. You're talking right straight out the tail you're behind. Anyway, have a nice day. I'm done with you because you're just too combative and not willing to actually look at any evidence. Period. You're on. I don't care what you say.
No. I'm sorry. That's not right. I'm not trying to be combative. I'm really sorry if I come like that.
Well, okay, so everybody in here has been in your position at one point. So it just, it's sort of like we can kind of tell if someone's trying to absorb information. And, to be fair to you, maybe you're not ready for this. So, I feel bad that you feel like you have to apologize because you really don't. I mean, God Rockin's opinion is his own on what he thinks. So anyway, so we've all been indoctrinated, but you have to it's kind of like you have to erase the chalkboard and you have to try to stop justifying, because kind of sort of you're just trying to justify the globe. And it's like really uncomfortable and weird and it's not working out.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Stair Coblin, I just thought of something that maybe would help you about understanding why flat Earth isn't a belief. Like, you, Stair Coblin, experience the Earth as flat and stationary. You've never seen the globe in real life. You've never experienced rotation. You've never seen curvature. So that's why there's a difference between your very theoretical, conceptual idea and our living in the real world and taking it the way it presents itself. So I would say, like, if you walk around, like, the problem is, like, it's fine. The way you start, like your speech that you started out with, somebody gave you the globus hystericus role, so people have a general idea where you're coming from to start with in the future. If you just say, like, I'm not here to prove anything, I don't have any evidence of the globe, that's fine. You can make that little speech when you come in. But don't be calling flat Earth a belief, okay? Because that's insulting to the people who have literally dedicated years of their life to research, people who volunteer are unpaid to do this because they think it's important for the truth to come out and for people to understand how objective reality presents itself and that your senses and the way you perceive reality are correct. And the fairy tale they tell you on TV, the voices you hear in your head on CNN are insanity. And so we think that mission is important, and people have spent a lot of their own money. They've subjected themselves to ridicule. They've lost family members and friends. Some people have lost jobs, lost money. It's dedicated their lives to spreading information, to doing objective tests, to doing laser tests, long distance observation, renting a boat to go across Lake Michigan, to do work, to get evidence. You don't get to dismiss that by calling it a belief when you don't feel like going out and finding any for yourself. So if you sense like a tiny bit of pushback here, it's because of how you're coming at it, as if we are on equal playing fields and you can just come in here and shoot the breeze and talk about how you believe in the globe when you haven't done any work and you haven't done any research. We are not equivalent here. So we can shoot the breeze with you, that's fine, about your belief, and it's easy for you to fit into society. If you believe in the globe, we get that. We'll allow you to continue believing in your fantasy. But you don't get to pretend that we also are like you, because we're not. All right?
Woo! Yes, that was fire. Oh, yes, girl.
Yeah.
I'm glad you appreciate that. I don't know if it got through to Stair Coblin, but I'm glad you appreciate it.
Well said.
No, Dandelion, everything you just said was absolutely correct, and I deeply apologize.
I'm glad that got through to you. Seriously, I forgive you. Yeah, I'm glad you understand.
I had not thought this all the way through, like how my opinion is affecting people, and how I'm sorry, English is not my first language.
You're
but
good.
like how I put my argument into words can have effect on people. I'm really sorry about that.
Well, we appreciate that part. We'll accept that apology.
Yeah. But like I mentioned before, I need to get to bed, and I really thank you about the discussion. It was I really liked it. It was informational for me. But like I mentioned before, I am that globe earther, and I am, depending on all the research and videos and everything I've read about flat Earth, I don't think I will be convinced otherwise. But I am still very deep in the topic. You can be neck deep in the flat Earth topic without being part of the flat earthers,
Yeah, so I would recommend speak for your globe earthers, maybe even earn the globe earther role, before you come back next time. Maybe try to find some evidence of curvature or rotation and bring it back to us. Yeah, we'd love to see you next time. But if you don't have it and you just want to prove, that the globe is a belief, just want to spout your dogma, that's fine too. You're welcome to come back.
Okay.
And you got another tag. Somebody, you Dandelion thing seems sincere.
Yeah, but just before I go to bed, like I said, I didn't want to offend anyone, and I will probably come back in a few days to give my opinions and stuff. So thank you for the night, and have a good night, everyone.
Great, you too, Stir Coblin. Good talking to you.
Good night. Come back anytime. We're here 24/7.
And just to put in, I tried to change my name into my real name, but I'm not allowed to do it on that server.
Oh, I can change it for you. What do you want it to be?
Sindri. That's my real name. Because,
how do you spell that?
That's weird. I use my real name, but go ahead.
Yeah, I want to use my real name in this discussion. Sintri.
Sintri. Sintri.
No. Instead of T, it's a D.
D. Sindri. Okay.
Yeah.
Fix it.
Yeah. I don't want to be under the stupid internet name here. Okay. Thank you.
Well, that's a much easier name to say, so I appreciate that.
Yeah. Have a nice night. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that turned out better than I expected.
I'm impressed that he actually watched that 15-minute Dr. John D video and still comes up with a reason, to why we don't see too far or whatever. He's still got something's wrong with the Zoom, or he doesn't trust the Zoom or whatever. At least he had an answer. I mean, I believe he probably did watch it. I don't know.
Maybe he was doing something else, doing the dishes or cooking while he was listening to it. Maybe he needs to watch it again and take notes or something.
Yeah, if he comes back, we should put it on. Yeah, and have it you did with that. Like you did on, wasn't that you on Ladies' Night that did that with the Sphere video? Or no, that was somebody else. Somebody did that with the video. We could have the person press play, and then even have the audio playing maybe, and then stop it and ask him. Yeah. So where's that horizon in relation to that buoy? That's what we should do if that guy comes back, Sindri.
Oh, did you see what I posted? I took a bunch of screenshots of Karen's video. I don't know if any of them would be of interest to you. If you want, I can just DM it to you.
that'd be good. Did you put them in the voice text today?
Yeah, but I'll find it and just send it to you.
Okay, that'd be good. Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully this format is okay for you. I don't know what it's like for someone who doesn't have like the app or something like that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I gotta go though. My son's here back at the car, so I will see you guys later.
Okay, bye.
I didn't Vaughn.
Bye bye.
Good job, Dandelion.
Hell yeah. Definitely.
I love how she succinctly gets right to the point and just nails it all every time.
You know what I love? When a Glober says there's mountains of evidence and then isn't able to present anything.
Yeah, can't produce one, but there's mountains of it. Yeah, it makes sense. There's a couple of no rolls in here. I don't know if we want to roll the dice or get them to go to check in or whatever.
Yeah, Carl.
Mountains of evidence is just something you say when you don't have any specific thing to put forward as evidence.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Speaking in code. Nice.
Etc. 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 Like when you can't actually think of any other examples, so you say etc. to pretend there's more.
Right.
Cheers, Gospel Bear. Was that you? Good to hear from you, man.
Yep. Yeah, I was looking up that guy's name. Just double checking. I always do stuff like that. But anyway, his name is the Nordic name of like our word for cinder, like where Cinderella gets her name, Cinderella. Anyway, Sindri comes from the same word, like spark or whatever. It's really interesting. I like.
You're talking about like cinder, like in a fire. So what
Yeah. So his name Sindri is the Norse. It's a Norse word. Maybe it's not. There's also a town in India named Sindri, so it could have other possible origins as to why his parents named him that. But it has connections to Norse mythology, and based on his accent, I have a feeling his parents probably were feeling a little hippie-ish. Not in a bad way, but it's a pretty neat name, long story short.
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth. Gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Hello.
Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, too, describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah.
Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why? Or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for actual answers. Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
Anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right. There's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you, is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So, best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the
my question.
worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this: does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it?
Okay, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require, what there's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through. Some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What?
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 Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take a moment.
Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption?
Yes.
From where?
From like lights on the earth.
Bud. You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the earth is round. You can
Maybe
see
you're not understanding the definition of words. Not. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So, no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the Earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the Earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the Earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, Yam.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming and the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms. It's without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's told.
Are you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother. I have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, yeah?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
So,
oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said
simple yes or no.
Scientists. I don't know what qualifies a scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman.
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about
can if it was your job.
Take a ruler. Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like, if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
No, I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about, is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant, actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to evidence for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
And why don't you look out the window?
Yo, Yam, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you
say? Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientists from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic,
There
man?
you go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientist, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like you have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going to
sun
receive.
go when the sun sets?
Too far away.
Realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out your window.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But mathematically,
you think that the government is paying me to like tell you that the Earth is round?
No, yeah. You just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it like, do they have like screens in airplane windows that are like?
Yeah,
dude. Did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet. A little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that, basically. He was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's like 8 times.
One of my relatives flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what
this is they didn't take any photographs.
It was borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically? And this is in the models. You can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
Oh, why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer
It's
like
not even
the easy question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah,
3.
that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's
3%.
laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you.
Mr. Yam. 3. 3%.
Question.
I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion
hey,
of
maybe
the
if you
Earth.
Want me to hear, then you
my
should
gosh.
tell this dude to don't mute
Okay,
me.
here's
you
what
guys
I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question,
bro.
Mr. Yam, your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute him. It's just because you want to
try not to be offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this? Yes. This thing.
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is, okay, you can work it out in a program, you can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave, all right? 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation, okay? Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is, why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. Yam? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it written? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. Like just did it.
Yeah. Then why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me.
Okay, 250 miles. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct, but as far as 250 in comparison mathematically to a radius of 3959. Sorry. Huh? Proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted, that's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Yam?
It's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up though.
Wait,
you can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think like the oceans like bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right? Like,
you really think that it falls off the edge of the earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one. But like, do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach?
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe? Where do you observe like oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because
you guys you just spit out what you have to say. I'm lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is? Didn't catch that.
Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what exactly that means.
Right. So if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles. Yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the voice text, livestream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam,
It's
there's
not
a
accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
what?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is that there that are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than a 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reifraction, for posting that. I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere, so thank you very much for
no
posting my source material for what I was saying.
No worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's reflection and this and that. That is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge, just out of curiosity? Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that why?
Isn't round, then there would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There'd just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall. It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave and then flat and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up and it totally starts curving like it's a super curve, and then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What
That's
about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't, because it's not possible at all.
I've been in a private plane that has gone that high.
No private plane's going to fly that high either.
The Concorde is the highest flying plane. You're probably not old enough to have flown in the Concorde, okay? So even at the Concorde height,
so does
we're
the
still
U2 not
talking.
exist to you?
Okay, the U2 goes to 70,000 feet. What did I just say? I said 128,000, didn't I?
Yeah, come on now.
Concorde does not fly that high. The U2 was the whole purpose of it was to have the highest flying plane.
Okay, well, if the U2 goes higher, then you're still not high enough, so it doesn't matter.
Do you know why they actually retired the Concorde?
There's a little bit of a conspiracy behind that, but
because
they had three reasons. It was their claimed reasons for discontinuing the Concorde was safety. That's easily debunkable, and I could go over that in a very short quip. But the fact of the matter is there was only one crash ever for the Concorde, and if you look up commercial flights of all other aircraft ever, the Concorde was the safest mode of travel in the history of all forms of travel across literally every form of travel, whether or not you're talking about riding a turtle or riding a horse or riding in a carriage or a car or a plane or any other mode of travel. The Concorde, by far statistically, was the safest mode of travel ever. Debunked. The other one was fuel efficiency, which is easily debunked with a little bit of mathematics. The third was noise pollution because of the supersonic sounds. And, well, that's their best valid point, but it's still kind of petty.
I'm asking you why they did it.
Oh, you mean Yam?
They disabled the Concorde. They
because we all know none of those reasons.
Real quick,
are why
I've been in a Concorde up 60 grand and it's still flat. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, but none of the reasons they actually put forth are why they put the Concorde down to rest.
All right. So, first of all, there was I don't remember the exact name of the project, but they did a project where they flew supersonic jets above, I believe it was Manhattan. I don't remember the exact city, but it was every day for I think about a month, and they had plenty of noise complaints, shattered windows. The whole reason that they couldn't fly the Concorde, I believe, around the United States, I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago that I watched this video and did my research on it, was because of just it caused damages all around.
Oh no.
That's why they flew it over the ocean so often.
That's not why they flew it over the ocean. It was because it was the most efficient mode of travel for long distance flights. That's why they flew it over the ocean, because transatlantic flights were more efficient with the Concorde. It was its purpose, its designed purpose, was to make that travel faster and more efficient. And it was mathematically cost effective and more efficient.
You know how pressure increases as you get closer to the speed of sound?
again, the surface of the Earth is
more resistant,
flat and level, and that's actually the question that should be you should be seeking understanding of. We're talking about a lot of stuff up in the sky still, but back down on Earth, the place where we can walk and touch and see and measure, like across surfaces of water. Well, what we see is that level isn't just a word that has this weird esoteric meaning of curvature, but level actually means straight, a line, the shortest distance between 2 points. That's what level actually means. But instead, there's people that believe in word magic and the reappropriation of the definition for level, and they want it to mean curved. We've just demonstrated, and by we, and I mean demonstrate, it has been demonstrated time and time again that level really is straight, a straight line.
Exactly. And the word horizon means level as well. The horizon. Yeah.
I guess you guys don't like to answer yes or no questions either, which is why I'll give you a little bit of leeway. Why did you not answer the yes or no question?
Have you stopped beating?
I just told you, isn't it? You have more air resistance as you get closer to the speed of sound, correct?
Yeah. Yes, and
that is, it costs more fuel to go supersonic than subsonic. That's why every single airliner now,
and therefore the ground is curved, and therefore the ground is curved.
But the Concorde flew higher than most planes, where there was less air resistance, took less fuel, and they traveled faster, and that is why they had to put it to sleep.
Well, also you have jet streams which add 200 to 300 miles or more.
That's right, exactly.
Sometimes it helps to go on a circuitous route, flat or round, to take advantage of a jet stream as well. And so we're trying to relate this to the shape of the Earth or whatever. It's a little suspect. We would need to see if the land is curving. And if we're going to make level curve around a ball, well, how much is it curving? We would need another level in effect to measure the rate of curvature of this curving level, so it becomes a non-starter. Either level is flat and level with little to no curvature or deviation, or not.
Right. Planes, really, talking about flying has nothing to do with the whole discussion of flat Earth, globe Earth, unless you're looking at the actual plane routes and also, the ground, I don't know what it's called, but the ground technology that watches planes, takes off and goes across America and all this. All of those illustrations that I can't think of what those people are called in the towers. The air
flight control, air traffic control.
All of those people are watching these screens of planes taking off on a flat surface and going up and flying straight. They go up, fly straight. They're watching screens of a flat plane. You can actually go and Google on yourself. Google for yourself the flat planes across America, and it's showing a flat surface where the planes go straight up and then they go to where they're going. Have you seen this? I don't know what the app is, but
you mean like a flight tracker?
Yeah, a flight tracker.
Yeah.
But
yeah, keep in mind when they go over the ocean, it's like speculative. Like those things, they're not quite as accurate as you think once the airplanes go from over land over the ocean. But hey, I just thought I should point out to this guy, they call an airplane because it flies in the air over a plane. They would call it an air planet if it flew over a planet.
And interesting, you bring that point up about the ocean, because what is it called that the military, when they're traveling across the oceans, they do these the boxes while they're traveling across the oceans just to make up the fake time that it should take for them to get from point A to point B. You know what I'm talking about? The military.
The black boxes?
No, they actually, like, when they're going from point A to point B, they will literally kind of make circles on their way there to make up the time instead of like just going straight there. The military.
It's a holding pattern.
They do what they call boxes.
It's a holding pattern where they stretch out the distance by going in circles so that you don't notice that them being in a northern latitude that they get there early. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So there's a lot of little freaking trickery going on across the board about the distances and what, like, that's why I don't really trust any maps, to be honest with you.
I'm also.
Well, there are vicissitudes of map making.
I'm just curious.
What was that, Mr. Yam?
You guys think that every single pilot is being paid by, I don't know, whoever you guys think is them?
That's a straw man.
Answer.
No.
Keep a secret?
Did you say every single pilot? Because I can show you some videos of pilots right now saying the opposite of what you claim they say.
Exactly. There's a lot of pilots that say the Earth is definitely flat.
Name one.
Yeah, there was a Polish astronaut who said, what did it look like when you went up there? And he said, yes, Blaska, in like Polish or whatever, it's flat. The Globers came back saying, oh, he was doing some sort of generalized description or whatever. But basically, they're coming out on record, some of them, and saying it's flat. Pilots, astronauts. Yeah, I mean, it depends on who you ask.
Flat as a pancake, mate.
And if you automatically discredit anybody who says anything about flat Earth, then 100% of the people you don't discredit are going to agree with you. But if you inherently discredit somebody for disagreeing, then you're going to reify this idea that 100% agree with you. 100% of people that you acknowledge, perhaps.
So what you're talking about is living in an echo chamber.
Confirmation bias.
Exactly.
Well, that's how we became flatties. We were
that's gotta be
a
the
lot of us,
secret
not
to
all of us, and we kept on hearing about this flat Earth stuff. We checked it out, had a decent conversation with somebody who could give us some decent logical arguments, and we're like, huh, that makes a lot of sense. Add in the laser test and infrared that aren't showing curvature relative to a straight standard, like line of sight, infrared, or laser, then all of a sudden it looks pretty freaking flat.
Everybody in the last 100 years has been indoctrinated from a very young age into this idea of space and globe Earth and heliocentrism and yada, yada, yada. But it takes a mind to break out of that indoctrination. So it's not like a foregone conclusion. It's something that was stuffed down everybody's throats, and only some people question it.
Like, literally, Mr. Yam, in the early 1900s, people were getting in trouble for trying to teach that the Earth was a globe in schools. Like, serious trouble. Thrown in jail if a teacher tried to do that.
Another thing about pilots, though, is guess what they're trained to assume about the Earth? It has no curvature, it has no rotation.
Assume a flat and stationary plane.
That's only if you want to successfully navigate.
Yeah, if you don't care about doing it successfully,
go for it.
Yeah.
There are tons and tons of documents that you will probably never take the time to look at, Mr. Yam, that describe exactly what he just said, because it's absolutely 100% true. For flight simulation, these pilots are told to assume that it is a flat plane as they go fly. Astronauts, NASA, all of these people are assuming everything is a flat plane. This is in all the documents at NASA and flight simulations. You can go look it up.
Yeah,
it even
know of a flat earther astronaut. What is wrong with your mic?
Your robot and iron.
Oh, you're gonna have to go out and come back because you sound like a robot.
Yeah, he's muted, but what keeps on happening in this conversation, unfortunately, is that there's not a need to find a flat earther pilot. There's not a need to find a flat earther astronaut. None of that is necessary. That's still pursuing the pill to authority fallacy. All that is needed is a measurement and demonstration of that measurement so that you can visualize what's going on. All that's needed is a falsification of the claim of radius. And you should be asking, okay, I understand they say that there's a radius, therefore there's a curvature, therefore there's math behind that. Show me how it's falsified. That's what you should be saying. Show me how that has been falsified. Prove it to me. Mr. Yam. That's what you should be saying. Do you understand why?
I am asking for you guys to prove it to me.
Oh, cool. So somebody did that earlier. You kind of got glossed over, but it'd be the Black Swan demonstration that was talked about earlier.
Black Swan. Fraction.
Huh?
Well, basically, the supposed radius of the Earth was inferred. Basically, they assumed it based off of the best assumptions they could make, based off of the logic that they thought followed after this other logic or whatever. They reasoned that, number one, the horizon was formed by a hump of Earth curvature on a ball in the first place, assuming what must first be proved, but I digress. And then they got mathematical ratios from that assumption. They said that if I divide my height, roughly 6 feet, by the distance to where my line of sight touches the horizon and goes tangent to the horizon, about 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. If I divide 6 feet by 3 miles, I'm going to set it up equal to 3 miles divided by the diameter to the other side of the Earth. And you get roughly 8,000 miles of diameter. So they started off with a key assumption from which they derived a radius or a diameter. Half of a diameter is a radius. So they made a bunch of assumptions that now need to be proven by showing that the Earth curves relative to some sort of straight standard, like a line of sight, a laser, or something like that. And then when we try to test it with the Black Swan, we don't see the curvature of the horizon where it should be mathematically. Black Swan. So these claims are contradictory and Black Swan, very difficult to grasp.
Whoever's whispering Black Swan is cracking me up.
Black Swan. It's a handful of people, I think. It's a menacing. It's a menacing implication, Mr. Yam. That's why everybody's whispering it. It's a menacing implication.
Basically, by the math, you take 1.22 times the square root of your height in feet, and that spits out a number which equals the number of miles to the horizon as a hump of Earth curvature, obstructing what's at your height or lower. If you're seeing anything that is lower than your height or seeing past this hump, then we have a problem. It looks like the geometric claim of a ball that is obstructing buildings, mountains, and other stuff at your height or lower beyond is quite suspect.
I
drop the ball.
I love that illustration. That's the best one, man.
The blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like it. It's pretty thorough. I like that.
Now, we can write workarounds of refraction or whatever to keep our preferred ball excuse or drop the ball like a bad habit and go for something that appears to be flatter. The horizon appears to be flat. I feel no ball of Earth moving below my feet or any of that. So I'm willing to look into something that's a bit flatter.
Or congruent with reality. Congruent with all observations ever.
That too. but reality needs to be interpreted vis-a-vis a paradigm. A lot of times people think that reality is just this paradigm neutral thing you just look at and it's there. But the globers see the flat horizon and wrap it around their preferred globe paradigm, saying, it looks flat, sure, but it's just locally flat. And if you look at one of NASA's fake photos, it's actually a ball. So it depends on how you're interpreting reality. And that's not paradigm neutral.
Yeah, and they're using refraction to artificially inflate their globe radius by 2 orders of magnitude, and it's just crazy.
And I think Bob Skiba had some of the best videos to illustrate refraction, and even how, like, you know, how the sun seems to stay the same size as it goes away because of how the atmosphere will magnify the sun. You know, that's why it doesn't seem to get smaller. I mean, man, Mr. Yam, I really wish you would go actually dive into really researching it for yourself. I know it's a lot harder now.
The sun is the same size as the moon.
They appear to be so I would say they are.
No, here, I got a picture.
I think by saying that just kind of invalidated everything else that you just said, because basic math, you can just calculate the size of the sun and the size of the moon. It's
no,
really
that's
not that hard.
the sun. That's the sun I just sent you a picture of.
How would you go about doing that, Mr. Yam? Go ahead and back up your claim that you were making there.
Yeah.
Amen.
It's basically
Explain how the sun is the same size.
No.
Let's
reversal of birth.
You don't want to answer any.
You made.
I asked you, so then why do I have to answer the question?
For a question, it just doesn't really seem like you're absorbing anything that we're saying. So at this point, it looks like we're kind of wasting our time. Maybe you'll be willing to absorb what we're saying later. But let's keep in mind that the distance to the sun from which you would derive a size for, said sun based off of ratios has changed 30 orders of magnitude over 2 centuries. About 2 centuries ago, it was 3 million miles to the sun. Then it's gone all the way to 93 million miles to the sun. From each of those distances, you would get a different size and a different ratio. So until we can go up to the thing and verify this distance,
There is no different size, bro. I got it. I got the sun picture right there, in between the clouds. You can see the sun perfectly right through the clouds.
And
the sun is the same size. The sun is the same size as the moon. And right above it, I put a closer pic. That's the same picture. It's the same photo. I just zoomed in closer to the same moon between those clouds. I just zoomed in closer on the same sun. That's the sun. I just zoomed in on the sun in between the clouds. That's what it looks like in between. That's what the sun looks like in between the clouds. As I zoomed in to take that photo, the sun is the same size as the moon. It doesn't change. It's over our heads, and it's the same size continuously as the moon. And we think, or not we, NASA claims that the fucking moon is fucking 3 days away from us. That's NASA's claim.
It does look like it's the same size. That's probably why they had to move the sun so far away. Otherwise, we'd be like, hey, it seems like a coincidence that they look like, the same size.
How did they move it?
Right?
How'd they move it?
Apparent and actual are not the same thing.
How'd they move it? Yes.
Well, they just said it's further away.
And like Glatflobe said, sky stuff has nothing to do with measuring of the Earth being flat. That's nothing in the sky does not tell us necessarily what we are on.
Well, I'd hate to go psychological, but they're trying to basically formulate a entire cosmology. They're trying to come up with a reason why everything is formed the way that it is. Cosmos is like order, the opposite of chaos. So they're coming up with this globe-making gravity scheme to explain why everything, including the Earth, has to form into this perfect little ball. They're making a claim to cosmology and saying, now, based off of this force that I've invoked, I can look up there, see some sort of roundish looking thing, and infer automatically that the Earth has to be round too because of my cosmology. I mean, we might want to check that with a straight standard or a laser. Otherwise we're making a huge amount of assumption.
And hasn't it already been disproven that nebulae and Oort clouds cannot form as gas pressure in a vacuum with the gravitational constant as what it's assumed to be? So, like, a nebula could never form into a protostar and then into a star because there wouldn't be enough gravitation to pull against the gas pressure trying to disperse in a vacuum.
But you forgot about the black matter.
Oh yeah, the invisible magical stuff that has never been measured, proven, and by definition can never be measured or proven.
Yes, because we have no other explanation, it is the only possibility, therefore it is true.
It's the only possibility to validate a nonsensical claim. It's Narnia.
The fact is,
it's the Swiss Army knife.
It's all theoretical, period. Every single bit of it. Even flat Earth is still theoretical. We're trying to prove something. There are proofs. This is what's crazy, is that I was going to say this earlier when Mr. Yam was saying he saw the curve out his window, is that people are trained to believe a certain thing. They actually will see what they think they see, because it's like a psychological mental weirdness I can't even explain.
They're desperate for it to be true.
Yeah. So you will say, yeah, I seen the curve from my plane, when there's no way in hell you did.
And the plane window's curved, so trust me.
Yeah, that doesn't help. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that. No, I'm not going to say that. Never mind.
So you're trying to say that the windows are fisheye?
Yeah, the windows actually are curved, but it's for your safety. If they weren't, they would be less stable. You can read all about it.
Curved. The fuselage is the body of the plane, the kind of hot dog shape.
Yes, I understand what a fuselage is. I know a lot about planes, but they're not curved.
Plane windows are triple paned, and if you look at the first
triple
pane,
paned
you can
and
see
they're
a little
rounded.
hole
They're
drilled
not
in
curved.
It to equalize pressure.
Rounded is curved. What are you arguing for with the Earth? You're saying the Earth is rounded. That would mean curved.
Square.
Because
what the hell?
The dome is the safest way for anything to be built. It's the most impenetrable.
Structurally sound.
Yes, thank you. Structurally sound. So that is for your protection in the plane, for cabin pressure and all kinds of things.
And that may add curvature to the horizon that isn't really there.
Well, a warped window pane will give you a warped perception of what's on the other side of the window.
Yeah, my 100-year-old windows in my living room make everything look like crazy when I'm looking out the front window.
Well, that's just because glass is not a solid. And over hundreds of years, it flows like liquid at a very, very slow rate. And window panes will be thicker at the bottom than they were at the top, than they are at the top after 100 years of sitting in a window.
I'm pretty sure it has to do with the manufacturing practice, and I think it was that way on day one.
Solid. It's a super viscous fluid.
Is anything actually solid, to be honest?
Well,
Crystal?
We stay solid in that it keeps its shape and doesn't tend to flow or deform. When stress is applied, it tends to break. These are generalized philosophical statements. I mean, if you're talking about something solid, most of the stuff is quote unquote empty space. And even empty space is probably more accurately known as an ether, because, emptiness is nothing and nothing cannot exist. The substance of space would need to be something like a substance like ether. If you're talking about the space that goes around objects like you and me, in and out and around objects like you and me. But we say these generalized terms to help guide people toward a general conclusion.
Right, I understand, but everything actually is fluid. But that's just a whole nother subject.
Thanks for sharing about the glass. It's fascinating. I was not fully aware of that component, but
if you look at ancient glass, it
that also
behaves
doesn't
like
explain
fluid
open
over hundreds of
calculator
years
glass.
compared to seconds.
Yeah, I have a brother who was an architect, and when he was beginning to go to school, he was in a building that was 100 years old. He was saying that exactly what he just described was happening to the window in his dorm.
And moreover, no geometric horizon means no curvature anywhere. So it doesn't matter how high you go, you'll never see any.
Horizon's just a vanishing point.
Yeah, it's an apparent location. It's not geometric.
And you'll
it would
never
have to be
able,
geometric on a ball, but it's not.
You'll never be able to find the edge. Basically, I don't know if this young man is familiar with the Antarctic Treaty whatsoever.
Well, maybe if he stopped cucking for the sort of people who put stuff like that in place, we could overturn it and check this place out a little more.
We probably shouldn't use edge without saying geometric in front of it, because it implies that there is a place where we fall off into outer space.
Right, and I don't think that, because like you said earlier, we're in a pressurized chamber. There is not an edge, there is a end, as you would say.
But the thing with space is that that's part of the globe model, so they're just mixing their cosmology in with what they think we're saying.
Right. So shouldn't we use the word limit instead? There is a limit to the expanse of the Earth?
No, I think end is good, but you can use the word limit when you're telling them that it's not infinite. There's no reason to think it's infinite,
right?
Because you can't physically demonstrate infinity. It's just a concept in our minds. You can show us 1 apple, 2 apple, 1,000,000 apples, but you can't show me infinite apples. So it's like there's no reason to think that the same thing's happening with the land and the water. There's no reason to think that the land and the water goes on forever either. So
you can't show -1 apple.
Well, and the fact that the star rotations, how we all have we've seen the star rotations. The fact that the star rotations are where they are, and they seem to have an end, correct? They have an end, so there has to be an end to this container we are in.
I would say they have a circuitous limit or circuitous end before they repeat.
Well,
Max will tell you. Hang on, Max will tell you they go on for 14 billion light years. So no.
Yeah, I would disagree with that 100%. I think that all the stars, every star that I can see in my sky, is very local.
Well, Southern Israelite talks about the illogic of talking about an infinite void of space. Void is empty. That means there's nothing there. How can nothing be infinite? You can only have an infinite amount of something. So space would have to be something to be infinite. Void means
it's a logical contradiction.
Yeah, you can't have both. You can't have an empty void that is infinite. That's a contradiction in terms. You can only have infinity if you have something positive that is something to, fill the space. It's a contradiction.
Infinity itself is somewhat of a contradiction.
Well, most of the time we see things have limitations. If you have any sort of process that has, sequential steps, they can't be infinite. Like, what if you had to wait till I was done speaking, but I spoke an infinite number of words? you would never be able to speak in any sort of sequential process. And most, if not everything we see in reality appears to have sequential processes where one step happens and more or less ends before another takes over. So infinity contradicts any sort of sequential step-like process, and most, if not all, of reality includes processes that follow one after the other in some sort of non-infinite way. So it's a bit of a contradiction.
I would just caution anyone and everyone from thinking of adjectives as nouns. So be careful on that.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, infinite is an adjective. So infinite what? Right. So that's the important. Remember, adjectives modify a noun. So when infinity isn't a thing. Actually, I'm talking about the word infinite.
Right. Infinity is a noun, though, is it not?
Infinity is a noun, yes, and it's the concept of endlessness or unboundedness. Personally, I don't understand why that has to be a contradiction.
Like you said, it's a concept.
Yeah, it's a concept. I don't think that it's inherently contradictory because I can conceive of things that are without a bound. And for instance, in our experience, our shared experience as human beings, our life has an end. We're aware of that experience, death. But in general, life as a whole, at reality as a whole, we have no knowledge or awareness of a bound or an end to reality. Like from our standpoint of shared collective awareness of all of history, we have nothing to indicate to us in reality that there is an end to reality.
Or a beginning, for that matter.
What about the word eternity?
Actually, our experience is that there is always a cause to every effect. And we actually don't have any shared experience or known experience where an effect is causeless. It's actually illogical to claim that an effect is causeless. The law of cause and effect for a reason, not the theory of cause and effect.
At the same time, none of us has any firsthand knowledge of any beginning to anything.
Well, we have analogies and or metaphors of it, though. So we see the beginnings of life. We see the beginnings of things. Now, if you're talking about ex nihilo, that's a completely different subject, and I would agree with you. We have no personal knowledge of out of nothing creation. I agree with you on that, but
so would you say that when a chicken lays an egg and a baby chicken comes out of it, would you say that's a beginning or a continuation of something that once was and already was?
Yeah, I would agree that that's a continuation. However, when you're taking, you've got an egg that results in an egg, right? Now, when you add two components, right, such as the inoculation of that egg, inoculation's not the right word there. I was just trying to be really G-rated on my choice of words, but you know what I mean.
Fertilization?
Thank you. That's the right word. Thank you. Fertilization of that
impregnation.
You're talking fertilization is the right word for sure. You're talking about taking two components mutually incapable of producing a thing, but when they are combined, that is a new thing. So in that way, we have what I mean is I think that we have a metaphor for a cause, a metaphor for origin. What we don't have an experience for, unless you take death, but I'm talking about big picture here, there's no apparent reason to conclude that there would be an end to reality itself from our experience.
Gospel, that would be indefinite or unknown. When you're with science or math, it would...
Yeah, indefinite or unknown.
It would not be infinite. Infinite would be if you're talking about God or something spiritual. That's the objective.
It doesn't have to be spiritual. I'm talking about the word boundless, without end. That doesn't demand spiritual.
You're not talking about God or spiritual. So how far is that without end? How far is that?
without bound. No.
How far is that? Is that a million miles, a trillion, a quadrillion? How far is that?
Well, I'm not talking about, again, the word, there's infinity and then there's infinite. Are we talking about the adjective or the noun?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you to define what you're talking about. You said without bound.
Uh-huh.
So define that. How far is that, I asked you?
It depends on what we're talking about. So
math and science, right?
I'm not making a claim that math and science. So again, if we're talking about the word infinite, the adjective, we have to attach that adjective to some other noun, right? So are you talking about space?
You just said boundless. It's boundless. So how far? I asked you, how far is boundless? How much is it?
Well, it depends on what you're referring to.
This is what you just told me. You just said it's after tomorrow. That's all you said. It's just nonsense. That's my point.
I think what's happening here is Godric is trying to split a hair, but for a good reason. So if we're talking about if 10 is the maximum, 9.9999999 repeating in infinitum, that is infinite, but yet it's still finite, as in less than 10. So you can still put a number on infinite, even if it's not.
Yeah, in that way, in that way, it's just conceptual, and you can't really get,
well, it's still 99999999999 forever.
Yeah,
infinitely. But it's never more than 10.
Correct.
It's never even 10.
But it wouldn't need to be in order to fulfill the definition of the word.
And I'm just pointing out that the way he phrased the question isn't absurd in the context of what I just said.
Thank you, Iron. Hang on. He just said it too. He just said it's conceptual. Conceptual is a concept, not reality.
Yeah.
Well, when we're talking about something that's being boundless or timeless, we tend to think of something that's supernatural like God. But even with your infinite number, that number will need to end before you can, understand it. Or
not according to gospel. Not according to gospel, it's boundless. He just said it.
If it ends, it's not infinite.
But the thing is, if, we wouldn't be able to do anything with the number until we figured out what its value was, it ended and then we're like, this is the number. Otherwise, it would just keep being computed and nothing could follow that computation.
And that's
I wasn't arguing for the I wasn't arguing for the practicality of working with the concept of infinity. I wasn't arguing for that. I was only arguing that I do not perceive the word infinite or infinity to be contradictory inherently. That was the only point I was trying to make. So if somebody wants to try to and this is way off field, Mystery? I can't even believe that Mr. Yim is still here. I don't think it's beneficial for his understanding that the surface of Earth is flat, straight, and level. Us pontificating on the concepts of infinity. I don't know, guys. Much bloviation makes the eyes and ears weary.
I just think you got to.
Honestly, I'm very confused where I came
to this. Infinitely big. There's a Goldilocks planet out there past infinity. We're gonna find it. This is what they tell us.
Well, yeah, that is what they tell us, but in the context of that silly number 9.9 with infinite nines, that's a mutually exclusive concept, not practical to our day-to-day, real life experience. However, it fulfills the definition. So that's all that I meant. It's a word that has meaning, and whether or not it's practical is a different conversation, but I don't think it's inherently contradictory is my claim.
It's not practical.
We're finding ourselves in a position where we need to come up with new words because we're finding it's not suitable to use the old words to clearly express what we mean in very nuanced situations. So how do new words get created? You find a situation where the old ones aren't good enough and you need something that's more specific. So maybe we're on the cusp of that by having this discussion.
Millennium Envoy
is not sufficient to be clear on the face of things.
That was a good mic drop that Millennium Envoy put in the chat there. Our vocabulary is finite. I agree.
Without having these types of conversations, we'll never come to agreement on new words that can express what we're trying to eke out of the ethereal gaps between two other synonyms.
Yes, apart from the Icelandic people, most languages form new words from two previous root words of, and combining other root words. It's usually a combination thing that's taking place, the combination of two concepts or something along those lines. Of course, there's the distortion or perversion of other root words to make a new meaning. That happens too. But then again, there is the Icelandic people who have had historically a council of members to develop brand new words, because the Icelandic people principally are opposed to cognates. It's a little fact for everybody's Jeopardy wheelhouse of knowledge.
This is why I object to infinity gospel, because Globers will use that word a lot. They'll say if it was flat, we could see to infinity.
Well, just because somebody misappropriates something or misunderstands a concept doesn't mean that concept is invalid just because somebody misused or misunderstood it.
But isn't the point of language to express an idea through symbolic representations of individual words so that we can understand clearly what each other mean? And so when you have a word that's abused or abrogated into a manner that's not intended for, it causes mass confusion and a lot of arguments between people.
Like the word science.
Or flat, or level.
Level is a great example. Level is a fantastic example. Very applicable.
So if we identify that we cannot, that we are using the same word in two different contexts, then shouldn't we split it apart into two separate words?
Or reclaim it. And that's why etymology is so helpful and important, is because with the efforts of etymology, you can demonstrate, you can believe that this word means fill in the blank. However, this word means this, lit. Okay, lit. What did you light? What got lit up? What do you mean? Well, no, it means this. Okay, for you it does in a colloquial way, but we're referring to he lit the fire. He lit the house on fire. Whatever.
Doesn't it always seem to be the youth that destroys language because they haven't bothered to learn it before they start changing it?
Well, they make a lot of new terms. I mean, the language is just the use of common symbols in verbal form to get to a common meaning. So in a way, when you use the same language, you're kind of expressing the desire to have similar symbols, similar meanings, similar experiences. So
and when you have a tiny vocabulary, though,
tends to break down. What was that?
When you have a tiny vocabulary, though, you're going to start using words in wrong contexts and convince your other youths to mean the same thing when they say the same wrong word as you.
Clutch, cap. I'm sorry, no cap.
What
no
is
cap.
A bag or something you hold or grasping tightly? It's not coming through.
Yeah.
The last second before the buzzer. No, stop making up words that are already words.
Flex.
Well, sometimes the words are inadequate. Words come in, words come out of usage. Some words die away. And so you can get at the meaning, beyond the words in a certain way. Like when I think of a car, I may be thinking of a four-wheeled vehicle. You may be thinking of a six-wheeled vehicle or a truck or something that's black or red. There's a bunch of meaning that is not necessarily packed in the car that you bring to the table and that I bring to the table. So languages have the ability to evolve beyond the generalized denoted symbol, even with that.
I totally agree with that. But think about this. What if kids in this generation never get their driver's license and they all agree to call cars Ubers? And then the word car just disappears because, oh, you got your own Uber? That's dope, dude. Lit. Clutch. It's a car. It's not an Uber. It's only an Uber if you're driving for Uber. But they're going to call it an Uber because they don't know any context of it not being Uber.
Hey, I wonder
who they interface with. If they interface with people that are like, "Do you mean a car?" That's where the problem is going to be. They'd have to totally get rid of the prior generation or the people that know what the prior meaning was.
Or get the young people to laugh at the old people, like, "Oh, automobile, you sound old," and that's all it takes.
I wonder.
Sound like me in a couple years too.
It's like if you called your car a motor coach, people would be like, "What the fuck?" It's a car. It's not a motor coach. You go back 80 years, it's a motor
Horseless
coach.
carriage, sir. Or horseless carriage, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, that had, a rich meaning back then because a coach or, something was a horse-drawn carriage. And when it became motorized with a motor, it became known as a motor coach, a motorcycle, and eventually a car, I guess, stuck because it was less syllables than motor coach or motor or auto or something like that. So these languages go up, go down, go up, go down. And
car is short for carriage.
I wonder if Mr. EM knows that we see too far. That's what I'm curious about.
And carriage is close to car too, by the way.
Come on, Meadowlark. I wonder if Mr. EM knows that we see too far.
Can you see to infinity?
We see too far for his story to be true, is what I mean to say. We see too far.
I made a bunch of excuses earlier. I think this one's kind of a lost cause till later. I don't know if he's ready yet, but we'll see. Mr. Yam, you were saying?
Yeah, we hear you.
This has nothing to do with what you guys
It didn't. I agree. That's why I was trying to bring it back around.
You really weren't, but okay.
No, I was. Do you believe you can see around corners, Mr. Yam?
No.
Fantastic.
That's why you can't see around the Earth.
Yeah, except when you can. So according to your little story with the radius and stuff, I know it's not your story. You didn't make up the radius claim. You just believe in it. But according to that story that you believe in, we actually see much further than you should be able to. You want some examples? I can give you a real life one that you might be able to visit yourself in real life.
It's dependent entirely on height.
Are you?
Distance.
Oh, I know. I know math. I know geometry. Are you near the southeast of the United States?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in Chattanooga, Tennessee, are you familiar with that city?
Mm-hmm.
There's this place called Lookout Mountain. You ever heard of it?
Nope.
All right. So there's signs everywhere, and there's this engraved rock at the top of the mountain, top-ish, near the top. Little sign that points in all these different directions. Somebody will probably pull up a picture. It says, Lookout Mountain, see 7 states. 7 states, right? Chattanooga, right? So you can pull up the elevation of this location, the elevation of the mountain, right, from sea level. That's important. You gotta be precise, right? You can do the math and determine that based on even the tallest mountain in the entire state of Kentucky, it would be, this is off of my memory, correct me if I'm wrong, but more than 90 miles below the horizon. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is off of my memory from a couple of years ago on this topic. But what I am 100% certain of, I'm remembering 90, but correct me if I'm wrong on that. What I do know for certain is, according to the math, all of Kentucky should be below the horizon. However, Kentucky, among 6 other states from Chattanooga, Tennessee, you can see
Well, yeah, but you're up really high. I know. Take into account the mathematics. Do the math. And then you can see for yourself there is a real life place where carved in stone the claim is made that you can see 7 states, Kentucky being one of them, and mathematically that's not possible unless, the radius claim is false. It's one of the many falsifications of the radius claim. And I'm just giving you a real life example. You can do all the math for yourself and kind of check it out and be like, oh, so either we don't see reality or they lied. You get to choose on which way you want to go with that. It's either we don't see reality, which falsifies the claim, so that's not a good track to go down, because if we don't see reality, then none of the claims can be true in the first place. Or you can just simply go, oh no, that's all a lie. It really is flat. Weird. Who would have known? Apparently some people. And I happen to be in a server of people that have figured this stuff out.
That are crazy. Anyways, I'm not gonna really dispute that. It may be true. You may be able to see 7 states. I have no clue. I've never been there. I don't know anything about it.
Lookout Mountain, bro.
Please don't talk over me. Please mute yourself.
Famous. No, I'm not gonna mute myself.
Please mute yourself. Yes.
Famous.
Please mute yourself.
Don't be rude.
What? Are you talking over me again? Stop talking over me.
Mr. Yam. Oh. Mr. Falsetto.
You're talking over me again. Do I have to get Indio?
It ain't your house, bud.
I think I have to get Indio.
You're a little bit of a bitch.
All right. I don't know anything about Lookout Mountain. It could be unlevel terrain. I have no clue. I'm not gonna try to dispute the fact you might be able to see 7 states. But it seems that you obviously don't know everything because you said how long ago that you did quote research on this?
I never made any claims to know everything. I would never make that claim. That's irrelevant.
You're trying to discredit him because it's been a while since the fact that he's reporting is unwilling to be refuted by you?
And he very clearly said, "Oh, okay, you changing names now." Wow.
Here, buddy. Here. I'll post the link for you there.
If you don't want to do the math, you cannot discredit the thing that you won't Google. Just Google Lookout Point.
Really, lookoutmountain.com. Again, it's a famous little place. You can learn all about it. You can read all about it. You can go on Google Earth. You can look at its elevation. All the other points that you're making about, I don't know if it's like flat terrain. No, it's a mountain. Of course, it's not flat terrain. I said everything that I said, and you seem to want to go in a different direction and say other silly things. Irrelevant. Again, I gave you a nice example that you can stick in your back pocket. And remember, there's weird people. One of those guys, he said something about Lookout Mountain. Let me check that out. Let me do some math, right? You said you took a physics class and you've done math. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you are capable of such things. So I gave you an example that you can take and use to learn and see for yourself.
He doesn't want to.
Oh, I know.
It's my name back, or are you going to continue to be Stalin? Because it seems like all of you guys want to just, do the same thing and be Stalin.
You're Putin on air as if you're calling him Stalin.
Putin on air. I like the pun.
I don't think that I've done anything. I'm not trying to mute people. I just asked him to kindly mute himself.
You're just not being intellectually honest.
Once again, he's talking over me.
You're not trying to mute people. You just want them to voluntarily mute themselves. And why do you have the sole authority over who gets to talk and who doesn't? People get interrupted every day when they have conversations. And it's a matter of how you deal with it. And you're dealing with it like you're a 13-year-old girl.
Then why did I get muted?
You're talking about the topic. You're just talking about talking. So use your time to make a point, man. If you have any.
Yeah, and the pictures are being posted in the.
You guys have like something mentally wrong in your head.
Uh-huh.
All right. I just have in our head.
Make the point, or we're gonna mute you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, why does he even think it's a globe in the first place? He probably doesn't even know.
Who is it? Well, he thought it was a globe because he could swear that he saw the Earth's curvature from a plane altitude, but
Yeah, he should be count his lucky stars. He's still in here.
I don't think that you've looked out a plane window before.
Give him 15 seconds.
I don't even think that
already. We told you that your scientist.
Can you please not talk over me, Jenny?
Don't talk to her like that.
Calm down.
I agree.
I'm gonna interrupt this. Mr. Elmer Fudd Sophist, you better come up with some substantive arguments other than your third grade playground innuendo, or your time here is going to be ended. Do you understand me?
Jenny, get back in the kitchen.
I can't help you, man. You did this to yourself.
Yeah.
You did this to yourself. You don't even listen to your own
He's gone.
He said it.
Danny, he left that last one, just here, take this, and then ran away.
It is a great example, though, for newbies that actually care. The Lookout Mountain math and seeing Kentucky. It was one of the earliest ones that I was looking into when I was new to the subject, and I was just like, huh. You know how people say, "I'll be darned." Well, I don't believe in those forms of self curses and vernacular, but the expression and its meaning in its colloquial sense, I completely resonate with. I was like, "You got to be kidding! That's amazing." You can't see Kentucky according to the globe. It doesn't mathematically work. So it's a real life example that you can point to for people, and they can make up excuses like they always do. But in reality, if anybody's being intellectually honest, Lookout Mountain's an excellent example.
Yet he was afraid to Google it.
I know. He was being sanctimonious, which is never. Who likes? Very few people can tolerate sanctimonious.
It's a bad look.
Yeah, 90% of the people in here don't know what sanctimonious is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm one of the 10%, I guess.
Slapped in the real world if he said any of the stuff he said in real life. Somebody would have slapped him. Like, oh, wow.
Yeah, and you can't say something and run away as fast as he did when he hit end call.
Yeah,
it'll still be within a foot chase.
Within throwing range, right? Of things, of stuff.
I'm not a long range runner, but I'm a sprinter. So say that shit and run away.
I used to throw rocks at coconuts to get them down.
I could totally say some, but it would be unladylike. He ran away like a little. All right, I'm gonna say it anyway. He ran away like a little pussy bitch.
I'm just saying, like, if you get angry, don't say like sexist stuff, things that might get you smacked.
Oh wow. Okay, right. Yeah, I forgot.
Kentucky.
Let's say the down thing.
So Black Mountain. I'm just posting some like for anybody that is a little bit on the nerdy side and stuff. I'm just posting some stuff so you can have it as a reference point. Reply highest point in Kentucky.
Nerd.
Yeah, I'm not offended.
What triggered him? That Mr. I Need Indio guy. Like, wow, what was it? Did he just come in and troll, or?
Yeah, you know, he I don't know. He wasn't even trying that hard.
Well, I think he came in here with a bunch of assumptions, like about us. I don't think he did any research about any of the stuff we're talking about here. And we started talking about the geometric horizon, and it got too real for him, and he just spiraled as usual.
You got it.
Did you guys go through Flat Earth Society at least, just to get him off the troll tip?
No, I don't. I mean, unless somebody did that in BC check-in.
Because I think Flat Earth Society turns people into those kinds of trolls, like gets them all like gas lit, and they come in here like that. That's why I try to go through the Flat Earth Society first, explain to them who they're dealing with.
I think you guys mentioned Flat Earth Society more than necessary, because most people don't go to Flat Earth Society forums or website or whatever it is. They hear about Flat Earth stuff from like Professor Dave and Simon Dan on YouTube.
Define most people.
Yeah, how do you know though?
The majority of people.
How do you know?
But certain gamers, right? Certain troll gamers, they'll hear about Flat Earth Society and get so gaslit and triggered, they'll come here and start trolling. Start assuming, like thinking this is Flat Earth Society. That's some people. I think that guy could be one of those people.
I think most people at some point in the last 10 years have become mildly curious about Flat Earth to some degree or another. And at least most people have found their way to Flat Earth Society and then totally rejected the notion altogether.
Yeah, what Flat Earth
because
Society?
of the garbage that's posted on Flat Earth Society.
Where on Flat Earth Society?
What do you mean?
Is there a website?
Yeah.
What is it?
If you haven't noticed, NASA does not address us.
What's the website? Go.
They address the Flat Earth
If it's
Society.
so popular, what's the website? Go.
The Flat Earth Society.
Dot.
I don't know if
you don't even know. Exactly. That's my point. No one fucking goes there.
What I'm talking about.
You can't see people go to the Flat Earth Society when they don't. Like, it's a website that hardly anyone frequents.
Google Flat Earth. It's on the first page.
They don't go to Flat Earth Society because they have YouTube. They have
exactly.
They have Vsauce. They have NASA. They have all these.
Bro, who am I hearing when I'm deafened? What the fuck? Is this just me or?
What?
Sorry, I'm deafened.
That's exactly my point. Everyone goes to YouTube. Like, not everyone, but the huge majority of people go to YouTube and they don't mess with the Flat Earth Society crap.
Yeah.
I'm curious about how you formulated that statistic. How do you?
Because I am Flat Earth Society.
The majority of people do.
I am Flat Earth Society, and they don't come to me anymore.
Flat Earth. They're not Flat Earth Society, dude. No,
I don't think you've done any research or any correlation.
I think you're just kind of mad that I'm right.
No, you might actually be right, but I don't think you have a basis to claim that you're right.
The thing about Flat Earth Society, man, is they use a lot of our
Alexa on the charts.
They use a lot of our arguments. Like, they post a lot of the books that we post. If you go look it up, it'll send you to Flat Earth Society. It's not going to take you to art.org. It's going to take you to Flat Earth Society or some other.
It's not going to take you here.
It's not going to bring you here. Yeah, I did some research on the website. It was all done in one day. Everything. Uploads, all the books, everything's all done in one day.
All right.
Statistically, I'd say it's more likely that people Google something and then they don't even click any of the links. They just look at the most common result on the first page and then they close the tab and move on with their lives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Curious or intellectually honest with yourself, or have a basis and foundation in scientific acumen in order to even know whether or not something smells fishy and needs to be looked into more.
So I like to correct when I make wildly, inappropriately wrong statements. I said something like 80 miles. Whoopsie. It's not that extreme. But it is significant enough that that the point still remains. Just 80 miles is outrageously incorrect. So I posted it in the chat. So the target hidden. So again, from Chattanooga to the highest point in Kentucky is 220 miles. That highest point is 4,145 feet in elevation at its highest point. But the target,
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Let him finish.
But the target hidden height is 17,095 feet. So, approximately 13,000-ish feet below the horizon is what the highest point in Kentucky. Now, if you look at Google Maps at Catherine or Black Mountain and its location, it's not necessarily the absolute closest. But what I was doing, it's fairly close as far as Kentucky is concerned. But what I was doing was trying to stillman the possibility that you could see anything at all, and you can't even see the tallest, or couldn't possibly see the tallest thing in all of Kentucky, even if it was. I'll have to find a closer location and try
17,000 feet. That's the obscured or hidden height, right? Not the actual elevation of the objects that cannot be seen.
That's the hidden height, which means if you're referring to a 4,000 foot tall thing, then 13,000. Then the 4,000 foot peak would be 13,000 feet below the horizon. Right.
Gotcha.
So like the closest point to Kentucky from Chattanooga is maybe 156-ish miles as the crow flies. I'm kind of ballparking because I'm basing that off of walking directions, which is about the straightest line you can get with Google Maps. I'm sure you could hop in Google Earth and draw a straight line and all that, but well, never mind. I know how to do it. I'm just being lazy. You just do the right click thing. But anyway, there's no mountains at the tippy tip of Kentucky that would validate even that 150-mile distance from Chattanooga. So seeing Kentucky, the claim that you can see Kentucky is, if it's a globe, is just a lie. But you can, and therefore the other thing is the lie.
Or at the very least, the other thing needs some extraordinary scientific proof of how it could be observed that way, despite the reality being contradictory.
Well, refraction and gravity.
7/6 R? Yeah. Where'd you get R?
There you go. How long was that proof? That's your best proof. Watch this one. Globetard. Show an elevation angle with a curved baseline. End of argument. See what I mean?
Crickets.
Yeah, not saying that that's not a good one, but my word. You'll lose half these crayon munchers in the first sentence. Right?
You talk about most of them couldn't follow along with this Lookout Mountain.
No way.
Yeah, I understand. Benefit of the doubt. I know. I play the game of giving people the benefit of the doubt all of the time. I'm disappointed regularly, but I still keep on going because it makes people feel good. Maybe, I don't know. Hypothetically, at least I gave me the benefit of the doubt.
Just a point of order, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Not disparaging your proof or anything. Just saying.
I've been petitioning Crayola for 3 years to make their crayons flavored because I'm so tired of eating a blue one and then a yellow one and a brown one, and they all taste the same. Would like some variety, please?
Love it.
They used to have those markers back in the day that smelled like different flavors. Can you just do that with crayons?
If you want to taste what the green crayon tastes like, you just eat the blue and the yellow one. No, just eat the blue and yellow one together.
Doesn't work like that. I have synesthesia. I taste purple.
So hey guys,
blue and yellow, not blue and red.
We have some new people that just got VC verified. Just joined the chat.
Chief Keef. Sos.
We've got Yeah, Chief Sosa in the house. Looks like Cloud already bounced. And then we also have that one guy who's new to the server as well. Welcome to the server, gentlemen.
Which one guy?
That one guy.
Which? I'm kidding.
Under the T section, that one guy.
I'm kidding, man.
So yeah, that one guy, or Chief, do you guys have any questions for the panel? The people here in the room?
Okay, so what about the compass at the equator? Why does it spaz out when you get to the equator? Because if the world was flat, that would never happen.
It doesn't?
Does it do that?
Or what about the North and South Pole then?
What about
What South Pole?
What South Pole?
I can mean what's South Pole?
Yeah, what
North Pole?
Playing Dark Souls or something. No, like
don't you need curvature for that?
Yeah, because the world is round. I mean, like
where? Because we all observe the same Earth, and there's no curvature anywhere. So where do you?
Size. If you go up high enough, you're going to see curvature. But
how high? Wait, how high?
Fuck if I know how high.
Why would you? Why would you say that then?
Because it's basic. It's fucking basic science. Whatever you want to say.
It's basic science. This ain't no science.
Fuck the fun of a science boy.
Science boy.
I'm saying, where is your
fucking science, bro?
The claims that you can back up.
The Earth is flat.
There's no curvature, so.
So where's your proof?
Hey, Gospel Bear, watch this. Show a curved baseline while acquiring an elevation angle there, brother.
Oh, give him a month.
Yeah,
you said it backwards.
He can even follow that along.
Where is he? Who was I talking to?
I think no. Who? Yeah, I don't remember. Who was that?
That one guy. There's always one guy.
Is it that one guy? So with celestial navigation, they use sextants. Sextants are used to acquire elevation angles to celestial navigate. So you need to show how you can acquire an elevation angle with a curved baseline. Can you do that?
Fuck no. I'm sure someone can though.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Flat Earth, my left nutsack.
Yeah, it's that easy. It's it. Do you have a rebuttal to that?
A fucking waddle?
Oh my goodness.
Waddle?
I think I speak English.
Of equal altitude.
This guy.
You don't know what rebuttal is? Told you, Gospel Bear. What I tell you?
I know, but because I like to beat dead horses on the regular, on metaphorically speaking, of course. I did post in the chat for anybody that really likes thoroughness. Again, the closest point of Kentucky, 150 miles. I'm just beating a dead horse here. 150 miles from Chattanooga to the closest point of Kentucky. Okay. The target hidden distance is 5,418 feet. The tallest point in all of the state of Kentucky is 4,100 feet or 4,145 feet. Therefore, according to the globe math, it is a technical impossibility to see any portion of Kentucky whatsoever. However, you do see Kentucky from Lookout Mountain, and it's carved in stone, and you can check it out for yourself. And that goes for the people watching live stream and any of that. It's a simple thing.
And that's not under special weather conditions. It's pretty ubiquitous. Unless it's foggy or overcast like crazy, you can see. If you can see a distance, you can see Kentucky.
Yeah. And South Carolina and Georgia and obviously Georgia, but
North Virginia, South Virginia,
Alabama, Arkansas.
Anyway, it's neat. It's a really neat thing, and it's a simple thing for anybody that you find that cares about intellectual honesty. I highly recommend that example. I know
Isn't that what it really all comes down to, though? Is do you appreciate intellectual honesty or not?
Yeah, it's tough. I know I'm asking a lot, but
it's really not. It's just in your nature, I guess, whether you're one or the other.
Yeah. Some people
I know
rather
the immutable factor in who I am is I want to know the truth. I don't give any preferential treatment to one idea or the other. I want to know what is most logical, what is most sound, what is most provable, what is true. I don't want to live a lie. I want to live the truth.
We live in a world where people occupy 7 hours of their day, maybe even 9 or 10 hours of their day, just salivating over feet pics. So in this kind of world, guys, in this kind of world that we live in, where this is a regular activity, my expectations are just unrealistic.
I feel I could never be like that just as much as I feel like I could never change somebody who is like that. Does that make sense?
Oh, that makes sense. I get it.
I feel like you're born that way.
Hey everyone, I have like a question. So, like in your view of the Earth, like the flat Earth, what does the magnetic field look like?
Can you see the magnetic field? Would be my question.
No, like basically like your analogy of it. Like what
So,
would
like,
it be like?
you mean like how compasses point north?
No, like how we have an analogy of like the globe, like of how the globe magnetic field looks like, you know?
So you were asking the question of the cause of the magnetic field. Is that kind of the base of your question?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah. My answer would be, who knows? The one who made it would know the answer to that question, but I wouldn't begin to speculate personally.
I would say that the molten nickel iron core at the center of a planet is a preposterous explanation for the magnetic field because it's 1,000+ degrees beyond the Curie point. Can have no magnetic field.
Oh my gosh, that's such a funny. Was that a joke, or was somebody actually typing like that?
Yeah, he was joking.
Oh, okay. Curie point. I've got to Google the Curie point. Yeah.
Nice mechanical keyboard.
Molten ferric metals exhibit no electromagnetic properties. Period.
Yeah, so that's a dumb explanation.
I think it's a magnetic monopole.
I would say that the magnetic fields of the Earth look the way that they do on the Earth, which measures flat at its surface.
Yeah, toroidal.
A circuit, whatever you want to call it and stuff. And questioning the cause requires knowledge that we don't seem to have access to. It's in the realm of speculation, as far as I can tell. Unless somebody can explain to me otherwise why it is not speculative that we can actually determine definitively that nature. It's only a question of speculation.
Cause only matters when the effect is variable. If the effect never changes, then what the fuck is the point of knowing what the cause is if it's never going to change?
But knowing that there is a cause or not denying that there is a cause, I think is important. But you're talking about
to deny or proclaim.
Okay, so you're talking about the realm of constants.
Right. If it's a constant, then cause and effect is kind of irrelevant because the effect is a constant in and of itself. So why even concern yourself with the cause if there's nothing you could do that would affect whether or not it continues or doesn't continue, goes up, goes down? If you can't affect it at all and it's just a constant, then is cause irrelevant or not?
I agree with you. The answer to that question, I think, exists in the realm of people who make claims that it is going to change, i.e., global cooling, global warming, oceans flooding the earth. The
burdens
rising.
On them.
Correct. Yeah. But those are assumptions. right? People assume that those things are going to pass, therefore that's why they have the question. Just like the planet, well, if all the other planets are round, then why isn't it? It's these assumptions that lead to these irrelevant questions.
Is there fluctuation in the Earth's magnetic field?
There's aberration.
I wouldn't know. I don't play with, magnets all that much, except on my refrigerator.
There is deviation in the southern hemisphere to the compass that you have to account for to get true north.
I have a feeling that there's possible explanations for that would bring that into I don't know.
Hey, do you want to get into them, or should we move on?
Well, you say that there's deviations at a certain point of latitude, and my brain just intuitively goes, well, maybe there's not deviations, maybe there's just a perception issue, maybe where you think you are on the map. I don't know, but again,
in navigation, you literally have to adjust, and they design compasses to adjust by a certain number of degrees based on where you are to have true north, because the magnetic field is not due south. It kind of is a ever so slight spiral. You know what I mean? Like,
I do.
If it was straight, but you have a lot of, and you twisted it just a little bit.
You have a lot of magnetic declination in the south, right?
Right. Exactly.
So that spiral is almost like what would happen if you're taking your... Sorry, if you're like putting your finger in water and twirling it about in a circle, similar to the transit of the sun and the moon, for instance. And you have a trailing line. The closer, the wave closer to your finger is straight, but further away. I don't know. That's a terrible analogy, probably. Yeah. I don't know.
It's more like the magnetic field lines do not go straight from north to south. They're
Which
also
kind of makes sense to me.
At the same time.
I don't know how to explain it. Yeah.
Look up toroidal fields, and
yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
Cut it in half, the top half of it. That's basically the surface of Earth, and there's a twist to it, and you have to adjust to the twist more and more the further away you get from the center.
Which to me actually seems to point very much to validating it makes more sense on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense on a globe.
Correct, because it should be symmetrical.
Right.
If ball. There's a million, maybe not a million, but there's a lot of reasons.
Compasses point north. They don't point south. There is no South Pole. There's only a North Pole that we can measure scientifically and prove exists.
But if one direction is pointing north, then by default the other direction is south.
Hey, if you're standing on the North Pole and you're looking any direction, which direction are you facing? South.
Mm-hmm. That's not fair.
Every direction from the North Pole is south. Flat or globe.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently these things are measured, like magnetic flux is measured, I think, by NOAA. And there is a website where you can see these displayed on a azimuthal equidistant map. It's bobwinds.com, WINDS, Bob Wins.
Neat website. Yeah, pretty. But that's supposed to be magnetic lines.
So if you go to down at the bottom, you'll see category. It'll say wind, magnetic flux, and oceans. Yeah.
I see.
You can do height adjustments for all of that as well.
0 kilometers.
Which just reinforces that it's extremely dynamic and not static.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at that and you go, it seems to have a strong correlation to the transit of the sun and the moon. And
almost as if the magnetic lines of flux that are coming from, let's say, the north or whatever, are being disturbed by the patterns of the sun and the moon.
I'm not sure how valid these at the 3,000 mile elevation. I have a feeling that this is like a simulation, right?
Have you ever heard of atmospheric weather balloons and
3,000 miles? Though 3,000 miles.
I'm fucking with you.
Oh, okay. I was like,
3,000 miles. That's like low orbit geosynchronous for satellites and shit. If you believe in that sort of thing.
What's up, Iron?
Hey, Godric. How you doing?
Iron, I think about you every time I look up on my wall and see my original painting, which I call the Purple Mountain.
Purple Mountain's Majesty?
Yes, majestic majesty.
My country, 'tis of thee. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I still miss it. It's my background on my iPad. I have a hard time selling my paintings.
I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna put a picture of it in live stream to see how beautiful it is. Everybody can see it.
Make sure you take a good one because it's hard to take a good picture of it.
Oh, I just snapped it with my phone like in 2 seconds.
My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my father died, land of the countryside.
There is badass. Oh, it's coming. It's like taking its time, right? Because it's so like pixelated. No, I'm sorry, because it's so in depth. It's just taking its time. There we go.
Yeah, that's not even the full thing of it. That's a cropped picture.
It's very cropped. Yeah, I just showed the Purple Mountain. There's like more on the side and the.
You need to clean it, man. I see all kinds of dust up on there.
Oh, dude, are you serious? Oh man, I didn't know that. I'm gonna clean it.
Give it a little brush with the like Huggies wet wipe, because it's got a what you call it, enamel coating. So
that's the best. That's the best $350 I've spent in my life.
The enamel will protect it from any water, so you can use like a little wet wipe or like diaper wipe and get all that lint and dust off of there real easy. If you try to use a wet paper towel, you're just going to get all kinds of more lint left behind. So don't do that. Show a zoomed out version though, or I will.
Do you have it show? Let's see what you have on your computer. I didn't know you had a picture of my painting.
This is a good zoomed out far distance one, but it shows our conversation, so we're about to get exposed as knowing.
I don't mind doxing, you know. I don't have nothing to hide.
All you said was thumbs up, I think.
It's not sexual?
No, not that kind of thumbs up. Come on, man. It should be up. Oh, no, it was me that did the thumbs up. It's a little dark. But that's a picture you sent to me. Oh. Shit. All right, back to Flat Earth.
So I was calling out, what's his name? Gospel, because he's using that infinity word like it's a thing, and it causes confusion in scientific debates like Flat Earth, I think.
Yeah, and I agreed with you. That's why I aided you. Because it's a word that's used for too many different things. For us all to understand and agree upon a definition of a word, and words have meanings and definitions matter, we need to eliminate the redundancies that are not in line with the multitude of interpretations you could take away from it. So we need to make up new words, or we need to police the way we use our words that we have right now better. Because he was abusing the word.
That's right. I was just discussing it with the Glober, and he started out with, we're talking about light and distance, and he's talking about, yeah, well, if the light's bright enough, you can see to infinity. That's what he opened up with. And right. You can tell that didn't go very well.
I thought making up words was the reason why it got us all here in the first place. I'm just saying.
You're not wrong.
Oh, man. What you talking about, Willis?
I was just saying that earlier today, and nobody knew what I was talking about.
I'm going to have to make a Willis tag, and Bong's going to be the first one.
Stop touching me, Mr. Drummer.
Oh, God, that's funny, but it's not fucking funny.
I know, it is, but it isn't.
Stop touching me, Biden.
Man. That ruined all those children from that show, man. Fucked them all up. All three of them.
A show that didn't get fucked up?
Well, I mean, I'm sure, yeah, there's always some kid that gets messed up from a show, but 3 of them from one show? That's all I'm saying.
Didn't Willis turn into a junkie?
He sure as fuck did. And the other girl was messed up, and then...
Tootie? Wait, no. That was from Facts of Life, right?
Yeah, no. I forget the names. I'd have to look it up. It's been too long.
She's dead, too, right?
She had issues. I forget what. Like I said, it's been too long. But and then Gary Coleman, he didn't live a very long life.
But he did get to run for governor of California. You got to give him that. He
Wait a minute.
Before he went home.
Was that in like 2016 or 17?
I think it was more like 2006 or 2005.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Wow, I didn't know that.
I think it was when Arnold Schwarzenegger ran for the first time. He was like, well, if he can do it, I can do it.
Well, if he had to have witnessed something or knew about some things, and I mean, I know he wasn't he technically like, what was his condition even? Do you remember? Was he actually a child or an adult?
No, I forget what it's called, but it's a developmental disorder that makes you basically stay adolescent your whole life.
Okay, so was he technically an adult in the show?
Yeah, he was like Webster.
In real life?
Andy Milonakis. You know who that is?
I think I do. It sounds familiar.
Well, he's another one who had that was in TV. He would like go to liquor stores and try to buy booze. It was like quasi jackass stuff around the same time. It was on MTV. He had his own show, but he would pretend to be a kid doing adult things. And he was allowed to go to strip clubs and allowed to go into bars and allowed to buy booze. But everybody was like, "You're a kid."
Yeah, back to what I was saying, though, that iconic phrase that the little brother said. He's like, "What you talking about, Willis?"
Yeah.
What you talking about, Willis? I did it. I can't even do it justice. That was a horrible rendition.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to practice it. I love saying it though. It's fun.
His name was Gary Coleman.
Thank you.
The guy who finished my parents' basement and made it like a living space. His name was Gary Coleman. So, his name was Gary Cole, not Gary Coleman. But I would always call him Willis.
Why are you bringing that up?
Fuck with him.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He was kind of a dick. It was okay.
He was? Okay, yeah.
It was 6 months behind and over budget. I was going to call him Willis.
Willis.
Anyway, enough about me.
I just think it's funny, like some things that stick in your head. Like from the movie Castaway. Wilson. I mean, he didn't crack his voice like I just did, but funny. Yeah, it's such a shame.
If Wilson's a globe, then aren't we a globe?
Globies just don't understand. They don't understand their own, what they think is a model. Because it's not taught in school, that's why they don't know it. So bizarre. All right, Seb, is that supposed to be some popular TikToker that sits in front of the camera and eats food? I think they call them mukbangers. Mukbang. I don't understand. It's so crazy. Okay. That was like from early YouTube days, wasn't it? I do believe so. It might even been before YouTube. I vaguely remember the gentleman, the kid. I think that was before Shane Dawson. Yep, Andy Milonakis definitely was somebody got more airtime than others. Who dat?
Talking about Jenny.
Andy Milonakis.
Who?
Andy Milonakis, if we're pronouncing it correctly. I didn't say the name to begin with. I was talking about Willis. Like as in, what you talking about, Willis?
Just so you guys know, I'm not proud of it, but I have met Gary Coleman and Willis in real life.
Oh, wow.
They both lived in LA, so that was where I lived, and they both visited the Hollywood Park Casino. That's
So
why.
was it bizarre meeting them, or was it just, I don't know, I've never met a famous person.
No, they weren't happy. You can tell they had big problems, and the brother, I don't know what his name is. I forget what his name is.
Yeah, whatever.
He was definitely a crack addict.
Oh, yeah. That was known. That's not something that was secret at all. He had a problem.
No, I'm confirming that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's horrible.
Yes, that show messed them all up, and that's terrible what they did to those kids.
Well, the girl had problems, and, the Gary must have seen some shit. Who knows? There's no telling.
I'm not sure if anybody survived. Was it Todd? Is he still alive?
I don't think so. Todd Bridges. Now that you say his first name, I remember the last name. There was a super creepy episode on that whole horrible topic.
Todd Bridges doing a funniest video show.
I don't know. I'd have to cheat and look him up.
World's Dumbest Criminals or something? Yes, you will. I think it's World's Dumbest Criminals or something.
That's yeah. Well, it's kind of like the same kind of story we see with other stars that are on the world stage that get that prime time exposure or what have you, whatever the case may be. And the biggest one, and that's Britney Spears. Is that the whole thing an act?
Just to say, Todd Bridges is still alive. He's 56 years old.
Really? Okay. I mean, is the whole thing an act? Is it an entire script? Like how they ruined MTV with reality shows, quote unquote reality shows? Is that how it is on the world stage?
If you remember MTV,
like Britney Spears isn't a tortured individual. She's just living her best life and shit.
If you remember MTV, the first time it started, it came with two huge speakers, and they had a video where you're on the moon and you're blasting music, and it has MTV cartoon logo, and they're on the moon in astronaut suits. And this is how they first introduced MTV.
Mm-hmm. You are exactly right, sir. Thank you for that little tidbit of history. I mean, in the first video was a one-hit wonder song, I do believe it was, group. And video killed the radio star. And then you had that one group as Oh My MTV. Who was that, you guys? I can't remember right off the top of my head. Take me a minute. That was a good song, though.
Dire Straits.
Dire Straits, yeah. Money for nothing.
Chicks for free.
Yes, sir. That's what they said.
Refrigerators.
Good stuff, man. Yep, and then they fucked it all up with this reality TV shit. Okay, so what if it went for 5 years? Fine. After that, you're beating a dead horse. I guess they changed their demographic good enough because they've been keeping it going for several decades, like 2 decades now. Because my child was really small when this was first happening. And she's a fully grown adult now.
Survivor was one of the first reality TV shows, but they were winning $1 million. So that was something.
I have to disagree with you, sir. And I might not even be right with the one that I have, and that is Cops. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Yep. That's definitely scripted shit, people. Come on now. Hey, Bong. What's up, Willis?
Hard.
My favorite Willis is here.
Hardcore, right? It's like a hardcore cop show, like.
Can you think of another reality show before that? You guys, seriously though, because I could be stand corrected. I'd be all right with it.
Survivor.
No, that wasn't before Cops. Cops was like in the early 80s.
Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Unsolved Mysteries.
No.
No.
Most Wanted.
America's
Most Wanted?
No, that was more like news, kind of like life
How about
for
American
women
Idol?
stuff or something. I don't know.
America's Funniest Video. Home video.
It's kind of hard
Reality
to, you know, wait, why are you calling that a reality show? Like, it seems like you should be calling Cops a reality show, and all those other things you're calling reality shows, you shouldn't call those reality shows.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you, absolutely. But these are what they tell us is reality. But it's not. It's all scripted. So if it's scripted on TV, what they give us with that, I mean, so on the world stage, they do this.
Repo thing that was on too.
So my idea is that people like Britney Spears, who are tortured allegedly their whole lives, they're not really tortured. They're just putting on a show for their money.
I got one. 9/11. Oh no, the JFK assassination. Yeah.
Okay, Willis, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Siri.
I mean, traumatized the shit out of everybody.
Okay.
But happened on TV was real, reality, right? Is it?
Yeah, that's true. I'll go with you on that. Yeah, because
moon landing, that was like super early.
That was an event. I'm talking about a reality show. Yes, an event. It was absolutely a reality event.
It was a television event.
Yes.
Television.
A special televised event to gain
the greatest television event of all time.
Actually, yeah, that we know of.
And we lost the technology.
I mean, the amount of fear that caused across the whole earth. It was.
Can you imagine if the Russians got to the moon before America? Everybody would have died. Yep. It's a good thing America got.
How did we swing onto that? That was Bong's fault. But no, we're talking about reality shows. What were we talking about before reality shows, you guys? Do you remember?
Wait. Back to the moon landing thing. Like, oh yeah, and we'll never go back. That's why it's the greatest one we'll ever have. The greatest television event of all time.
Oh, no, that would be a boomer event. That's a baby boomer televised event, you guys. Because my own mother has said it. My own mother said that to me. We went to the moon. I saw it live on TV. My mother.
Part of history. What? I was a part of history.
Your mother's lying.
Bite your tongue. What's wrong with you, boy?
No, she's telling the truth. She did see it on TV, but, you know, was that the moon?
She was lied to. I don't know what where you're coming from.
It's called patriotism, right?
Your mother's a bold-faced liar.
Patriotism. I was there when it happened, honey, on TV.
I know. Earth's the globe because TV said so.
Yeah. Well, when men landed on the moon, we saw it on TV. So, yeah, there's that.
It was on TV, so that makes it true. That's what the whole world believes. They have fallen into the religion of scientism.
Don't believe a word your mother says ever.
Oh.
Yeah, they brought golf clubs. Those golf clubs look like my golf clubs. What are you saying? They faked that thing? What's wrong with you?
What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?
How they're driving around? Yeah. And this is a real camera, right? On the moon.
The moon is the biggest bullshit in the world. It's crazy to me how people believe that crap.
Imagine the photos you can get from the moon. If you could take photos from the moon of the Earth, I mean, photos of the Earth.
Like they were there for so long. It was so easy, no worries. They even got to play some rounds of golf. Like, why didn't they stay longer? If it was that much of a cakewalk, why didn't they just stay longer and set up some more things? And why were they in such a rush to get home?
The coolest thing about the moon is the moon buggy. That's because of that, I'm gonna be an astronaut.
It's not natural to not have a lot of photos of the Earth from the moon. It's not it's not. It's not even human to go to the moon and come back and not a lot of photos. Just Hollywood production. That looks fake.
But the problem,
You just set up a permanent station. You'd have, an eye on the full globe all the time. You could just send these images with high resolution, just like the Tesla car that's up there. What a joke.
Up there.
Imagine the usability of that. If there's ever some sort of asteroid or something like that they claim is going to be hitting the Earth, you could get a bird's eye view of it approaching and stuff like that. They're just liars, though.
You'd think we'd have a moon base by now.
You would think.
2022.
You would think they would have went back to the moon.
Yeah.
I mean, Branson can definitely afford it, and it's the other guys.
It's not a question of funds.
Hang on. It's too expensive. That's why we can't go back. That's what they said. We have to respect that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, sorry, that wasn't it. It was because we lost the technology.
Mm-hmm. And it's a painful process. You know why it's painful? Because they can't do it. Period.
Let me explain to you. I keep telling you guys, you have to listen. The reason how we lost the technology is because that moon shuttle, that goes to the moon, it runs on an 8-track tape. And there ain't no more 8-track tape players. See, so it doesn't work anymore. No, nothing? Okay. Tough audience.
Has anyone ever lost technology ever in their life, in the history of technology? Did anybody?
All the time, bro. All the time.
What? What's up?
We're always using technology. Like, how do we make the pyramids?
Yeah. Like, why is this guy saying? Why Don Pettit? I mean, he sounds like he doesn't know what he's saying. Now he's saying stuff like lost the technology. Like, what? Really?
But no, because even if they
don't you dare insult Don Pettit.
Even if they
He's
had
a national hero.
Even if they found that the telemetry data, there's nothing to play it back, man. There's just nothing they can do.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to double speak well. You know what I mean?
He double speaks plus good. Double plus good.
The science guy. It's like, no, that's Bill Nye. And the repair guy. And the coffee guy? Yeah.
Did you guys see my post yesterday about Space Force? They posted that at Flat Earth Scene. I'm on my feelings saw that. It's really getting blatant now. In season 2. I'll post it again.
Cricket?
Alright, what the hell's going on here?
I'm rolling some Indian tobacco up. I don't know about everybody else. I don't know why you're quiet.
Indian, is it?
Yeah. Dot, not feather. Some Kush. Is The Truman Show a flat Earth movie? Go.
Dovid, mic check. Are you there, Dovid? All right, then.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How are you?
Just living life.
Me too. Cheers.
Hell yeah. You a flat earth?
Si, senor.
Yo, question. Do you get paid? Do you get paid?
Absolutely not. If anything, it's harder for me to use payment options and credit cards and banks and stuff like that. They don't tend to smile on people like us. Quite the opposite of being paid. Good luck keeping your job if your boss finds out you're a flat earther.
Oh, damn. That's rough. I thought you guys got paid because it's like so weird. I don't know. Just from my perspective.
No, that's a suspicion that is based not in reality. Do you get paid to ask me that?
No, sadly.
See, I wish we could both get paid to have this conversation. That'd be nice, right?
Hell yeah, that'd be awesome.
No, we're mostly here because we're not interested in Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and crap like that. So you got to fill your hours with something.
You don't watch TV?
Netflix and Hulu from time to time, and it's usually rewatching the same shit over and over again. But as far as new TV or having cable or satellite, no.
Damn. Yo, so I remember hearing this like a long time ago that you guys don't believe in World War II.
What? Oh wait, is this coming from this crazy kid who's been around for about a year and a half who thinks that Pearl Harbor couldn't have happened on a flat Earth? Is this a derivation of that guy's insane argument that's been repeated over and over?
That's not me.
Okay, good, because he's nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, World War II happened. Who denies World War II occurring?
It was just some old guy that said like World War II was just made up to.
Do you mean contrived, as in it was orchestrated to be brought about for other means and ends?
No, he said it was based on for entertainment.
Governments, and population reduction. Or do you mean that it's a myth that it never happened? Like my grandpa didn't serve in the Signal Corps and the Navy in 1944.
No, he thought it was just for entertainment purposes.
So it was a war that wasn't really needing to be fought, but they just did like the Colosseum at Rome. Just throw some assholes in.
It was just some fake.
For entertainment.
That's what the guy was saying. It was a flat earther that was saying that stuff.
Well, we're not all coming from one place. You need to understand that. We're a very diverse group of people. The fact of the flat Earth unites us, but we're still very unique individuals in and of ourselves. So we're not likely to agree on which is the best kind of pie, or what's your favorite color, or anything else. But we have still all united under the same conclusion that the Earth is flat. That's about all we share in common.
I see.
So any attempt to make us into some other group and define us in some way is really just straw manning us.
Yeah. I realized that you guys are like really smart. Did you guys go to like college and stuff?
Many of us, yes. Many of us, no.
Fake?
Some of us, yes.
Some people told me that you guys are just being fake smart.
Define fake smart.
Like that black swan thing. That one really got me.
It's just a logical fallacy to say that all swans are white, and if somebody shows you a picture of a black swan, then you have to retract your statement that they're all white. They're not all white. They're mostly white. Maybe. That would be a more reasonable statement to make. But if you won't pull back from all of them are white, even though I'm showing you a black one, then you're an idiot. And you're disingenuous. Yeah. You're intellectually dishonest with yourself and others. It's idiomatic. It's symbolic. It's a metaphor that allows you to understand just what is happening logically. If you make a claim that says 100%, then it doesn't take any more than 0.000000001% to prove that 100% is not true.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about that picture.
How does that make anybody fake smart?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know the picture with the oil rigs.
How does that make you fake smart? Yeah. Because, with the oil rigs, that one. Saying it makes people fake smart is because that's clearly someone's just on a hill in Georgia.
How
Somebody's
high is
on a
that
hill?
That hill could be 30 feet, 40 feet, 100 feet, and you
can look that up. You can look that up. I already did it. This is a photographer that
the thing about the scientific method is that it has to be repeatable and empirical, and it has been repeated multiple times from the same location, and people filming it, so you can see that they're not on a hill. And yet you can see too far. Way farther than too far. 6 times further than too far. The Earth would be bigger than the sun if the curvature of the Black Swan photo was applied to some sort of radius.
Yeah,
it's called math. And if you're going to rely upon it, you should be able to do it yourself. Otherwise, you're just taking somebody's word for it on faith as if it's true without doing your due diligence and poring over the numbers, the figures, the facts. Science is a liar sometimes. Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Best show ever. Watch it.
Here, I have a picture to show you. I did a quick Google search.
Can you see around corners? I can't.
You said you can?
I said I cannot.
Meaning
Meaning, do you possess the ability to see around a corner?
I mean, you can with a camera.
You have a camera that can see around corners?
I mean, if you put your arm around a corner, yeah.
Well, the camera's around the corner. It's not seeing around the corner. You're just not able to see what the camera can see. That's not what we're talking about. Can you see through an obstruction?
No.
By definition, no, you cannot. Because it obstructs your vision.
Did you look at that, the...
Were you asking a question and you got disconnected or lost your train of thought?
Oh no, I sent you an image. I don't know.
What, in a DM?
Is it fake or real?
Oh, sweet, my print's done. Shit. Where did you send it?
I sent it in your DM.
I don't see what you sent.
It's in your DMs.
Are you Frank11?
Yeah.
That's a big long link to Bing.com.
Yeah, just click on it. It'll take you to an.
Yeah, and that's on a day where there was different optical refraction, different temperature gradients. That's a white swan. You don't need to count up all the white swans to validate the black swan. If a black swan occurs, it means that all the white swans are just coincidental and not part of an axiomatic, fundamental, finite, unimpingible fact.
Oh, I see.
So you can find different weather scenarios, and well, today the water temperature is 60 degrees, but the air temperature is 40 degrees, so you're going to get some weird distortions. But if you have one that shows no distortion, it doesn't matter that the rest have distortion. It still stands alone and invalidates the idea that all the others are the truth, especially when all the others are not matches to each other on their own. This one shows it that far bent, and this one shows it this far bent, and they're taking 25 minutes apart from one another. No. Don't you see how it's not a direct visual measurement of things?
Yeah.
So how could the guy
the other black swans can also be edited?
How could the guy who invented the globe model, based upon the perceived curvature on one day of looking through a 2.5 times magnifying telescope on the beach, how is he going to say that this is how it always is, when all you've done is prove that it changes all the time? The original premise is disqualified by your argument that you're making right now.
I see. Well, how do you know the other black swans are not, fake or edited?
Well, I've seen them in video and in photograph. So, or not photograph, but image, because they're digital, not photographic. But I've seen it in video, zoomed in from that beach, and seen the exact same thing on a clear day. And I don't think a flat earther has a budget to do that kind of Hollywood CGI.
I wouldn't say it's CGI, but
well, it would have to be.
You never know
if it wasn't real.
But how would someone just come up with a globe? Like, we just live on a circle. Like, how does he just come up with that?
We don't live on a circle. Well, by saying we live on a circle, you sound more like a flat earther than a globe earther.
How?
Do you mean sphere?
They're both round. Yeah, sphere.
Spheres and circles are very different.
That thing.
My dining room table is a circle. It's not a sphere. So my table is flat. A sphere is not. So if we're talking about spheres, then that's a pretty extraordinary claim. And I would think you would have to provide some sort of proof or evidence to demonstrate that beyond saying, well, look at that thing up above me. That looks like it's round. So we must be round. And when you say round, you mean sphere, and it's just even that much more confusing. So it's really hard to have this discussion with somebody who hasn't had this discussion before, because we have to come to terms with certain words and their definitions and their meanings, because words have meanings and they're very important. If we don't use them properly, then we just get more confused. Hence circle and sphere.
Right.
So we at least have to come to an agreement on language if we're going to even have the discussion.
I see. Does your map have Australia?
Yeah. My map doesn't have New Zealand.
I heard a couple people.
That's just because I forgot to draw it when I made my own map 5 years ago.
You made a flat Earth map?
Yeah, I took a Mercator projection and various other maps, and I undistorted them with my artistic ability.
Oh, nice.
I extrapolated how this rectangle would fit into this longitude and latitude coordinate on a two-dimensional plane versus a three-dimensional one. So I basically expanded the southern hemisphere according to a linear trajectory on the longitudinal lines, and I made my own map. I don't know if it's right or not, but I know it's an undistorted version of the Mercator projection.
Wow, seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, it took about 4 days.
Damn. So New Zealand is not on your map, so
I just forgot
it doesn't exist.
to include it. It's just an anecdotal, fun little thing I mentioned. Because you said Australia isn't real. Alright, no. New Zealand isn't real. It's like it's real. I just forgot to draw it. I could still add it on if I wanted to, but who cares about New Zealand? New Zealanders, probably.
Okay. So isn't it like a magnet in the center? Like I'm looking at flat Earth pictures, and there's like a big magnet in the center.
See, you shouldn't be Googling anything like that. You should be looking through the resources of the various flat Earth channels here on Discord, because all of the information put onto the resource threads in these channels, they are basically mutually agreed upon, vetted, and agreed upon by all flat earthers that come. If somebody comes and challenges it and they have a good point, then it gets taken down. So it's more like the scientific method and peer review process than Google. That's for fucking sure. So don't Google what do flat earthers think. Just look through our resource channels and see what we think. Ask us. Don't ask somebody else.
Oh, alright. Do you think there's a magnet in the center?
I know there's a magnetic pole. I don't think there's a big neodymium magnet the size of a football stadium sitting on the North Pole. But I accept that there might be. I don't know. I haven't been there. All I know is that we can measure and observe the magnetic field. And the compass points north. It doesn't point south. It points north. There is no south. South is a concept.
Oh, alright.
Who's banging?
Is there an edge?
Also, I do not know, but at the same time, probably not. There's probably a limit. You're not going to fall off of some edge. Edge implies a cliff. There's no cliff. There might be like the Truman Show where you run into a wall and you can't go any further unless you find the door. But it's not.
Oh yeah, I saw that show.
Over the edge.
I thought you guys thought like it was a infinite Minecraft map where it just goes down forever.
It might be. We don't know. We don't make claims we cannot substantiate.
That's bullshit. No, it's not we. That's you. I know.
I don't make claims I can't
know
substantiate.
that there is a barrier. There must be a barrier for gas pressure to exist. So nothing's infinite in reality or mathematics. Number one. Number two, gas pressure here on Earth tells us that we have to be enclosed. So, yeah, there is a limit. Yes.
Yeah, it could be a vertical limit, stratification that keeps that pressure in. If it is truly infinite, then it doesn't need.
It's not infinite. I just said.
I
infinite
heard what you said.
Doesn't exist in mathematics or reality. Number one. Number two, because we have gas pressure, you realize I just said this before, right? There must be a container. There must be a limit. Vertically and horizontally. Must be. It's a necessary contingent fact. Got it?
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Unless somebody can rebut that, I'd like to hear it.
I was speaking more metaphorically, but I do not.
No, I'm not talking about you.
Argue with what you said.
Anyone else?
I agree with what you said. I just don't think you understood what I was saying. But that's fine.
Yeah, because it's diametrically opposed to what I just said.
No.
Yeah.
No need for this.
No need for it? What do you mean, no need for it?
You don't got to be mean, man. Come on.
I'm not being mean. I'm just being as a matter of fact.
And I am not opposing anything you're saying.
All right, cool.
I just have a slightly more philosophical view that I was trying
I don't mind if you do. If you could support it, that's fine.
You can't really support philosophical ideals.
Well, there you go. That will be your undoing.
I'm not building my castle on this foundation, so.
Okay. Well, then don't say it. Then I won't have to come in and be an asshole. So, back to the person you were talking to. That's who I was really directing my comments to, not you. So, yes, there has to be a limit. We are contained, or else there wouldn't have been gas pressure. Right?
I guess that makes sense, but
yeah.
Then you got atmosphere.
Atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
Sphere is begging the question.
And begging the question, true. Moreover. But the first point, yeah, that one hit home, right? That's a paradox, so you're going to have to change up your language.
I don't know what a paradox is. I'm sorry.
A paradox is a contradiction. That means it's you got a logic problem. It's
antithetical.
Yeah, they're antithetical, exactly. We're just using synonyms.
You just explained it.
You guys are using really smart terms. I don't know why.
They're not smart terms. It's just
English.
It's just a understanding.
No, it's just expanded vocabulary. You can all look up these terms. We're not trying
we
to
got
pull the
Master
wool.
Chief in here.
I thought I was right in the middle of the sentence. We're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
Yo,
These terms are common terms.
Yeah.
Look how
I'm assuming Master Chief definitely saw the curve of the Earth, right?
There's no curve.
Ouch.
Anything else, Frank 11? Do you have scientific evidence for this spheres?
I mean, I'm gonna be the common person and say I saw it.
You saw it?
Plane.
You'd be the first person to ever see it with your own eyes. How'd you do that?
By taking a plane to Florida.
Where? Oh.
Hold on a second. Go ahead. I didn't hear you. How'd you do that?
By taking a jet to Florida.
Jet. So you seen the curve of the Earth. You're telling me you seen the curve of the Earth from a jet. Meanwhile, at the same time, we have Neil Smoking deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist, PhD, saying you can't see the curvature from 128,000 feet.
That shit is flat.
Why would you believe
That shit's
him?
flat.
He's got to be a liar for sure.
So I don't think he's a liar. I don't think you're a liar either. I'm going to tell you why. Because you were looking at a curved fucking window, weren't you?
No, it's flat, sir.
No, it's not. Show it.
Why would it be curved for?
It's curved.
The internal
fucking
aerodynamics.
plane
are
is higher
curved
than the pressure,
in
and it bends and warps that fucking window. It's a triple paned window, by the way. The first pane has a hole in it, and then the third pane is actually flat. But you're looking through a distorted, bubbled out from internal pressure. When it's on the ground, it looks really clear. But when you get up in the air and the pressure outside the plane drops compared to the pressure inside the plane, it bulges out and it curves. And that curvature is most easily seen towards the edges of that window.
Who has that photograph they always used to post in here of on the runway with the lines?
Why would the window be curved?
With the line? Why would it? It's not why what it is. It is. Not why would it or how would it. It is. So, has anyone got that photo that's been posted? Don't fucking overtalk me. Has anyone got that photo they used to post in there constantly with the plane on the runway showing the lines? You guys know what I'm you know what
you're talking about. I just don't have it ready.
Yeah, I don't know where it is either. It's been a while since I've seen it.
3 years at least.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So your question's non sequitur as to how they would be.
And if you're ever in any doubt, ask to go in the cockpit. I mean, maybe it'd be easier pre 9/11, but say it's your birthday and say, I'd like to look out the front windows of the plane. You don't see any of that distortion out the front windows. So if you think you can see the curve out the side, look out the front.
Elbow is trying to find that photo. He can't find it. Nope. That's
quadruple pane.
Yeah, that one is.
And Tyson said you couldn't see the curve from 63 miles up, which is over 330,000 feet.
We already said that.
What about the ISS people?
ISS is not the ISS. ISS, where's that at?
It's clearly in space.
Clearly in space. Exactly what Tor value is the ISS located? What pressure value?
What do you mean by that?
What pressure value? Because they are in at least a strong vacuum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't have that second law of thermodynamics violation. How are you still breathing?
What are you talking about?
How are you still breathing?
They're stuck in a space station with air.
You can't not listen. Focus for a second. You can't have gas pressure without a damn container. Especially,
they're contained.
You can't have gas pressure next to an area like a vacuum.
But the people in the ISS are contained.
Not the people in the fucking ISS, you numpty dipshit. I'm talking about you.
Oh, you saying on
us? How are we still breathing?
The atmosphere is pushing
Atmosphere is a paradox in
all the
turn.
non-air
You're
away
about
from-
done. I'm not playing with your dumb ass anymore. Already exposed the atmosphere. Bullshit. You need to learn the fucking second law of thermodynamics. That's all you need to do. You need to show gas pressure without a fucking container. That's what you need to do. So go off, boot scoot off and fucking go find us gas pressure without a container. Simple as that. Do you understand me? Frank, there it is. Elbow. Hold on, Frank. Look at that one. You in live stream? Thanks, Elbow.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was
Exactement.
There you go.
Said you want me to find you gas that's not trapped in a container?
I want you to find me gas pressure without a container. And we'll close the server.
I got you.
Well, we're going to close the server. Somebody get India online.
Turn off the lights. Party's over.
Yeah. Thanks again, Elbow. Appreciate that, man. Let me go ahead and save this.
Yeah, I should do that too.
We'll get back to this point after he fails. You're never
And that's on ground. That's not 30,000 feet up.
Right.
That would only exacerbate with the internal pressure increasing relative to the external pressure. And see the little hole in the bottom middle of that window? That's to neutralize and equalize the pressure between the first plastic thing that your grubby face and hands touch versus the one that's actually the window.
So it doesn't blow up.
You see that little white dot in the bottom? It's a little 1 millimeter hole.
Yeah, so it doesn't blow up.
That allows the window to flex as the pressure changes.
There's your curve. Now, you need to show us gas pressure without a container.
All right, I got
Somebody got India on the line?
Can I just show you other gases that are like trapping each other?
That are attracted to each other.
No, trapped.
What?
Yeah, I'll just show you. I can't explain.
What? Gases that are attracted to each other? What are you talking about?
No, trapped.
Spell it.
I'll just show you. I gotta find it. Give me a second.
Is this like a gender theory thing applied to gases?
Nah.
Sulfur hexafluorides attracts it to helium dioxide. Ooh. What?
I just got that visual of the guy on Office Space going, woo. What did he even say? He said they were. Did he say attracted or trapped?
I'm not sure. I heard attracted, but he may have meant trapped. It's very convoluted.
Who were we talking to? Who said that, by the way?
I wish I paid attention to that stuff. There's like 40 people in this Discord.
I see 25.
Well, I can't count because I'm stupid.
It's right up live stream. It gives you the total count. 25 of 99.
I'm just looking at that picture of the airplane window, and when you zoom into it and open it up into a big screen, it kind of looks like a robot alien, like a fucking transformer or something. Maybe a little bit RoboCop meets Transformer. I don't know. Never mind. I hate it when they run away.
How was it growing up in Belle Isle? Picture someplace like this. A smaller, prettier.
Man, these churros are good.
Does cinnamon actually make you thirsty, or is that just like an old wives' tale?
It does leave your mouth pretty dry. Take a spoonful of cinnamon and then tell me that then ask me if you need something to drink.
Yeah, it soaks up all your spit. Custom.
So that's how they do it. They sell you underpriced churros, and then they sell you overpriced agua. Come on, that was a joke. Somebody's supposed to laugh.
That's why they raise the prices on toilet paper.
After Andrew died, she disappeared.
Nah, didn't like that one either. Okay.
Well, I think they would raise the price on toilet paper if the agua they were selling wasn't such good agua. You get some parasites into that water for that cheap water, then you can sell a lot of toilet paper. No, didn't like that one.
That was perfect. I just can't talk a lot. I lost my voice.
Okay.
From a rage tick attack yesterday.
What's a tick attack?
I have Tourette syndrome. It's just something. Look up rage tick attack. Look up tick tick boom on YouTube.
So you just yell at people and then?
Nah, you have to have a much more understanding of it. I was triggered.
I don't mean to insult you. If anything, I was trying to make you feel more normal.
None taken. None taken. Just the situation was he was being difficult of understanding.
Right. So, explain to me and all of us, what's that like? From a first-person perspective, an afflicted individual, tell us what we should know about individuals like you that need a little more compassion and understanding. And make it quick.
Nah, I'm not really comfortable. There's been times that I have shared, but I was spoken with an individual and was asked to kind of. I can't really talk about that stuff, so I'd rather not.
All right, I can respect that. Is there any one individual statement that you would think would be?
We do have two. Why hold on, stop, Iron. Why are we taking it to a personal level? We got two people with VC verified we can speak to instead of speaking to yourself.
Well, I was just genuinely curious.
Yeah, well, you take your curiosity to chill lounge or something like that. This is the live stream. Let's keep this thing on topic.
Oh, heard. It's not like anybody else was talking.
Well, let's look for somebody. I mean, we do got people with VC verified. We could actually talk. Let's say Frank.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we spoken to Frank already?
Yeah, Frank's trying to find gas pressure without a container.
And what about Super Chad?
We haven't. I don't know about him.
Hey, Super Chad, 60. You there, bud?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm just doing something in the background.
Not
Just
a problem,
listening.
bud. So I know you said you was listening, but we'd like to find out, when you come to the stream, what do you think of the nature of Earth, man? Do you think it's a globe?
A globe? I'm kind of neutral, so. I'm more believable to the. I don't know. I'm still deciding, but I'm like in the neutral party.
Neutral, you say?
Would you say?
That's what I got hung up on too.
How does someone become neutral? I mean,
I guess it's kind of like in a purgatory state, like I guess, where you're trying to decide to become a flat earther or a glober.
all that counts is evidence, man. I mean, you don't decide. You just look at the evidence and see where we stand from there.
Well, because they all like conflict with each other, you know.
I mean, but have they showed you any evidence of the actual sphere?
I mean, all of this is videos, so.
I got videos of Bigfoot. I could show you one right now if you want.
See, I think that draws the line, Bigfoot.
I mean, it's the same shit, man. I mean, they show you a video of from a place that can't exist because of the second law of thermodynamics, and they tell you that Bigfoot's real. I mean, that's pretty much what they're saying about the globe. I mean, we went to Narnia, and here's a talking lion.
Yeah. Dude, for me, it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I live here. It's just interesting to see what people think.
And then the question is, have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe?
No, I can't say I've experienced as it flat either. So.
Really? Have you experienced it moving?
I guess in a technical sense, yeah.
In a technical sense, give me the technical.
Dios mío.
I mean, unless you're saying an earthquake.
No, like I'm talking about like the Earth moving.
Okay, so where have you experienced the Earth moving?
I mean, right now, I guess.
So you're telling me you experienced the Earth moving right at this instant?
Well, I guess, yeah, because the Earth revolves around the sun.
Okay, now you're begging the question because I mean you're saying that you're saying that it's moving, but you're saying just because it revolves around the sun, but you haven't even proven none of this. You're saying that it's moving, but how do you experience that?
I don't know. I've just been told. I haven't been up there. I haven't seen the Earth moving, so I kind of just go with my gut.
Story. So what? I mean, you just told me technically it is. You feel it. You experience it moving, and when I ask you how, you say, "Well, they told me stories about it."
Well, yeah. I mean, all I can do is just really like go with the stories. I mean, I haven't done any science of it.
Belief.
Yeah, it's pretty much you have faith, bro.
That's all right. There's no science in it anyway. Natural science is all about cause and effect relationships. He asks you if the Earth is spinning, not how or why it's spinning. Huh. See, did you catch that?
Mm-hmm.
Very subtle, but deadly. So you probably need to start over again.
See, all you go ahead, Quantum.
No, go ahead. You were first.
I was gonna say, all you experience the Earth is to be stationary. You never experience the Earth as to be moving, unless you're in an earthquake. And I don't know where.
That's the same thing I thought of when you said that.
It's more of a tremble and a shake.
A tremble. So why hasn't he asked us for proof of a flat Earth?
I mean, do you want me to?
That's what I would have done if I first came in here, right? Just out of the blue, and a bunch of numpty flat earthers are in here. I'd say, "What is your proof the Earth is flat?" That would be my first darn question.
Oh, can I see proof?
Say again?
Can I see proof?
I got about 7 of them. Hold on. We'll go over the first one here in a second. You in live stream?
In the live stream?
Yeah,
Or
live
are you
stream.
talking about the text?
Text.
Yeah.
All right, 1 second. There you go. You can go there at your leisure and take a look at them. If you go to the site and you go down to Flat Earth Proofs, just hover over Flat Earth Proofs and the first one will pop up. It's not on this particular screen. The first one will pop up, sextant. You familiar with the sextant?
No, I'm not.
Well, sextant is used for celestial navigation. That is, trying to pinpoint your exact location from the stars. Funny thing about a sextant is that it measures elevation angles. To measure an elevation angle, you must have a flat, level, horizontal baseline, or you can't measure the angle. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
That makes sense.
Doesn't it make sense? It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I don't really have to go much further than that. All the other ones are interesting. They're hardcore proofs, but this is the quickest one.
Well, it's been nice and interesting here, but I gotta go. I have school tomorrow. It's 12:49 for me.
Yeah, I got you.
Good night.
Yep, good night.
tough shit. Well, tough shit.
Yeah.
Mic check. Anybody alive? Roger Dodger. No. Bleep bleep. I'm checking if my live stream is working again, so. Seems to be just working just fine. Looks like there's absolutely no Globers or new people in here, is there? No. I don't know what happened in your night. So. Yeah, well, shit happens. I am going to
go down to chill chat for a while and hang out. If anybody wants to join me down there for some chill conversation, I'd appreciate anybody that would want to come down and just shoot the shit for a while. If not, that's fine too. I just would rather leave the live stream for somebody new that comes in. They can have that conversation there. I'm just going to go down and chill and hang out. If somebody shows up, they do. If they don't, they don't. And you guys have a nice night.
Yes.
Jack. Existentialist.
Houston, we have a problem.
The fraud that is SpaceX. The whole thing is definitely a hoax, so I'll kind of walk you through it. There's several points that are easy to point out as clear deception. This first part here, pay attention to this guy sitting in the chair. See how he rocked back, hands on his stomach there? You'll notice that just a couple seconds later here, that the video went right back to that same shot again. So just a quick deception. You'll see we're back in that same room. Again, you'll see this guy in the blue shirt. He'll do the same move again. Hands on the stomach, rocks. The people in the background, I've tried to take a look at. They look fake to me. At times you do see them cheering, or it doesn't seem like it ever coincides with what's going on in the building. So to me, it is fake. This is the Falcon that took off on April 14th. So I kind of watched the whole thing and watched the Dragon dock with the ISS. The whole thing is a joke. I would love comments from anybody out there who's going to try and tell me that this is real, this is what goes on in space. Please come comment. Tell me how you believe it, because it's 100% false. Now watch right here. You'll see this big old baggy section here or something that just raises up out of nowhere. No idea what that is. No idea even where that camera shot is. Is it inside the rocket? If you watch that takeoff of that rocket, watch the camera as it goes up. It never moves, never shakes, doesn't tremble. It just stays completely still. That right there is impossible. There's no way you could have that happen on a rocket to space. You couldn't get a camera to stay that still with somebody who's walking down the street, let alone flying to space. So again, I still don't know what's going on in this image here. Now there, you see it drop. I forgot what it's dropping there, going to the second stage, but look at the picture behind you. I mean, that is not the Earth. Why is it all of a sudden glowing white? Is this a particular camera that only can be used during this stage switch? I mean, it just makes no sense. And look at these particles supposedly flying off in space. As you see some of them that I'm circling, they're not going in a consistent direction. Space would be, once it starts off in a certain direction, it has to continue in that direction forever. That's what we were taught. That's what we're told. But look at, we've got these little particles that are just kind of floating. Then other pieces will fly very quickly by. And I stayed on this shot because if you watch the Earth here, watch how pieces will actually now come off the Earth towards the little shuttle there, whatever the hell that is. Then they'll take you back to the NASA headquarters, and I just like pointing out these people that look like they're sleeping. This guy's sleeping. This girl over here has no clue what she's doing. I mean, none of these people are even working. Is this their job? Another thing I noticed yesterday was that doesn't appear that there's any keyboards. So it looks like they're just all sitting, staring at screens. Kind of reminds me if you've ever been gambling or horse racing late night at a casino in Vegas. This is what you see at 2 a.m. in the sports book. Just people looking like their life is over. They'd rather be anywhere else. But yeah, they show you this. I don't know what we're supposed to think here, that this is exciting or that these people are really important. I mean, imagine if you have a space shuttle going, let's say, to the moon, Apollo 11. Would you really put your life in the hands of all these people sitting at computer screens? The buttons they press mean nothing. They don't have any control over anything. So here I was pointing out again that there's little bits and fragments that are peeling off of the Earth, and who knows why. I mean, the whole thing is disgusting, really. It is not real in any way. And if somebody's got any tips, or if they think it's real because their brother went to space or something, hey, comment. I would love to hear it, because all I see here is complete. It's not even good fakery. It's crap. Look at this. This is the extending of the solar panels. I mean, what is this? First of all, you saw that. I don't know if I pointed it out at the top of the screen. That's a light. That is nothing more than a light from the inside of a studio that shows up in the top as that thing opens. Let's see what's next here for this fabulous CRS-6 launch. So now they're showing inside the International Flight Center room, is what they call it. And you'll see here that none of these people are doing anything important. So in some of these videos, I will skip ahead a little bit till we find... Oh, here's the approaching Dragon. You can see it down at it's at the top of the screen. You'll notice that the clouds are not moving, not morphing at all like real clouds would. You'll also notice that the Dragon itself will never get closer during a camera shot. It will cut away and come back, and each time it's a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, but you never actually see it getting closer to the ISS. Okay, so now notice here, what happened to the Earth? So you see we just skipped ahead a little bit, and now the Earth is gone. We still have that same view. We're still looking down from the top of, I guess, the ISS. You can see the Dragon at the top of the screen. Now it just went to a completely disgusting screen. Who knows what's going on there. This is my least favorite person in the world. Something Cristoforetti. She did not put hairspray in her hair today. It's impressive. So you see I am just skipping around a little bit here. I actually watched this whole thing. It was painful. First of all, look at this disaster. Look at this mess. These are scientists. I mean, this is disgusting that they just have wires and computers meant to look like they're doing something. They're not doing anything. They're taking video camera pictures and photos. So now all of a sudden it's black outside. Just a second ago it was, we could see the clouds, if you recall. Earth was bright blue right in front of us. Now all of a sudden we just see lights coming in a black sky. It'll keep showing these guys like they're important. This guy over here just reads a paper the whole time, and this other guy looks like he'd rather shoot himself in the face and sit there. And here's these two. I know the one guy's name is Vril or something, and this is Krista Ferretti. Notice her hair is nice and flat today. If you ever see her on her once a week calls that she does with schools or something, she'll put all that hairspray in her hair and have it stick straight up. But not today. She must have woke up late or something. So yeah, they're just sitting in this messy little, what they call the cupola, which is the circular windows that they take the pictures. Again, we flip back, we just see the red and green light approaching. I mean, this is 2015. This is not 1936. This is how bad of a video that we get. The whole talk this whole time was that this girl, Krista Ferretti, was going to use some Canadarm, and it was going to grapple with the dragon. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. They must have repeated it. If you watch it, go watch it on YouTube and just count the amount of times that the guy says the words grapple or the times that it would happen. And it's just ridiculous. Robotic arm, Canada robotic arm number 2, and will grapple with the dragon. And I mean, it's just over and over. It's like, it's just terrible. So this view here is showing some of these guys, and I was just pointing out that they really look like they're doing nothing. I don't see any keyboards. Looks like just computer screens. And looking up at the big board up there, you notice they've got the not the flat earth map, but the flat map on the screen. Here's these 3 guys again. Notice this guy is still reading the same piece of paper. Don't know what his job is. And the guy with the beard still looks like he wants to kill himself. And who knows what the guy in the blue is doing. But all this is just nonsense. It's meant for you to tune in, see that they're doing it, say, oh, space is real. And then you disappear and go tell all your friends how cool Elon Musk is. And he's not cool. This is just all continued propaganda. I mean, the sad thing is this has been going on 56 years that we've been dealing with this, and everybody just accepting it, and it's getting just disgusting at this point. They're not getting any better at it. They probably did their best work in 69 to 72. Because since then, this is technology caught up with them, and they know that they can't fake something that we wouldn't notice, so they've got to kind of almost dummy it down so we don't see something fantastic and say, hey, that's not real. So instead, they show us these crappy images, and I mean, look at this now. Where did this glare come from? I mean, that is just horrendous, that video. Now here I'm going to be checking. I want to show you that it's going to get daytime here in a second. Supposedly they see a sunrise every 45 minutes or 40 minutes, something like that. And so you'll see here in a second it's going to get daytime. And just pay attention to the fact of when is it daytime inside the ISS, when is it daytime outside where they're showing the dragon. It's just a complete mess. They can't keep anything in order. And it's just all the proof that you need to clearly see that SpaceX is a joke. NASA as an extension or Big Brother, whatever you want to call it, is a joke. This guy is a joke. And Krista Ferretti is a joke. And all these astronauts who are pretending. Now, did you notice there he looked at his watch? He looked at his watch and now he's pressing some buttons or doing something, twisting something up there. And then all of a sudden it's going to turn daytime. So who knows? I don't like to make any accusations. I just think that they're all jokers. And it's like a big acting gig. None of this stuff is real. Believe me, if you were up in a space center where an item, this dragon, is about to dock with your spacecraft, meaning it could go offline, it could veer, who knows what could happen. It could blow up and blow a hole into the space. None of these guys are wearing any kind of suits. One little puncture into this ISS and these guys are all dead. So that they're not up there. And you'll see now the sun coming in. You're getting glare, but you can clearly see that the sun would be coming from the upper right in this view, which will be important later. So now we're back outside and you'll see there's this glare that was there 5 minutes ago. It's the same glare. So if you're going to say that glare is from the sun, then how come the sun was 5 minutes late getting into the ISS? These things are very close now. Makes no sense. They showed that 5 minutes too early. If you pay close attention, you'll see that this thing is supposedly correcting its position by shooting out little, see that? Little, who knows what, little jet streams, little little rocket boosters. You saw that one spit out. See another one from the lower right here. Now this is interesting because in a minute you will actually see it shoot from the solar panel. So there is no rocket booster on the solar panel. We saw that get deployed. So keep watching where I have the mouse here, and you'll see it's always shooting out from the bottom. There's another one from the right side. And in a second, it will just randomly shoot out of the
I think I watched this video
solar panel.
For a little bit anyway.
There's another one from the right.
What, Jaron has Boston NASA.
There's another one from the lower left. Do you see the glare too? What is the glare? What are those lights? Up there went. So it just shot out of the solar panel for no reason.
For no reason.
What are these glares? What is this? I have no idea what any of that is. Space would be a lot more black. There would be a lot more stars. We don't see any stars. And that's the same thing they couldn't do when they went to the moon, or supposedly went to the moon. They couldn't show stars because they knew that people would be able to figure out the time and make sure the stars were in the right spot. So what do? They just erase them. They're just completely gone. Now we get another view from above, which now notice this. We'll just switch positions all over for camera angles.
I'm just agreeing with Jaron there. No, man, I don't know too many people that are really better at. There's a couple that were really great at busting NASA's balls. There's a guy, Level Earth Observer, on YouTube. His name's Adam. He's one of the best, man. He's funny. Jaronism was good, is good, and Russian vids he was okay. Karen B, man, shout out to Karen B. Damn, she made some great videos. I looked at her list today, and I watched one of her videos. She's really good at busting NASA's balls and space balls. She busts space balls all freaking day, every day, man. Anyway, shout out to the YouTube chat. We got Martin and Ben holding lumpy gas out there.
Shout out to the keyboard warriors.
Keyboard, man, you gotta shout those guys out more often, man. They do keep it going out there. You know, it's tough. It's tough out there sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you can't voice chat. Sometimes there's a difference between sometimes you can't voice chat and sometimes you're always only in the.
Yeah, it's just not my wheelhouse, man. I ain't gonna argue with somebody on a fucking chat box. Fuck off. No. Get your ass on the microphone, man. And then we can talk. Yeah, because I can't hear your voice. I can't hear your inflections. You might be making a joke, and you know, I don't know, man. But I might take it the wrong way, or you're going to take something I said the wrong way, and I don't like that, man. I'd much prefer audio or both video.
You could argue with somebody for a day or two, and then it'll be a different account, and then a different name, and it'll actually be the same guy.
Right.
So, like
voice, nah, you can't fool us on the microphone, man. Once you get your ass on the mic,
a lot of people do not.
You can't fool our asses. We fucking.
They're repeat offenders, so they cannot join voice. They cannot join voice because you'll know who they are.
Yep. So yeah, that's why they wimp out and stay out there in the chat. You know, I got banned. I always hear that. Man, I got banned. Yeah, I'm banned. And I'm like, dude, go into VC check-in. Well, I don't know. If you guys know something I don't.
Yeah, there's the guy crying in lobby that he got banned or muted. And then I just asked him, do you have glow proof? And he would never.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't talking about that.
I got banned. I got banned.
Wait, like, we're not here to hear your bullshit stories. We'll stop you within 10 seconds, possibly.
No, man. We're here to see your fucking proof for curvature or spin or something like that. Either one of those.
Yeah, like, I would give 10 or 15, 20 seconds to say his spiel, and then you catch them in double speak right after that. But you got to let them talk for like 10 or 15 or something. Yeah.
Hey, man. Yeah, it's funny, man. I listened. I don't know, maybe just a couple hours today, man. I had kind of an off day, man. I needed to just take a break. I watched some other like weird videos and shit. Anyway, I wasn't around here. I was around here about 3 hours ago. I was listening, and there was some engineer guy who was in here he's trying to just be the opposite opinion of the flat earthers. Yeah, he just wants to be that guy, and he admitted it. I was like, all right, there's, every good conversation might have to have, a yin and a yang to it. I get it, but proof is proof, man. And if you ain't providing proof, and you're just providing, hearsay and just imagine or something like that. Yeah, that's not gonna fly around here, man.
Yeah. It's the last couple of guys I asked, they said satellites, and then I asked them for the pictures, their pictures, and obviously it's over. Like, it never happens.
Pictures. Yeah. Hey, man, if it was, space was so easy, bro. I mean, it would have been decades ago. They would have put a 24-hour live stream on the moon. Would have been epic. Would have been so cool, man. Have like a,
I think they could put it.
I mean, it could have done this with like, less. Yeah, I could have done it for like $1 million or some shit, man. But it's not real, so they can't do it. So then they can't fake it because it would look like shit. I mean, they are faking it. Most people are buying it. I mean, there's some moon pictures.
I don't really think it would look like shit because with CGI now, there's really no excuse for it to look like
best
shit.
CGI, man. We were talking about this last night, man. About the movie Gravity and how fucking amazing that CGI was, man. I mean, it was top shit. In my book,
Halo looks good,
but I don't know. Most people buy it, but I think when you grow up with CGI and you know what CGI looks like, and you played enough video games, and it's fucking ain't right, man. It's just you just know.
Is the movie or anything in the movie observable, measurable, repeatable, or is it just on TV?
Oh, it's just TV, man. It's just a screen, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, so you ask him for...
Who are you asking?
No. You just ask the Glober for... They may say that, like the CGI or NASA, but like they didn't do it. They have no observable, measurable, repeatable.
Exactly, man. We'll hold their feet to the fire on that all day long around here. That's what I love about you guys. Anybody comes in here, we just kind of hold your feet to the fire a little bit, get you nice and toasty toes. And, we want something we can do ourselves and check out ourselves and measure. And we've done our work, man. What do you got? Okay.
The television.
I got refraction. Oh, that was another thing today. Like, you don't understand refraction, man. This guy was saying that 273-mile long photograph of the mountains. The mountains aren't there, man. They're like a mile below. It's going to lift the fucking mountains a mile up into your vision. Fuck off. No, it's not. It's ridiculous.
Refraction.
It's just ridiculous to think that. And again, Rob Skiba did the thing on the boat with the Lake Michigan and the whole bit in Chicago, where he just went, okay, we're 58 miles away. There's the city. We're going to take a boat ride all the way to the city and film the whole thing. And they did. And sure shit, man. As soon as he got there, the buildings were right there, right in front of his face. It's pretty cool. Anyway, no refraction necessary. That city of Chicago. We're on a boat ride. Here we go.
50.
Yeah, it's one of the best proofs because it was on mainstream, and you can even get them to deny. They'll even say it's a mirage, or they'll say it's CGI, and then
it was
like,
CGI.
So like the real picture, the mainstream news says it's real. Everybody knows it's real, but you said it's CGI, so like.
No, it's refraction. What you're seeing here is a mirage. I'm like, what? No. Bullshit. I call him bullshit on that. Anyway, so yeah, busting NASA's ass and busting the ball is like my favorite pastime. So.
What is it called when you see light like?
Go ahead, Worldwide.
Not a mirage, but like at the end of the horizon of your like vanishing point of your what you see like where like on a really hot day where the road looks like water, like that heat coming off the ground.
I've seen that.
What is that called exactly?
Atmospheric interference.
I don't want to use the word mirage, but like you know what I mean.
Atmos interference. I don't know.
No,
it's a heat thing. I don't know.
I've even seen that driving in the road -30 in the mirage driving on the road, whether it be the sunlight reflecting off the ice. I've seen it.
Yeah, it's like the sunlight.
So how cold it happens.
It makes it look like water a little bit, and then it's kind of wavy.
It makes it look like slippery ice, and then you keep driving the road. So it's like, whoa, it's going to be slippery. No, that's just the mirage.
I just didn't know if there was a different term for it besides.
I don't drive in ice, so I can't tell you, man.
Yeah, there could be a specific term.
No. Yeah, I've driven on ice, and it's just not something I do very often. But it's scary, man. Riding on ice fucking sucks, man. It makes me really super nervous, especially if it's snowing out. Fuck.
Do a skid.
It's not fun. You get white knuckles.
It is fun.
Anyway, it's mirages. Yeah, that thing's gonna lift a mountain up, whatever, a mile up in the air, so my retina can see it from 250 miles, 270, whatever.
I would put him for a small scale demonstration of like, show me a basketball at 10 feet or 5 feet or 20 feet, and show me something elevated behind the basketball.
Yeah, take a basketball, set it on the ground, drive however many miles away, and show me that basketball 10 feet in the air, man. Please, that'd be great. Mile, I'll give you 2, 3 miles, however you want to go. 5 miles.
You could have an action figure behind the basketball, and then like you should be able to see the action figure behind the basketball at some point.
At some point, right? You should be able to see it.
According to the globe,
it should refract up into my retina. Come on now. Bring the retina. Bring the basketball to my retina.
Put a little tiny army soldier behind the basketball and make it reflect above the basketball, just like Chicago skyline.
Yeah.
At 10 feet, 5 feet, 1 foot, 1 mile, like
whatever it takes. Yeah. Hey, I've done the panning across the table thing. I love that one, man. Put your eyeball down here. I'm gonna slide the penny, man. Tell me when it disappears.
Oh, even like the flat Earth solar one.
And I go, do you see the penny? And they're like, nah, I can't see it down here with my eyeball on the edge of the table. You don't see penny by the time it gets to the other side of the table, man. It's gone. She gone. And there's no refraction. You can shine light on it, and it ain't coming back into view, man. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure when we were all younger swimming, we went at eye level with the water, and we were looking around like our own periscope, and then we see, like, if we would have known, we see way too far at 0 inches above water.
Yeah, that's one of Hank's observations. He got in the water and got his eyeball right down in the water and looked like 3-4 miles down the road. He's like, damn, that ain't good.
Yeah, I haven't. I know I did it when I was a kid, and when Hank or Flat Earth Solar say it, obviously it resonates because I know I did it as a kid.
Right. But yeah, next time you get out in this summer, man, you're in the lake or whatever, man. Hop on it, hop in there, man. Get your eye down.
I already know.
I know, but it's just fun. I like doing it just to do it. You know, I like going in the ocean, so especially during the summertime, man. And I'll be out there, you know, eye level with the water and seeing way too far. Oh, it's still fun. It's still fun. Anyway, good times. I love summer, man. I don't know about you guys, man. I just like it when it's hot and warm and I can go swimming and cool off and summer fruits and, you know, everything's, people are warm. They wear less clothing. It's just, yeah, it's good. Good time, summer, that damn thing. It's summer's to be celebrated. I learned a long time ago. Yeah. It is a great time of year. Anyway. How does those seasons work on a flat earth again? Oh, well, we live on a flat earth and we have seasons, so it works. What's your point? Yeah, it's on. It works. How about that? The sun comes closer, it goes away. It gets cold. When it comes back, it gets warm. You know, it's not complicated, man. You could check it out for yourself. It just goes farther away. It's not up in the air. It's not right over my head. When it's right over my head, that shit's hot as fuck, man. Oh man.
No, it's obvious if you in the same house and you see the sun come up in your certain windows at certain times of year, and it happens year after year after year.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people are too busy and they don't.
Perfect. Yeah, it works every time, and it works on the flat Earth because we have no evidence of flat Earth, man, or globe Earth. No evidence whatsoever. We have evidence of flat Earth because we went out and measured it because we live here. We don't live in outer space, man. You go, hey, man, I'm going to go down there and measure that ball. No, you're not. Because there's no ball, man. Bye, ball. Anyway. Fun things in the flat Earth, man. Fun times. It's been some good conversations in here the last couple days. Last weekend, a lot of good people showing up, man. What's up, Helio? What's up? The boss is in the chat on YouTube, man. Ban everybody, Helio. Ban them all. You got a wrench. I hope I made him laugh at least. Shit. Fuck. I'm kidding. He knows I'm kidding. He knows my sense of humor by now. Mm-hmm. No, it's been a hell of a ride, boys and girls. If I can call you that, I'm not allowed to. Apparently, I'm not allowed to like be specific with gender announcements from now on. I don't know. It might be illegal. Way to go, peoples. Can I say that? I don't know what else to say, man. Yeah, the globe I live on. That's funny. Martin thinks I live on a globe. Really? Globes are usually on teachers' desks. Last time I checked. It is. They call it a globe, but isn't that just the thing that sits on the desk? We live on Earth. The last time I checked, I don't live on Earth, globe. I live globe. Globe good. Globe good. I live on globe.
Derf globe. Derf.
Globe good. Good globe. Good globe. Yeah. Okay, man.
Same thing.
Oh. Mr. Roboto. Anybody seen my oblate spheroid laying around? Oblate? Yeah, spheroid. A spheroid. Anybody seen one of those? I forgot. I lost mine. Can't find it. Been looking, man. Been looking. Hey, how about that? Okay, I watched the video of Karen Bees today, man. And I knew the story, but the way she put the video together was sweet, man. It was something. So Samsung came out with this satellite, man, that was going to take pictures of you from space on a video screen like a TV. You send up your picture to the TV in the satellite, and the satellite takes a picture of you and then sends it back to you. All right, it was called Samsung Selfie was the name of the program, the cell phones, whatever. But apparently this satellite that was in space, there's video where it crashed in some farm in fucking Michigan. and the way she put this video together, man, it was pretty epic. I laughed, and she did some voiceovers and shit. It's hilarious, dude. It's a fucking great video, man. But that is a true story about the Samsung Selfie satellite, man. The SSS, by the way. That's Illuminati confirmed. I checked it. And yeah, it was just funny the way it got busted, man. And they had some superstar coming out and taking selfies in space with the satellite, and then the thing crashed back down to Earth on a balloon, by the way. On a balloon. It was on a fucking balloon. It wasn't in outer space if it's on a balloon, right? But then there's the balloons that went to space back in the early 60s called Echo 1 and Echo 2. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of those particular satellites. Those were big balloons. They went up to like 1,200 miles up above the surface of Earth. 1,200 miles. Yeah, man. Okay. We can't do that now. They did it back in 62. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean we can't do that now? I can send a balloon up 1,200 miles with a satellite.
You can do anything they did in 1900 now, even better.
Anything we can do better.
I'll challenge you to a 1900 car to a now car, and let's race.
Oh, that's a challenge.
Joke's on you.
Any technology you have 1900, I'll take now.
I'll get Battle Mod in here, man, or Helio, man. Those guys are...
Tell me 1900 is more sophisticated than me.
Got a Model A.
Yeah, you'll go 20 miles per hour max.
Yeah, man. I mean, technology is supposed to advance, become better, cheaper. And it when it comes to the space thing, man, it seems like they kind of hit a wall somewhere after the moon landing, and they haven't been able to go back and like really hit the moon hard, man, with some like, fuck this little...
The aliens are gonna pay for the wall.
You should be able to put a Tesla fucking Roadster on the moon, and yeah, be ripping around there. That little Roadster, that little cute little 2-seater. Fuck yeah, man! Cool looking ride, man.
Yeah, there would be a Masonic Zionist Jesuit statue on the moon if they actually went there.
Yeah, well, Buzz and friends, didn't they bring their little aprons and whatever? I don't know.
And we know what shape it would be in also.
Diapers, whatever you want to call them. Aprons, diapers, whatever. Fuck off with your...
Why do they wear aprons?
Fuck off with your kooky fucking rituals. Fuck off.
After rituals, they need aprons.
I don't know what's up with the Freemasons, but in my town, in the Midwest here, I live in the middle of a nowhere, small pass-through sort of town.
Yeah.
And I was taking a bike ride with my nephew the other day, and I'm like, hey, go! I want to show you around the corner because I know this one spot. There's this tiny little shop building that has no it's like so much abandoned stuff in my town, but right above the doorway, it has set into the brick the Freemason logo with the letter G in it. And
Wow.
the compass and the whatever, the right angle ruler square thing.
Square and compass, baby.
I don't know what it's about, but I'll send you the picture.
It was probably, I mean, I met a guy. I know a guy. I didn't meet a guy. I worked with this guy for years. Anyway, I know a guy, man. He got his engineering degree and became a, construction engineer guy that handles materials, whatever. Doesn't matter. But he did a Masonic retirement home thing. And he got contracted to build this thing. And I'm like, hey, man, did they do a bunch of like weird stuff when you guys were laying the cement and bricks? And he goes, fucking A, yeah, they did. I'm like, they put like all these weird cornerstones and shit everywhere. Yeah. He goes, dude, man, it's really weird. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what they do. They come out and make sure that shit has some kind of weird hex on it or whatever. I don't know, whatever they believe in, man. I don't know, but might have been just one of those, man. They're going to come down and it was a Masonic building. So they put their stamp on it, man. There you go. Or, it might have been a former lodge. Maybe, I don't know. But
My friend's grandpa was in the Masons
lodge. I've seen former lodges become restaurants, become different libraries. So, like, if it's not a Freemason lodge now, it was.
And they've been around since before the forming of this country, at least America here. I don't know where most of you guys are in America, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's Freemasons everywhere, man. I've met, I don't know, a dozen or so in the last 4 or 5 years. They're out there, man. Yeah, they got their weird handshakes and their weird aprons and their weird little ceremonies and their weird little. It's all creepy shit to me, man.
But it's just guys being dudes.
So if I got to a flat earth meeting, we all had to sit around a globe and like piss on it. It'd be like,
guys,
well, that actually might be kind of fun, but I don't want to like. I'm not like into pissing on globes, but
I don't really get the point of that meeting.
We could do it once for a laugh, but I don't want
fellowship.
Anyway, I cut you guys off completely. I had a piff. I'm sorry. A piff is short for an epiphany. So if I piff, just piff. I just had a piff. It's like a fart, but it's like instead of, if you have an epiphany, sometimes you just have to roll, man. And you cut people off while you're talking, but it's all coming out of my brain all at the same time. So, you know what I'm saying?
You're speaking in tongues.
I'm speaking in tongues. That's a whole weird thing, man. I'm not even close to any level like that, man. I'm not having it. No, man, I love objective reality, man. I don't know if you guys are into that, but objective reality is you're cutting a piece of wood on a table saw. Your focus is going to be 100% on that blade. You're not going to guess where the blade is. You are going to fucking know where that blade is while it's spinning at fucking 3,000 RPM. You're going to know. You're going to pay attention. Your focus shifts. It doesn't matter what. Somebody could be shooting at you. You're still going to pay attention to that fucking blade that's going through the saw there, and you're pushing your hand through it. And it's a focus that it's a dire situation if you're not focused, man. It's going to be bad. And you have to really kind of have your wits about you, and you can't be hammered. And, it might be a little stone. Sometimes that works for some guys. I know a lot of stoners that cut shit that they still got all their fingers. That's good. Cool. But that's objective reality, man. I'm paying attention to that saw blade. I'm paying attention to what I'm living on. I'm seeing what's going on. I took a look, went to the ocean, went to the mountains, went to the desert. Look. I can see way too far, man. I see mountains I shouldn't see, man. 120 miles away. No. I shouldn't see those mountains. I know that. They're not that tall.
They're just so tall.
Mm-mm. But if you did the Pythagorean theorem with Brian Mullen, man, you're going to be able to figure out. They tell us, they gave us the numbers, man. That's their burden at this point, man. It's their.
Well, they
the
gave you
ball's in
shitty
their
numbers.
court,
Why do
man.
they use flawed numbers? Why don't they get some new numbers to work with that work for them?
They kind of messed up the numbers, man. They went a little short. They should have went 10 times as big. Damn it. One pond. What's up? One big pond. He's in the chat. Spot on.
Yeah, how you doing, Flat Up Dude, man? Wicked.
Hey, here in Japan.
GBR one hiding in the corner there.
Here in Japan, I tell you, I'm the only black man that's a flat earther. The only black man that's a flat earther. In Japan. I'm kidding. What's up, brother? You all right?
Just got back. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all pumped up from exercising. Just exerted some muscular
You're
force.
one of the healthiest people I know, Jen. By far, you're one of the healthiest.
Thank you very much for that.
You're amazing, dude.
Dedication, got to be dedicated to yourself.
This guy's
can't
clown.
be dedicated to anything.
Jen, I don't know if you guys know, but I'll brag about you a little bit. But you've climbed Mount Fuji a handful of
14
times.
times, man.
How many?
14,
baby. He said 13. Yeah. Fuck that. I'm going 14. Piss off. That mountain. Yeah. That mountain. I'm going to get up there and see the wonderful, beautiful flat Earth.
Yeah.
Now
the last two attempts ended in disappointment because we had a typhoon, so they wouldn't let us climb the mountain when I arrived, and then the very last time it was heavy rain, wind, and fog. So I got a third of the way up, but it took longer than usual, and everybody was coming down.
Right.
So they said, "Be careful." So I came down with the last group. I went camping straight after that. Straight after that climb, I went camping. So, I had a little bit of
There you go, man. Sweet, man. All right, well.
Yeah. So I climbed into the summit 12 times.
14 times, man.
12 times summit.
You summited 14 times, right? Or no?
I summited 12 times.
12 times.
Out of 14
Gotcha. And I'm tracking 12.
Attempts.
I can do math, people. I can do math. My goodness. I am a flat earther.
But I went there 14 times, and I was on the mountain. But two occasions, we weren't allowed to go up past the 5th station because the typhoon was coming, you see, so no one can go up. People have lost their lives.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, man. No. You want to go up on
obviously not.
Sunny, clear day. Fuck. Yeah. No, a storm. Yeah. No, it's not worth it.
But I have experienced the storm on the mountain, man, and it's like someone's continuously leaning on your rucksack from the top, pushing you back as you're trying to go up. It's fucking hellish.
It's not fun, man. No.
No, it's not fun. Now, I did about 2.5 hours.
You know what is
upward ascending up 2.5 hours of pure wind, rain, and fog for 2.5 hours. Everyone I met was coming down.
Damn, dude. That's what makes you Jin from Japan. Dude.
That's the one, man.
There's only one Jin in Japan.
Keep it going, man.
That's it.
But the last group that came down said they didn't go up. I thought, okay, I may as well come back down then. No point.
So there's
get up. But I went straight to camping.
There's 3 flat earth. Well, there's 2 flat earthers and a truther in Japan that I know of. The 2 flat earthers are you and
Flat Earth Banjo,
right? And Banjo.
Right on. Yeah, bang on, man.
And you guys have never hooked up ever.
No.
Why not?
Busy lifestyles.
What?
Busy lifestyles. Distances
Is the
involved.
distance? Is he too far from you?
It's
How far?
distance. It's distance. Yeah. No, it's mile. You're talking a couple 100 miles at least to get to
Only
where he
100
is.
miles. Fuck off. Come on.
No, a couple of hundred.
200. All right, 200. You guys could do each 100 each way, man, and meet in the middle somewhere,
Yeah,
man.
I suppose so.
It would be a great meetup. Anyway, the Colbert Report. The Colbert Report. He's in Japan.
Oh, he's in Japan. Yeah, I like that guy. Yeah.
He's not a flat earther per se. He's a truther. I'll give him super truther, right? But he would never admit on his channel that he's a flat earther. Never.
No
fucking way.
But he's intelligent enough to work out the anomalies in the heliocentric model.
Exactly.
To know that it's not there.
Of course he is, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, and I've heard him kind of here and there, man. He'll say something that it's kind of a
Positive towards the flow. Yeah, a little hint.
It's weird, man. So yeah. Anyway, but he always had the globe in the back of his screen there, man.
Yeah, that can
he's
bother
had
me
the
as well.
fucking globe spinning back there, man. I'm like, dude, really? It's too bad, man. He's talking about some good stuff, man. 9/11.
Did you notice how he changed his hairstyle? He became a peanut head. He became a peanut head, didn't he?
Coco 19 bullshit. Yeah. But I noticed that the globe is gone. The last couple videos I watched of his, man, the globe is gone. The globe has disappeared.
Yeah, I started watching him years ago, and then towards this pandemic and all the censorship, he was moving on to another medium, I think, because they were censoring him. He said.
Oh yeah. He got like the rest of us. Some of us got either kicked off of YouTube or we're not. I am not promoted on YouTube at all, man. Even if I start.
Yeah, I heard you the other day complaining.
I'm like, dude, I'm totally shadow banned, man. 100%. I mean, I don't know. They got my number. They hate me.
Yeah, they're soft in you, man.
But they can't get rid of me, man. I'm not going anywhere. Keep on fight, man. Speaking of fighting,
keeping on is what we say. Keep on keeping on, man.
Speaking of fighting, man. Hey, I know that you only use a gallon of gas every month, but
Yeah, that's right. Very fugal, Ginnis. Fugal. Sip, sip, sip.
It was 666 for you today? Oh, fuck off. No.
No, I said sip, 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 sip. My car
okay.
sips the fuel. Fuel was sipping. No, I don't use the car that much anyway.
Right.
I'm using the bicycle and the buggy. You know, the buggy with the bike trailer.
Yep.
All my movement at the moment is very local. So if I'm going to go long distances, then I'll use the car. But I'm keeping it very economically tight at the moment.
Economically tight, man. And that's kind of what's happening right now. Since you brought up economically tightening the belt, gas prices here in California, I don't know, it's close to it's over $6 ish for the $6 a gallon.
Here that's a gallon, right? I was going to say here it's $1.40 for a liter of regular.
And it's 4 liters for a gallon, right?
That's in America. It's 3 something, isn't it? Yeah.
3 something, right?
Yeah, the American gallon is a rip-off. You want the British Imperial lovely gallon, 5 liters.
Yeah.
Yes. I remember I was shocked when I looked it up.
You wait, Jeff.
The American gallon, man. What a rip-off.
Dude, California is the worst, man. They totally stick it to us out here, man. 100%. There's no place to get stuck harder than California, man. We pay the highest gas, highest rent, highest tax. Hey, it's fucked. I mean, California is definitely expensive, man. Hopefully I can continue to afford it, but you never know, man. There might be a day I'm not going to make it, man. If inflation keeps going the way it's going, man. Inflation's kind of really been It's been hard, man. I've been seeing these, just regular stuff, loaf of bread, whatever, can of soup. Everything's jumped in price, man. It's not my imagination. I've gone out and checked it. I've actually purchased food. Cost a lot more than it did, 2 years ago.
Yeah, things are going up, so you just got to reduce your needs.
Right.
As soon as that happens,
That's
cut
the
down
best.
on everything, cut back.
We got to cut back, and then we're gonna hit that thing called a recession or depression. I don't know what's
Both.
next.
It's a recession and a depression.
It might be both. We just went through.
You get compressed and then you're depressed.
Dude, we just went through 2 years of fucking cocoa nightmare bullshit, man. It's been fucking ridiculous, man. I mean,
Well, here it's been nice in that we didn't have a lockdown and no one was whacking you on the trunk on your head with a truncheon to put your mask on. None of that happened here, so
right.
And fishing, cycling, hiking, all that stuff was doable, no problem.
Well, Jen, you were out there educating the people.
Absolutely. That's
100%.
exactly that. And not only that was educating, we were rolling up laughing because you're seeing people done up like the Michelin man with all the winter togs. Jin's got shorts, t-shirts, lycra, saying, I'm not scared of the virus. And we're just laughing, because we both look ridiculous.
Laughing, man. I laughed. We were laughing at that COVID-19 stuff, man.
When you're in stitches and you can't breathe properly. Yeah.
But I can't laugh away fucking $6 gasoline, man. You know what I mean?
Well, I know what you mean in that sense. That's why I reduced using the car. I just said, right, bang, I'm not using the car now.
Yep.
I don't want to pay those prices.
Right.
So,
I mean,
I'm not going to pay those. Not because it's a hoax. Yeah, so I'm using the battery charger more now because the car's not being used. So obviously your battery energy level drops. So I'm charging up the battery whilst I'm not using the car, that's for sure. Keeping the car battery so I can at least not have a flat battery when I want to go out.
Well, I think the electric car people, they're sitting around. I mean, there's thousands of electric cars out here now, Jen.
Yeah, I can imagine it now.
Tens of thousands. There might be tens of thousands. There's a shitload, right?
It's
Tesla.
all by fucking design, isn't it? Yeah. I hate them. I don't like them at all.
But there's literally thousands of them on the road now. And they're all sitting there going, fucking, I told you I spent $60,000 on this Tesla. And now I don't have to pay for gas. You guys suck, but the electric bill.
On the electric bill. Electric
bill's going to go up too, man. You guys don't. You guys can laugh now.
You would normally.
So the electric bill's going to go through the roof, man.
Yes. Let's see how your car is in a couple of years' time. Yeah. Your batteries that are running down cost an arm and a leg and a left testicle for a new battery in that car.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, it costs more for a new battery than a new car.
Than the car.
Yeah. So they suck you in. You pay $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a Tesla. Yeah. And then, to change the batteries, man, it costs you $30,000. And you're like,
there are some smart people out there who make their own fuel. There are people out there who are making their own fuel anyway. So
hey, I watched Jen back in the day. I watched an entire documentary on these guys that make the fuel from the cooking oil grease.
That's right. I've still got the videos, man. I've got them all.
And they filter this stuff and they're able to put it into their diesel engine, man.
And it just runs like a dream. Yeah, there was one that did from east to west across the US.
Yeah,
right. On it was a Mercedes-Benz hatchback, and they used the oil from the restaurants going in and just sucking it all up. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
All up and cleaned it up. They cleaned it up with lye, and another lye and something else. They mixed it up. It took 4 days for it to clean up, and then they filtered it in, put it into their car.
Right.
Costing them, guess how much it cost? $10.
Yeah, it was nothing, right?
$10 for like untold liters of oil.
So yeah, I mean, there's some effort
The guy at the top
involved.
was happy because it was costing him a lot of money for it to be collected by the municipality, yeah? But because they were coming up, he was happy. He goes, yeah, you can have it, man. Yeah, here's a $10. Thanks a lot. God.
There was here in America, man, we had this thing called prohibition. They stopped people from making alcohol.
That's right. I remember it very well. Yeah.
And then or drinking it. Even drinking it. You couldn't even drink it, man.
The
It was
speakeasies.
so bad.
Yeah, going into the old speakeasies, wasn't it?
It's so bad, right? So yeah, they told me, yeah, they make it underground. They make a criminal enterprise out of making it illegal. But if it was legal, man, then we could all, dude. I can turn my grass cuttings into fucking gasoline, bro.
Yeah, yeah, you
I
could.
can do it. It doesn't matter what it is, whatever kind of vegetation you throw at me, I can distill it down to alcohol, bro. I don't give a fuck what. I mean, I'm gonna have better.
What you should be doing is doing that anyway. You should be doing that anyway.
I'm gonna have better success with like corn or something that's gonna have a lot more sugar content. But even the grasses on my front lawn cuttings can be distilled into alcohol, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Suddenly your front lawn's looking a bit bald where you've been cleaning it up. You can't. What's happened to all your grass?
if you know what you're doing.
The car's drinking it up.
So yeah, they made that illegal. So we can't make our own fuel. If I was be able to distill something down to, 200 proof, 180, 150 proof, I could burn that in an engine all day long, man. That's good fuel. It's clean. Super
Clean, isn't it? Yeah.
fuel, man. Alcohol is
Cleaner than it's cleaner than
so
the stuff.
clean, man.
Well, it's the cleanest, isn't it? That's the cleanest.
It's one of the cleanest, yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
But
yeah.
they won't let us
Yeah.
make
It's
our own fuel. How dare you? Oh, no. So they make that illegal. Thanks.
You can even do it with cattails. There's apparently a lot of starch in a cattail, which
There
makes
you
them
go.
like even edible.
Yeah.
Like a potato. But you can use it to make alcohol and put the alcohol in your gas tank.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, man. Whatever, man. Whatever will
Yeah, potato.
distill,
That
whatever
sounds
I
wicked.
can get it to distill down. Yeah, but I need a nice big still is what I need, man. Damn it. 20 gallon would be good. But, I'd be happy with 5 gallon. I'm not greedy. 5 gallons still. That's all I need, man. I'm making some grass cuttings gasoline. You want some? It's only $22 a gallon. Oh no, I don't know what it would cost. I mean, if you had the still and you had the fire,
That's expensive.
yeah, it would be expensive. But I mean, if you could gather the wood to burn the fire, and then gather the water and necessary ingredients, like whatever, grass cuttings, then you can distill that into something, man. Guaranteed, man. But
One aspect of this that I think is greatly underlooked, I mean, not that it makes that big of a difference, because, with how efficient our cars are, the air pollution isn't so bad unless you're in like Los Angeles or China or something.
Right.
But, what's great is that when you're having a car that runs off pure alcohol instead of regular gasoline, which you can switch around the engines just slightly. I think there's just one primary component you got to switch around. That makes it so you can go off that as opposed to just 30% alcohol, 70% gasoline. But the great thing is that it, there's, as far as I know, there's absolutely no particulates that would cause like smog. Like it's just carbon dioxide and water, and that's it when you burn alcohol.
I'll say it's the cleanest burning fuel that probably man knows of, man. I mean, it's got to be close. If it's not the first, it's probably in the top 3, I would think, man, for sure. I mean, Maybe hydrogen burns cleaner. I don't know. Hydrogen's cool. I mean, I was always a proponent of hydrogen. When I learned the technology, I was like, hey, man, that's a pretty good idea.
I think it's almost the same effect, really. Like, I think the only difference is when you're burning hydrogen, you get water coming out of the tailpipe, and that's it. And then when you're burning alcohol, it's just water and carbon dioxide.
I would think I call that a tie in my book, but it's got to be close to 1 and 2 right there, probably.
Pretty much.
Yeah, pure alcohol or hydrogen. Pick your poison, man. I can make both right here in my garage, by the way. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, man. It's not that complicated, man. Distilling shit is pretty straightforward, man. You just got to keep it on at temperature in your boiler, man. You don't want that too hot. You want to keep it steady boiling, right? Once those boiling vapor gases pass their way through that nice cool copper tube, and it kind of just eventually starts dripping out the other end. What a beautiful thing, man. When you stand there and see that beautifully fire, not only can you fucking put it in your engine, but you can drink it and it will definitely change your attitude. It's one of my favorite inventions of all time. Distilling it's got to be up there with the electric motor. Both of those are amazing. Thank you, distilling and electric motor. Tesla, apparently. I mean, that's what they tell us. But the electric motor is by far the greatest industrial tool that you could ever invent. It has done more for construction than anything I can think of. Anyway, I'm piffing, sipping a little vino over here. Temperature's pretty moderate here, not bad. Mid 50s Fahrenheit. So yeah, burn your own alcohol. That would be nice if we could all do that, man. Make our own alcohol, to drive our own cars. That would be cool, man. There's enough vegetation around them. Make it happen. Believe me.
It really does seem silly, just even the two aspects of how, you can't collect your own rainwater and drink your own rainwater, but you can use it to garden, as far as I know. You take your own rainwater that you collect and put it on your garden. You can't, shower with it or drink it or whatever. Collect it for that reason.
Right.
But it's the same thing with this alcohol. Like you can't produce your own crops, make it into alcohol, and put it in your own gas tank without a license.
Right. You can't do it, man. It's illegal. I mean, how ridiculous is that, man? It's like, really? It's one of the greatest sciences of all time, and you're gonna deny me my great science. Thanks, assholes. Fuck off. I hate when they do that, man. That's inhibiting people from being creative. And I fucking hate that, man. If you're stopping somebody from being creative, man, you suck. And you just have to call them out, man. I got no other weapons, man. I can call them out and say, you're an asshole for doing that. I mean, this guy wants to make his own gasoline. And no, you can't do that, man. If he blows himself up doing it, man, that's his fault, man. He got greedy or something, or lazy, or I don't know, man. But why stop a guy from doing anything, man? He wants to. But there's, you can't have rape and robbery and shit like that. But you should be able to make your own fuel, man. I saw a kid in Africa, man, made his own windmill. Figured out, found some scrap wire and shit and some magnets and created a charging station. He made his own windmill and the batteries, and he was able to charge the people's cell phones or whatever. out there in the middle of fucking nowhere. I don't know if you guys, I've been to middle of nowhere, man. I don't know if you guys have ever been there, man. But for hundreds of miles in every direction, there's, it's just like nothing. It's a crazy place to be, man. Hundreds of miles in every direction. There ain't shit. You don't see shit, man. There's no man-made structures except for the road I was on. That was it. It's crazy, man. Place called Death Valley here in California. One of the most desolate places you'll ever go. You can see 100 miles in every direction. And you can't see a fucking building. It's crazy. Awesome place, man, if you ever get a chance.
So there's not very much life in Death Valley?
No, I don't think there is, man. There's birds certain times of the year, I would think. No, there is life everywhere, man. Even out there, man, there's a shitload of life. There's little shrubbery trees. I think they call it chaparral out here. Anyway, the trees don't grow very high. Anyway, if you got water, man, you can grow anything anywhere, man. If you have to control the temperature, it doesn't matter, man. You can grow anything anywhere if you have water. I love it. Water's amazing, man. Shout out to water, man. Without water, we can't make alcohol. Damn it. Damn.
Water, the elixir of life. Water, yes. My favorite.
Hey,
Without
Jin.
water, my bong doesn't work.
Hey, Jin, man, what was that? What was that Japanese guy's name that did the water molecule experiments?
Yeah, I can't remember, but I know who you mean, though. Yeah.
Do you remember that guy?
He used to talk to his water. He used to talk to the water, man.
He talked to the water and then took pictures of the water when he was happy at it or mad or whatever. Right. Water is
wasn't one of the things he did, or is this a different guy who would take positive, negative, and neutral words and write them on a piece of paper and tape it to the side of the container?
That's the same
I think
guy.
that's the same guy, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Japanese guy. That's why I brought it up, because Jin's in Japan. I figured he would know.
Well,
But
I can't remember who he is now. I've forgotten him.
his name, yeah. Anyway, it was many years ago I watched that.
Yeah, he was very popular in 2016.
Yeah.
2015, 2016, when the flat earth movement was moving, he was really there. He was always on there. Recommended. Man, talk about recommendations back in the day. I can only dream. I wish it was the same today. I would not have found all you guys without recommendations. Right? Yep.
Jen?
That's right.
Right? I mean, think about it. I mean, we all hopped on a hangout or a live stream or Discord, whatever. And we all started just talking to each other, man, like human beings.
It was all being recommended. I thought, what's this flat earth stupidness? Get out of here.
What's this flat earth shit? What is this? What is that? So yeah, the realization you've been I don't know. I like the word hoodwinked.
Yeah, hoodwinked.
It's a very American thing. Is it English?
Yeah, it's cool. You've been hoodwinked, man.
You've been hoodwinked. Once you go, oh shit, I got hoodwinked. Damn, ain't that a bitch?
You've been bamboozled. You've been bamboozled, man.
Bamboozled. There you go. Same thing. Same, different name.
Yeah.
People got bamboozled with many different operations of bamboozling, by the way. Not just flat earth, man. The list is huge. But the problem is, man, is once you come to flat Earth, man, all the other ones just like go right. It makes sense. It makes a lot more sense. At least I process it better than because of flat Earth. I process it quicker, and I can see through the bullshit faster. Right. That's why we're here, man. See through the bullshit faster. And every day we come in here and these globers go, no refraction, gravity, and then I'm going to have a little bit of, bendy, flat water curve thing. And I'm like, what? No.
I've never seen it. Just stick in the head, man.
They make shit up, man, and they can't back it up. And that's the cool thing, man. They can't back it up. And in my world, man, if you can't back it up with results, man, you're fucked. And because I build shit. And at the end of the day, man, shit has to get built. And if it ain't built, then,
Yeah, if you can't back it up, you're lower than the belly of a snake. You're lower than the belly of a snake.
Exactly. Either it gets built or it don't. So that's objective reality, man.
Either it gets measured or it doesn't.
That's it. Right down to it, man. 100%. Measure that shit or it doesn't get done, man. Or you can't measure it. But, every day, man, I have to measure something. Every fucking day. Millimeters, inches, thousands, whatever it is, man. I have to measure something every day. And I have to trust those measurements to get my job done. I have to trust them, man. And if you can't trust the measurements, man, you'll have doubts. And I've seen guys, cutting 45s here or there, fitting some kind of piece of granite or wood, whatever it might be, man. And you got to trust those measurements and cut it. Physically cut it. I mean, it's not going to cut itself. You have to lay out the straight line, and cut it. Or curved line. And if you're building a guitar, man, you got to cut a lot of fucking curvy lines, man.
A lot of curvy lines there, yeah.
Lots of curvy lines.
This is a square Japanese.
Fuck off. You are cutting curvy lines from here to the moon, man, on some of these guitars that I build, man. It's this, that, I mean, there's so many angles you're looking at. Measurements prove that I can do it. My hands prove that I can do it. I don't know what else I can do, man.
What about when you were tuning up the piano? Restringing the piano, man. That was brilliant. That was.
Stringing a piano, man. Whatever. I mean,
I watched that. That was
I
brilliant.
can string pianos.
Yeah.
Yes, these are physical things I can test and do myself, but in this bendy water thing, man, it's got me it's gotten under my skin. The skin.
The thing about the piano
the human body's 70% water.
The piano can't work on a globe because you can't hear it. The sound doesn't travel around corners. There you go. Even the piano proves flat Earth.
I saw they took a keyboard up to the ISS International Space Station.
Yeah.
Did you ever see I've seen flutes, guitars up there. They got guitars and flutes and keyboards and
bastards,
fuck off. They actually did a live stream music thing.
Yeah. I remember that.
They have more musical instruments than scientific instruments.
You're right about that. I like that.
That's right, actually.
Yeah,
so they lifted out the pool.
The ISS is full of musical instruments, man, floating around up there. just
And then there was
to, I want to remind everybody that your tax dollars are going to that some. It's $10,000 a pound, but today it's probably $25,000 a pound per pound.
What about the football shirts?
The what?
That they have?
Oh, the football shirts. Oh, fuck yes, Jen, you're a genius. So the Patriots were playing in the Super Bowl, right? And they just happened to have the two teams that were playing in the Super Bowl. They were wearing their jerseys, man. But the last shipment was like way before the playoffs. That means they shipped up every single fucking jersey from every team that was going to make the playoffs. Yeah, months before. But yet they had those two jerseys up in the ISS, the two teams that are playing in the Super Bowl. And you're telling me you just found those jerseys laying around and you just happen to, sport those jerseys, baby. Are you kidding me?
And remember, it's $1 million a pound, everything they send up there.
Back in the day, I heard it was $10,000 a pound, but I could be, my inflation numbers could be very similar to the guy that in Austin Powers, where he said $1 million. I could be off by that amount of factor.
It's either that or it's rigged. It's definitely rigged, and they knew who was going to win already decided. Yeah.
Wow.
So they had to send many pounds of shirts.
They must have sent like 16 jerseys, something like that. Yeah,
that's $16 million worth of T-shirts. What do you think about that?
$16 million. Each one weighs about a pound. They're heavy, man. Those jerseys ain't fucking light. Yeah, and that shit's like made to last and take a punishment, man. They're not.
Yeah.
Cheap ass.
They shoot themselves in the foot every single time. I mean, those jerseys, man.
Yeah, there's $16 million worth of jerseys.
God bless America.
God bless the capitalist cucks, fucking dicks that created this stupid fucking ridiculous.
They took your $16 million and they never ever left Earth's surface. Remember that, guys.
Yeah, it took $16 million to get into the studio.
Dude.
Yeah.
I want to charter a fucking 747. I want to charter a 747 and take all of you guys, everybody that we can, every flat earther there is, 500 of them. Or Globey, whatever you are, man. And I just want to fly around the world for like a week, okay?
Yeah.
We want to go over the North Pole, the South, the whatever. I want to go east, west, north. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go everywhere, right?
Go straight out.
It's gonna cost. It's gonna cost $13 million. Okay.
They'd fucking shoot that plane down in a second.
And they would shoot us down, right?
Yeah. Put it down to terrorist attack.
If I had $13 million, man, if any one of you cucks out there, man, that are flat earther, celebrity type, fucking truther, it's got 13 mil laying around, man. Let's do it.
Hey, wait a second. Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
So a little while ago, you were talking about how you know how to make hydrogen gas very well.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know one way of doing it that's like really crude, but you said something about you knowing how to do that pretty well.
Well, electrolysis, yeah. It's pretty simple. You can trap the gases coming, the bubbles coming off of the electrodes. Yeah, you just trap the bubbles and send those beautiful bubbles inside of a container, which is called a tube. for all you globies out there. A container is walls. That's all. So you send that gas down the tube. You send that gas down the tube, bouncing off the walls of the container, which is called the tube, and you can capture that gas in another container, and then release that gas, and that gas will fire off at very high temperatures. It's a good temperature. I don't know the temperature, man, of hydrogen, but I think it's like 12.
Yeah, and it burns blue, right?
It burns really beautiful blue. It's a beautiful.
So something I was thinking though was you were talking about, if I had like $17 million laying around, I'd get us all in a big airplane, try to go for a fun airplane ride.
Yeah. We're going everywhere, boys and girls.
Instead, how about this? You try to make a bunch of hydrogen gas and build a lighter than air aircraft. Try to make it more economical and long term too. You can probably go a lot more places. Probably even design it to land on the water. I've already made those before, I think.
Yeah.
Shit, fuck yeah, man.
Yeah.
Now you're talking. Yeah.
A ship on a blimp.
Oh my goodness.
Blimp, but it's a ship. Yeah.
Have you guys seen the colorized version of the Hindenburg going down? Oh man.
Yeah, yes, I have. Yeah, I saw
colorized version. They colorized it, which kind of messed me up, man. I gotta tell you, man, that's not right, man. Because in my imaginary mind, what I saw on a television screen, I thought was one of the most amazing disasters. It was the 9/11 before 9/11, right?
Did you know that they accidentally painted it with flammable paint?
Yeah, they painted it with this fucking flammable fucking lacquer or some shit, right? Yeah, that.
That's why the outside of it caught fire long before the inside of it did. Like the hydrogen only caught after the whole thing was engulfed in flames from the outside. And it's really kind of extra tragic because that one ingredient was actually meant to be a safety feature. It was meant to reflect sunlight to keep the hydrogen gas bags cold because they thought that it would be less likely for something wrong to go, for something wrong to happen in that scenario. But they had no idea it was extremely flammable.
Well, they had to. Somebody knew that it was extremely flammable. I mean, hydrogen and whatever they coated, like diesel fuel or gasoline. They coated, the exterior was some pretty.
The problem is that they built it with mid 1920s chemistry knowledge, so they didn't know quite that much about chemistry.
Yeah, I mean. They had to put the flame to the fire at some point and say, "Hey, man, is this shit flammable?" And they lay it on the table and they wrap it around a board or whatever, man, right? And they put the shit on there and they light it on fire. And I go, "Oh shit, man, that's probably not such a good idea, man." I don't know. I mean,
think about how far you could go with it today, because we have, efficient solar panels and electric batteries and electric motors. And they even in the industry say that when it comes to at least electric motors and propellers of the regular sort, they can't make those more efficient. Like what the propellers you see built into your drone you have at home or any other light aircraft that are meant to carry people of a similar sort, like those electric motors of the electric sort, not talking about the gas powered one, just the electric kind, like they can't make those more efficient. And this is, basically accepted as, true fact, I mean, in the far, far distant future, maybe they'd come up with something different. But as far as like actually efficiency, that's the limit, it's not going to change over the next 20, 30 years at least. And so the thing is that the thing that will change is battery technology. Battery technology has the potential to change. So it's not really that the motor gets more efficient, it's only that the batteries get more updated and have more charge and can last longer, go further, And so what I'm saying is, with how far we've come, it really just seems kind of silly to not use this potential with, lighter than air aircraft technology. So, like, take for instance, I have a car that is, really fast, has like maybe 140 top speed or something, gets up to 100 miles per hour really easily if you wanted to, if you got a straightaway, on the highway with no traffic. But the funny thing about it is it's a plug-in hybrid. So it's got the gas-powered motor, it's got the gasoline tank, But with the plug-in hybrid part, with the plug-in electric part, it can go so extremely fast and far still. It can go like 50 miles and such. And what's funny about that is I can plug it into just a regular outlet. And so just imagine if you could take the same concept of being able to plug it into a regular outlet and like you had that, in a lighter than air aircraft design, maybe even a smaller one, and you could like land on just land on the roofs of buildings where they have, outlets on the roof, and then just plug it in and charge your Zeppelin, your little mini Zeppelin. Then the security guard, breaks out the door and is like, "Hey, you're not allowed to be here," or whatever. You just quickly pull the wires out and jump off the roof with it or something.
Awesome, man. Hey, here's a interesting fact. You guys can verify this, man, but Nikola Tesla invented the electric motor, according to the story, right? And the electric motor, he just put it together. He figured it out, man, by just fucking around in the shop. That's the story. He didn't figure out the math of the electric motor.
That was an accidental discovery.
He just took what he was observing and figured it out, man. He said, "Hey, man, if I spin this thing around the map, if I can add something here." This guy invented the electric motor, according to the story, right? So the electric motor, man, is by far one of the greatest things that I've ever used in my entire life. I don't know about y'all, but
it's been great. Yeah, using it for your drills.
He didn't work out the math, man. He did not. My point is he didn't work out the math and say, "Hey, man, the math works out because of the magnetron of the refraction of the zipoid." Fuck, no. He didn't do. He didn't do that bullshit first, man. He just went ahead and built it, and I respect
built
that,
it, trial and error, bang, there it is.
There it is. Here you go, fuckers. Figure out the math, fuckheads, because I ain't gonna figure it out because that's not my job. He just saw the patterns.
At least it's working.
Put the fucking thing together.
It's giving out power.
And it gave out power, and it was so simple, man. The electric motor is one of the most simplest scientific things you can fuck around with, man. It is absolutely amazing. Thank you.
Look what they've got there. A little motor the size of a grapefruit can power a car up to like 180 miles an hour.
Exactly. The electric motor wins. It's the greatest invention of all time. Prove me wrong.
I don't know. I think the combustion engine is good.
No.
I like
okay.
All the working parts and that,
It is a beautiful thing, man. It might be number two. It might be number two, man. But the combustion engine is amazing too, as well. The valves, the explosions in the cylinders. Oh my goodness!
Piston rings, yeah.
The rings, yeah. Oil,
double overhead cam, fuel injection. Air intake,
explosion,
pick your choice.
Discharge. Oh my goodness! What a beautiful
propeller shaft. Boom. Front wheel drive, rear wheel drive,
invention.
4-wheel drive. Yeah, man. All-wheel drive all the time. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, man. Yes, I'm with you, Jen, man.
You got it,
it's up there, man. Anyway, my case for Tesla was, hey, man, he didn't do the math. He did the experiment.
No, he didn't do the math, man. He just made the raw
experiment.
The raw machine.
I'm going to do the experiment. Fuck your math. I'm doing the experiment. And I think there's a quote out there from Tesla saying, hey, man, these Mongos are out there like doing math and replacing experiments.
That's right. And they're wandering up into
guys are doing that, man.
bloody
Come on,
formula.
fuck off. Fuck off. If you're not doing experiments, fuck off, is what he said. That's all he said. And I'm going to leave it there, man. You guys fill in the rest. Go ahead. Carry on.
He died a poor man, you know, in the end. They robbed him, didn't they, of everything?
That's the story. That's the story. I don't know if I believe the story, but that's the story. I do know for a fact that the electric motor and the combustion motor are one of the greatest things I've ever, could come across in my lifetime. Those two things.
Rudolph Diesel's diesel engine was another massive shock to the petrol engine because it was running on sunflower oil, peanut oil.
Yeah, I can take this up. I got a completely different set of tracks on this one, man. There was a guy named Adolf Saxophone.
Right.
His name was Sax, but they call it the saxophone nowadays. Adolf Sax. That guy invented the saxophone, man. And maybe you guys like music or you don't. I don't know.
Oh, I love music. Saxophone music.
Saxophone is a great form of music. And
Grover Washington Jr., just to mention two.
That guy's sax.
How the fuck did this guy come up with the saxophone, man? It's just... every day I walk around going, I don't know what he was thinking, man, but he nailed it, man. The saxophone.
You got the alto sax, soprano sax. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Adolf Sax. Thank you.
He's sax, man.
Great instrument.
Sax.
He sucks, man. He sucks. All right. Where you sound like you're down under the ground on the other side of the globe. Is that true?
Upside down.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm in Wales.
Wales.
Oh, he's in Wales, Boyle.
What about Martin? Do you ever watch Martin? You ever hang out with Martin?
Martin.
Yeah, Martin. He's in Wales.
I love Wales. We used to go camping there, and then I've been there on deliveries, and then they have the WRC rally in Wales, one of the toughest rallies you can get. In fact, it's probably the toughest one. It's the one in Wales because it's just water, mud, everything you get, but it's exciting. Don't know if it's still on the calendar.
I haven't seen it for a while. I don't know if it's on anymore.
Yeah, WRC rally. It's still on, but I don't know if they go to England. Wales, beautiful Wales, beautiful country, lovely houses.
Hey,
it looks more like England than England. Wales, you know.
Jen, this guy needs to know about Martin Ledecky over there in Wales, huh?
Yeah, Martin Becky. That's right.
Who is he?
Who is Martin?
Is it Becky Leakey? Which one is it?
All right. Have you ever heard of a thing called Tartaria?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I have.
What do you know about Tartaria? I hate to use. It's like saying flat Earth. It's the same fucking Tartaria and flat Earth are the names that have been given, and we must live with the names that we've been given.
Yeah. I think it's old civilization that might have been worldwide more advanced, as advanced as this, or more advanced as this. You know.
Yeah.
There you go. It's
the Martin dude. Yeah, he's a bit of a.
Yeah.
And it was deliberately dismantled to set humanity back. That's what they did, didn't they? They set us back.
Yeah. That's what I think.
That's what they did. That's what they did. They set humanity back 100 or 200 years.
We still use some of their technology a little bit, or they squirrel it away.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
That's what happened. You see? Because I remember as a kid walking to school and now we're going back to the 60s and 70s, yeah? And I used to look at these buildings, I used to think, they can never make that now, can they? How the fuck did they make that back then? Wow. They had some skill, you know?
Oh shit! You think they had skills? They had skills that we can't even do today. But we got some amazing buildings we build today, man. Don't get me wrong, man.
I don't know. Yeah,
amazing.
Twin Towers.
There's a couple of buildings here in Los Angeles. I'm like, oh my god, they built that shit. Fucking stadiums and. I'm like, oh
yeah, but nothing like that. It still doesn't compare, though, does it? Still don't compare, man. Don't compare to some of these Gothic buildings.
But the Gothic stuff, yeah, man, that's it's hard to get past. I get it, man. It's hard to get past. If they only had a horse and buggy, maybe, and a couple of chisels, fuck off.
Yes, the intricate craftsmanship and the
that's my point, man. Fuck off. They couldn't build that shit today. Unless they 3D. Hey, how about this, Jen? I think they might have had giant 3D printers. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah. That's definitely a possibility.
What if they had big, giant 3D printers? Dude, they 3D print airplanes now. I don't know if you guys... And buildings.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they can 3D print fucking buildings. Today, period.
Yeah,
guys, don't believe me? Check it out for yourself, man. Don't believe me. Thank you. Don't believe me. Yeah, so yeah, they can 3D print some shit, man. And I watched a guitar get printed right in front of my very eyes over 4 days. I watched a printer print a fucking guitar. And I was like, shit.
You're obsolete now, Flyers, dude.
Fuck off. I was like, it blew my mind, man.
Do you like the 3D printers then? So are you into the 3D printers?
No, I'm not. No, but I know of the technology. I'm not into the technology. It's kind of like, I'm very aware of, aeronautics and sailing, but I'm not into. I'm into sailing. Don't get me wrong, man. Sailing.
Oh, of course you are. Yeah, so am I.
Sailing is so cool when you can grab
boating, the wind. Yes, please. Yes, please, man.
And you can control the wind. Doesn't matter which way it's blowing. You can outmaneuver the wind.
Yeah.
You can tack against.
You can play with the wind. You can play with the wind.
That's
magic.
Sailing is so cool. It's like flying an airplane in a lot of ways. It's the same principles, but it's you're on water and you got a beer. You got a beer in your hand. It's like, dude, I'm sailing. Fuck yeah, man! This is awesome. So keep sailing, my friends. I want to shout out to Terry. What's up, Terry? One big pond.
Across the sea. That would be Rod Stewart's I Am Sailing song from the 80s, I think. Yeah.
Well, sailing, flying, shooting through. Hey, Jen, they tell us we're shooting through space at 1 million.
At breakneck speed, 2 million miles an hour.
Miles an hour.
Wow.
1 million miles. Come on.
650 miles a second. Whew.
We are hauling ass.
We're hauling ass, man.
Hauling ass, man. We are ripping through space at over 1 million miles an hour, man. Come on.
At brain-reeling speed.
We are just ripping. And I just want you guys to get that through your head. We are flying through space very
Right
fast.
now, we're bombing, man. We are bombing it, man.
We are bombing it. Yes, we're bombing.
As we
We
speak,
are
man.
kicking this universe's ass. We are kicking the universe's ass.
Rotating, gyrating, hurtling through breakneck speeds, 2 million miles. And that is amazing. And we don't even notice it, a single thing.
And we don't even feel it.
Silky smooth, isn't it?
That's what the coolest part about it is that we don't even feel that we're shooting through millions of miles an hour. Shit.
No.
Fuck it. That's what makes it really cool. Because we can't feel it. Because we don't feel it. And that's
As soon as the 16-wheeler goes by, you put the ground rumble under your feet. As a 16-wheel truck goes by, whoa. You know?
Dude, last time I passed a 16-wheeler, man, my car got blown completely to the left. And he, so like, boom. I'm like, whoa, man, hold on. I gotta straighten out this correction here. Damn. And we were only doing like, 65 miles an hour, maybe. Yeah.
Wow, and the truck passed too. Whoa, that truck was hauling ass. Whoa.
But we're going through space at millions of miles an hour.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It becomes ridiculous. Exactly.
It's like they say, the North Star being 430 light years away. When you look at that, that's ridiculous as well.
Hey,
one light year being 6 trillion miles. One light year is 6 trillion miles.
Oh, fuck.
God.
The closest star's 26 trillion miles away. The closest one. It's only 26 trillion miles away. Now, if I was traveling at, let's say, a mile per second, how long would it take me? How long would it take me to get to 1 trillion miles? And I'm
37,000 years.
Yeah,
37,700 years. And that is
it's fuck off, right? It's fuck off, Jen, man. It's like, come on, man. Quit pulling my leg, dude. It's like, this is the best car you'll ever own. It's like some dirt lot used car salesman. Like, yeah, fuck off. Nah, I'm not buying 30. Yeah, I'm thinking 37,000 years to go like only 1 trillion miles. Fuck off. Yeah,
it's a long time.
You're supposed to tell me that Venus, this beautiful bright star, in it's our planet. They call it a planet, Venus planet. It's going to reflect this beautiful bright light in the sky that's reflecting the sun from like 850 million miles away.
Yeah.
And it's one of the brightest things you'll ever see in the sky is Venus, man. It is bumping bright, man. I mean, that's what they call it. They call it Venus. But it is so bright. But it's dusty little remnants of a planet that they know, what the core is made out of, everything. They know everything about Venus. They know everything about Venus, but they've never been there, but they know everything about it. Oh, isn't that beautiful?
It's a joke, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a joke, man. That's my point, man. It's a complete ridiculous joke. Come on. And that thing's one of the brightest things you'll ever see in the sky is Venus. Sirius is pretty fucking bright, man. If you ever get a chance to check that bad boy out, man. Woo, that thing is really popping. But Venus it's a popper.
Yeah, I misspoke with the years. It's 31,709 years. I misspoke. 31,000. Still a lot. Nearly 32,000 years, you know?
Just to go 1 trillion miles, right?
That's to go 1 trillion miles, yeah.
At 1 mile per second.
And 1 light year is 6 trillion miles for 1 light year. And the North Star is 430 odd light years.
400. Let's call it 433 Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, 433 light years away.
Yeah.
Come on, people. And we can see that light. Can you imagine how bright that light would be? If you were going to go there, you'd melt. The light would melt.
Polaris. 433 light years, and not like a trillion miles. Now, the closest star is 26 trillion miles away. The closest star is 26 trillion miles away. And that is an incredible number to claim.
It's an incredible number. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. Bearing in mind 1 trillion miles take you 37 years to do 1 second, second by second, 31,709 years. Ooh.
It's ridiculous, man. I hope I can.
You'd be dead.
Harmony, the revolution, whatever you want to call it, Jen. I hope we can wake somebody up, man, for fuck's sake. Please wake up to the reality.
Please wake up. Yeah, Bill Cooper said it. Why the fuck won't you not wake up? Bill Cooper. William Cooper.
Bill Cooper, yeah.
The hour and the time. The hour of the time. He said, when the fuck are you people going to wake up? He said.
Well, we woke up, man. A lot of us woke up, but nowhere near.
Back in July, a few months before 9/11. A few months before 9/11, he was predicting it. And then at the end of his show, he said, when the hell are you lot going to wake up?
Dude, back in like 92, 3, 4, 6, in there somewhere. I was listening to a guy named Craig Hewlett, and he would come on this radio show saying, "Hey, man, you guys got to get a hold of this global thing, man. Stop it." And you guys can go check me on this, man. Craig Hewlett was his name.
Yeah,
man.
Craig Hewlett. Go on.
This guy was spot on. If you go back and listen to him, man, he's like, this system has absolutely 100% been compromised, corrupted. You know? And if anybody can't see that this system has been completely corrupted, man, I don't know if I can help you, man. At least take a look behind the curtain and see who's running the show, because the show is going on full steam ahead right now, man. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but maybe
that's why I like looking back. I like going back. I like going back to the 60s and the 70s to see how everyone was being fooled and deceived, but it was just one big rip-off. Yeah? But people were so naive back then.
Yeah. Yeah, we got psyoped, man, left, right, center, man. And it sucks, it sucks to sit here and look at it all, man, and go, oh, okay. But when we notice it, man, we have to call it out and laugh at it and
that's right.
Poke fun at it and
educate others on it.
We can be real about it, man. We can be real about it. No curve, dude. The fact is, man, there's no curve, and you can't show me curve. You can't measure curve. Fuck off. You know, get your ass out of here.
You don't detect the axial rotation. You don't detect the motion of the Earth on a spin on its axis. You know, yet alone hurtling through at 200 miles an hour through the space. Yes, stupidness. I mean, really.
Come on.
folks. Stop thinking about it, man. Wake up.
Wake up, man.
We are not
Jen and I
moving at all.
are here to wake you up and say, hey, man, there's a different way of looking at this shit, because when you look at it with your own two eyes, you're going to see things that you might, it's going to maybe go against your programming or your
your beliefs,
bringing your family.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I want you to
go against everything you learned.
Fact out, prove the globe, man. I always say, man, the new flat earthers coming in here, I'm like, hey, man, I want you to go out and know everything there is to know about the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
I want you
that
to
heliocentric
know everything
model. Be an idiot to believe it.
About the globe. I want you to know. Once you know everything about the globe, then we can talk. But until then, man, I'm not going to talk to you, man. Fuck off.
Don't study the globe. Come back and say, I can't find the globe anywhere.
You have to know every radius, distance, star. I mean, I want you to know everything about the globe. Okay? Bring your globe. You know everything about the globe. Until then, we can't even have a conversation, man. You have to go into some other room here on Discord or something, man. You're not gonna. You can't come into big house. You can't come into big house unless you know everything about the globe, man. Everything. I want you.
Usually they don't know about the globe. They don't know about the globe when they come here, but yet they've got this strong belief that they know it all. And
I want you to know all of it, man.
And
You
they
better
don't know anything about the globe.
You better know every diameter.
Globe. Listen, they only know it's a globe. That's it.
Moon, star,
they know nothing about the globe. And it's
Polaris.
not mentioned or anything.
You better bring your fucking A game in here, because if you don't know everything about the globe, we're gonna have a very, very short conversation. Very short. So get your globe, get your globey mathematics and circumferences and figure that shit out, and get your ass in here and tell us, all about that beautiful roundy, spinny, shooty water ball thing you got going. We'll talk, man. We can talk. All right. You guys are the best, man. Thank you. It's a journey, boys and girls. Oh, I can't say that. It's a journey, people. Is that better?
That's better.
I can't say boys and girls, because I could identify as a can of tuna tomorrow if I want to. You know that, Jen, right?
Yeah.
I identify as a can of tuna today because I feel that's fine.
Cans of tuna are flat, similar to the Earth, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But I identify as a globey spinning water marble thingy. I identify as that. I can't. How dare you guys deprive me of identifying as a spinning globe?
I don't know. I think we're down to something with this flat Earth thing.
I identify as a citizen of planet Earth.
See, there's no way the AI can keep up with this kind of sarcasm, man. No fucking way.
No way.
No.
If it tried, it would blow up. It would blow up. Try to work it out.
It's too sarcastic. There's no way.
Yeah, the AI machine would blow up.
It would blow up. The machine would overheat. It would fry.
Do you know that animation called Archer? Archer?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You know the guy who makes all the robots? He made a clone of himself, like several clones of himself. And Archer asked one of those robots, "What is love?" And then the machine just broke up and fell apart.
There you go.
Cracked up, man. That was so funny.
Yeah, man. They're not that good, man. They like
they're not that
portray they're that good. But they're not even close to as good as we are, boys and girls.
Yeah, they're not. They're not, are they?
Oh,
They're
people. Oh, you people.
Ladies and gents.
Yeah, they want to restrict your vocabulary. How dare them? Fucking cucks. The fucking cucks, man. They want to restrict your vocabulary. How dare you? How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you?
How dare you?
The audacity of the man. The audacity of these people.
Those fuck them off, man. You have to tell them to fuck off at some point, man. Say, you know, that's not going to work for me, man.
Like a run and jump.
And you can just kind of brush them off and live your lovely life, man. Live the life you love and love the life you live, man. That is most out.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on, man. You know, it's not the resolution. It's not the revolution, Jen, you and I envisioned.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
It's coming along. It's coming along, right?
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, man.
Don't worry.
And
they keep trying to keep us busy with the little stupid little game they're playing in Ukraine. You know, the little game of soldiers over there. Okay,
yes,
a little distraction, but flat up, it's not going anywhere.
Hey,
flat up, it's still moving forward, mate.
We got distracted for the last couple of years on our.
I mean, we weren't really distracted
with the whole COVID-19 thing, man. Man. That thing derailed a lot of shit, man. It really did.
It stopped. You know, it just put the brakes on it for a short while. That's all.
It didn't
derail us. We weren't derailed because you know what? The reason why I know they're not. We weren't derailed is because they were likening flat earthers to anti-vaxxers. And anti-vaxxers to flat earthers. So they know we're there. They're scared of us. They know we're there. So no, they've actually helped us along a little bit, actually.
Well,
because anyone who's got any intellect and any intelligence would think, well, if they're calling it flat earthers anti-vaxxers and anti-vaxxers flat earthers, there must be something in both of those things. I better have another look. Yeah. And then they're going to learn. So they're only doing us favors all the time.
Hey, I'll say, man, this last couple of years, and we're like right on the cusp of 2 years exactly. I mean, we're within a couple of. Next week will be 2 years guaranteed.
And here in Japan, in the English textbooks, in the Japanese universities, it states that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every year. Stated that. There you go.
There you go. I love that.
And that's in Japan, they're saying that. That more and more people are becoming flat earthers around the world. Beautiful. That was music to my ears.
I have no doubt it was. I have no doubt. That made you smile and go.
Oh, it certainly did. It certainly did. That meant, yes. I knew it all along.
Dude, I seen Jen chase down a professor there at the college. One of the colleges.
That's right, yeah, Mr. Hiro.
I remember this, man. I remember him chasing the guy down and going, whoa, wait a minute. He was like, I don't know if he was an astronomer or...
No, he was actually an English teacher.
English teacher? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was working in Mexico for a while, teaching Japanese.
I remember you chasing him down, man, and asking him, will you come to my class and speak, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And we set him up to come to Hangouts as well. And do you remember? He was going to turn up to Hangouts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he blew it away in the end. He goes, no, I can't. Wow.
Yeah, he blew it off, man. Can't do it.
We got
can't do it. I can't do that, man. No. Yeah, so that's the forbidden.
He knew he was going to be held to task. He knew it. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I was talking to him yesterday, actually.
Really?
Yeah, he's doing these translations for an animation known as One Piece. here in Japan, and they were doing an English version, and he wanted me to proofread his translation. There you go, the professor.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anytime we can get a professor in here, man, that's good, man.
I was always wondering how he got hold of that job. He got fired. He got fired from his university because he was, discussing the flat Earth and also anti-Korean sentiment.
Oh shit!
Yeah, because he's a radical kind of professor. He's well known for speaking his mind here in Japan. I think that's why they sent him out to Mexico.
He gone. Yeah, they kicked him out. I get it. Yeah, they kicked his ass.
Yeah. He was kicked out of
man,
university. He's also suffering with cancer. He's had the chemotherapy. Yesterday he was coughing up.
What?
Man, I got all you don't. I said, you don't sound healthy, man. Wow, Yeah, coughing and spluttering and fuck.
I heard today, man.
He's not that old. He's 60. He's not that old either. He's like 67, 68 possibly. He's not that old.
Well, hey, a lot of young people died for these wars, man. Remember that, man.
I remember that, yeah.
That's a bitch.
I asked him how he ended up getting this
war
cancer.
Seems to be like maybe that's not a cool word to use anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't use the word war. What do you think, Jen?
No, it's not war. This is just a game of soldiers, isn't it? They're the ones that, like I said, if we were living in, if this world was correct, right, and running properly, you would have the UN peacekeeping forces in there in Ukraine lined up to push Russia back. But that's not happening, is it? You see? What is the point of the UN?
Hey, I heard the UN showed up at Canada's protest.
Oh, did they?
I heard they did.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's when they shut it down. That's what I heard, man.
Well, that's out of order, that is. Yeah, it's well out of order.
Yeah. It might be
Yeah.
I watched the video today, man. There was this big rat running through a crowd, and the big giant rat, everybody got out of the rat's way, man. It was a cool video, man. It was cool. Because
United Nations.
the one rat...
The UN. The dog without teeth, they call it, the
one
UN.
fucking rat can break through an entire crowd of people, dude. One little teeny little rat.
I don't know what people are scared of with the rat. Why?
Because I don't know, they are scared of the rats, dude. I don't.
Stupid.
But I watched the video.
You put some food down. You put some food down. It doesn't bother you. Drop some food and the thing is under control.
I like your solution, man. That would be smart, man.
Yeah, what's the problem with these people? Drop some food and then put a box over the thing and then you can take it out. Sit into the wild.
Keep it simple, man.
Yeah, you don't have to kill the rats.
Keep it simple, man. Where's the curvature, man?
Yeah.
Keep it simple, man.
Where's that curvature, man?
Where in the fuck is your curvature, bro? Come on. Bring me direct evidence I can test for myself about that curvature, man, because we're all about, measuring shit around here.
That's right. You got to measure up to the globe, man.
Yeah, measure up. Bring your globe,
man. Where is it?
Bendy water thingy, man. Bring it on, man. Because we've been waiting here for 6-7 years now, and you ain't got fuck all. No bendy.
You haven't presented niche. You presented niche.
Oh, man. Hey, I got to go to bed. Love you guys.
Yeah, nice one, Kenny Dude, man.
Always good to talk
to you. And enjoy tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
No doubt you'll be measuring up again tomorrow.
Got to measure shit tomorrow. Fuck. What a pain in the ass.
Untold measuring to do and curvature.
Yeah.
You'll have that curvature
You gotta
sorted
get
out
that
as well
curve on the guitar neck just right, man.
on that violin. On the violin.
How dare you curve the violin neck? Damn it.
My violin's going to be a straight square.
Bo Diddley style.
Yeah, square. Corners, 90 degrees. Plumb. Level.
Flat
Level,
violin.
flat violin. No curvature at all.
I'm gonna build
Zero
a
curvature.
flat violin. Fuck this.
Yes, 90 degrees neck. Everything square.
All right, carry
I wonder
on.
what it would sound like. I wonder what that would sound like. A square violin.
Be the flat. Be the flat.
Be the flat that you want to see in the world. Yeah.
Instead of be the force, be the flat.
Be the change you want to be. Be the change you want to see.
You gotta be the change you want to be, man.
Be the flat you want to be. You want to see in the world.
I love that, man. I'm gonna leave it at that, man.
Be the flat you want to be. See in the world. Okay. Right.
Just see with your own two eyes. Do not be deceived. Just see. I find it interesting, man. Deceive and to see are very kind of similar phonetically.
Try to be as excellent as a blade of grass.
I think it's interesting.
Magnificent, a blade of grass. So you look at it, the magnificent green color, all that integrity, full of nourishment for animals.
I love
the
it.
integrity of a blade of grass, yes. Most of those scumbag bloody go-heads don't even have that integrity of a blade of grass.
No, they don't.
No, they don't have that blade of grass at all. No, they're lower than a snake's belly.
Yep. They're digging in the dirt, scummy bags. Bags.
Scum-sucking scumbags, as Winnie Cooper used to call them.
That's what they are, man.
Yeah.
I'll call them to their face, man. Scumbag.
Be the flat you want to see in the world. Yes.
All right.
The one.
Be safe.
Be the flat earther you want to see in the world.
I gotta go, man. I gotta go to bed.
All right. Nice one, Kenny.
Cheers.
Cheers. Excellent.
Cheers, man.
That was fun. We're having big fun. The party's just begun. Yeah. We're having big fun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That was a great track, that was, back in 1988. We're having big fun by Inner City.
Ooh, that's
Great
a good year.
track. Yeah, it was a good year. Do you remember that track?
No, I was born that year.
Fun by Inner City.
Start of the rave scene.
Great track. Oh, were you? Yeah, started the rave scene. You got it. Jim was right there. Brand new motorbike, Honda Dominator, 650 single. And I used to go out to those raves, right out to Peterborough. Yeah, man. Oh. We're having big fun. And then the government stepped in shortly after. Started banning all these live raves. Do you remember them? Yeah, that was brilliant.
The criminal justice bill took care of that shit.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That was brilliant. That was that scene. It was. It posed a threat to their order because people were waking up. It was a very good way of waking people up, that. People were united together as a force, all under the love banner. And once you're in that frame of mind, you start to compare and question your existence. And once you start to do that, you begin to wake up, and they didn't want that to happen. Do you know that? That's why they did it. That's why they try to shut it down.
Yeah, it was almost like how they're trying to stop protests now, and it was gatherings of people.
Yeah, that's right, and that's wrong in itself as well. They could never stop that. Thanks to those who were out there protesting, taking it on the jaw on our behalf. We thank you all, every single one of you. Because I would have been there as well. Had I been in England, I would have been there. But I would have been there. I would be very noticeable because I'd have body armour on, all my motorbike body armour. I'm not going to go there in flip-flops and shorts, not to a bloody protest. I'm going to be armed up myself, mate, because I know someone's going to try and do something silly, and I'm going to give you a kicking. Now, I'm talking about those police officers. You know they want to get funny. When they see you dressed up, ready to fight, yeah, they're going to, that's it. They're going to think twice. Boots, knee pads, body armour on top, helmet, glasses, goggles. Yeah, let's go. Knuckle dusters on my gloves.
Yeah, I need to invest.
Carbon fibre knuckle dusters right on the knuckles, so you could really give a good bosh on the jaw to these cunts. There you go. When you go to a protest, because they're going to try and give you what for.
Yeah, we just ignored it. We had a generator, our little PA, our lights, and our Technics 1200s on the beach. We just carried on.
Yeah, the old techniques on the beach. That's a good technique, that. Pun intended. Yeah, it's good when you can do that. Yeah, I think, it's all gone shit in England recently. It's just gone shit. Last 10 years or so. I mean, this government that you've got in there now, I mean, they're the worst liars ever. I mean, we know they lie all the time, but they're the worst liars. They're not even good at it. They're not even good at lying. Oh, shit. Well, I'm going to see what happens to the English people now, see if they're going to be running up in their drones to vote after what's been going on, Because it's unforgivable what they've done. People have died, people have lost their livelihoods. They've died unnecessarily. I'm expecting more from this. I'm expecting the citizens of Britain to fight back and not be voting and, don't be rolling over and giving up already, because that's not good. There's more to come yet. This is not over yet. Can't be over. I can't believe that they would forget the 2 years that they just lost. That was stolen. Can't believe that. We'll wait and see. This is the whole world, not just Britain. I'm watching the whole world now to see how they behave. If they fucking vote, then we got no chance. It's hopeless. Sick fucking idiots. Voted, and then they created this hoax and jabbed you up. Right. Now they've created a war there. Look, it's Russia's turn now. And then next it'll be China. Well, Russia did it. Russia's allowed to attack Ukraine. Might want to attack Taiwan. This. More to come, man. More to come. I'm going to go and get some dinner, actually. I'm hungry now. So I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
See you, bud.
Take care, Jen.
fight you without fears. I will fight you for 400 more. If you stay, Angry Glover, if you stay, you will never be flattered with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, Angry Glover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. I'm not spinning, I'm not turning on an axis. I'm centered on everything I see. So fuck your Google Maps, we want our flat Earth back and live in reality. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, Angry Baller, if you stay, you will never be flattered with what you say. So go take a ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, Angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belt if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
They all use the same program. That's why it's called a television program, to program you.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. What is the Matrix? Control. The Matrix is a computer built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
No. I don't believe it. It's not possible.
I didn't say it would be easy, Neo. I just said it would be the truth.
Stop! Let me out! Let me out!
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, right? Especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on their birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially when it comes to their birthday.
Absolutely.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's smile is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
You know, a child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. You like that?
In consumer news, economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some of the spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take the spring out of the step of the Easter Bunny.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
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 Mike Myers says, yeah, baby. Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby. Did I say that right?
Yeah, say it right. Yeah, baby. Talk show host Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be able to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on his late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Well, Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope once again on late night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien is looking to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late night television.
Conan O'Brien may be preparing to push the late night envelope.
And welcome back to the show. I scream, you scream. You know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. Well, I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream,
Well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, we all, well, you know the rest.
Got it. I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, we all know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, we all know the rest of it, right?
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, and you know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
Well, I scream, you scream, well, I think you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, and everybody knows the rest. I scream, you scream, oh, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, and you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
Who are you really shopping for this holiday season? It's okay, you can admit it, if you've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
Well, it's okay, you can admit it if you have bought an item.
And for yourself,
it's okay, you can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or maybe 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought maybe an item or 2 or 10 for yourself. Then okay, you can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 3 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you brought an item or 2 or 10 for you.
It's okay, you can admit it.
If you bought an item or 2 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself. It's okay, you can admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10. Say for yourself. It's okay, admit it if you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought yourself 1 or 2 or 10 things for yourself, because a lot of people do it.
Sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publishing the same simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda.
Let me out.
And this is extremely
Let me
dangerous to our democracy.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dubious delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long Fair pays beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
A single idea from the human mind can build cities. An idea can transform the world and rewrite all the rules. Which is why I have to steal it. He's hiding something and we need to find out what that is.
We gotta break out of here. Give him the kick! It's going down apart the plane! Wake me up! Wake me up!
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think.
As the galaxies go whizzing by over the glass domed ceiling. Now tell me that does work for you.
If it's true, does it change how I live my life? This is something that is not an easy answer because of the magnitude of what we're talking about here. How it will change your life, first of all, when you understand it, is dramatic, to say the least. Will it change you from having to go to your job every day and the things that you typically do every day? No. But when this knowledge becomes more mainstream and these agencies are starting to be held accountable, and you understand that they're all participating in this, not just the United States government, not just NASA, but China, Russia, India, all of them have space programs. They all have the same symbolism. They're all doing the exact same thing to their citizenry. And the first thing you have to understand about this is that the deception goes all the way to the top. And when I say all the way to the top, you have to kind of get rid of the notion that the people at the very highest levels are working together. Why would they do this? Why are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane or on a flat earth rather than a ball? Well, if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant and there's thousands or millions and billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations, that makes most people think that we are insignificant and that we did actually come about as some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator, and because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that.
It's about total control, mental, physical, spiritual, every way, shape, form possible.
You have to remember how big of a conspiracy this is. This isn't talking about just the JFK thing or isn't talking about just 9/11. It's on an umbrella kind of system to where it is the biggest deception that there is. It actually exposes every other deception, and nothing else brings down the power of the elite because it really exposes education, science, the economy, television, museums, universities. Think of all the things that have been fooled. I feel worse for the people that are out there building satellites, the people that are out there actually working for these space agencies, the people out there teaching in schools as professors, because they would all come to the conclusion eventually, once this gets out, that they've all been contributing to the lie.
Why do you believe what you believe? Prove it without using NASA or any other space agency, the government or military of any country in the world. Why would I say that? NASA has been proven to be liars time and time again. I could spend a whole weekend here showing you the lies of NASA. How many of you believe your government is 100% honest and can be trustworthy? And how many of you know the military answers to their government? Okay, so if those three sources are all proven liars, why would you trust them? Fool me once, right? Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I say, continue to believe pathological liars and you're an idiot. But that's what we've all done. And so, I look at these stuff, we've all seen the textbooks, we've all seen the videos and movies and all these things, and there's so much of it. Do you know what the budget NASA has? Do you know how much they get? How much money they get? Have you seen the movie Gravity? Okay. That's made for about $100 million, give or take. And if you saw the movie Gravity, that was pretty impressive. I saw it on IMAX, big screen, like, wow. I mean, I felt like I was with Sandra Bullock flying around in space, freaking out myself. Okay, this is what they're able to do with $100 million. What are you able to do with tens of billions of dollars a year since the 60s?
Now, in my opinion, we're being lied to not only about the shape of the Earth, we're being lied to about the very nature of reality itself. In 1954, Admiral Richard Byrd, a highly decorated naval officer, conducted an interview where he alluded to the idea that there may very well be land beyond the poles.
Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So there's a lot of adventure left.
Well, do you hope to see that? We don't know. That's the big problem. We don't know where we are, okay? That's what we're all trying to figure out here. But there is the Antarctic Treaty where 53 or so nations have signed saying that no one's going to lay claim to Antarctica and that there are massive restrictions for travel there. You can't just get up and go to Antarctica on your own. You have to have a tour guide with you. There are only certain entry points and there are limits on where you can go search.
Personally, I think the Antarctic South face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheet wall of ice. But that's never stopped before.
No, I just want to stand on top of the wall and piss off the edge of the world.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make? Yeah, that's their favorite line. Got a lot of people, what difference does it make? You can't figure out what difference it makes? If you can't figure out what difference it makes that the people running your world are lying to you over and over your whole life, if you can't figure out that someone lying to you is trying to control you, suppressing of information, of knowledge is control. Deception of information and knowledge is a form of control. So what difference does it make? It makes a big difference, because once they start omitting information or lying about information about where you live, they're doing it to control you. Period. Why am I having to explain this to critical thinkers in the truth movement? The way you control billions of people is to keep them divided and fighting each other. Flat Earth is not a psyop. Flat Earth destroys the psyop. Every psyop has been used to control us for as long as they've known about it. So this system has been in power and control for hundreds of years, ever since they convinced the rest of the world that they didn't know where they live. It created this fantastical scenario to make people feel insignificant and to follow those that appear to know better. Why is the flat earth so important? Because it shows the deception. And if everybody would just come together and demand answers, they would be in checkmate. They would not know what to do.
Train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. I believe that's why we have so many who are indoctrinated to still believe and fight so hard for the heliocentric model. The reason being is because we've been taught the globe model since before we had the ability to think for ourselves. Think about that. Before you could think for yourself, before you could form rational thought, you've been taught that you live on a spinning ball, although your five senses tell you something totally different. Our senses tell us that the earth is flat and stationary, that the sun and moon and the stars rotate above us just as we see, that they make their annual cycles in such a way that we can calculate days, months, and years of the passage of time, just like in Scripture. The earth in itself works like a well-designed timepiece, and we all know that any timepiece that we can think of has a designer. What if the lie is to hide the existence of that designer? What if they're lying to us about this because they're hiding God?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey man, right? No, what kind is he? Nah, no. Where are you? Oh, you're on the end. No, I didn't see it or hear anything. No. What's his name? If Cooper, because he might come to me if I call it. I got it, General Cooper. Hello, buddy. Hello, buddy. You been there? Wearing everyone's sick, buddy. Ah, I hate turn dogs go. I can't keep it's like kids going missing or something, like, innit? Oh, I know. I bet you're an expensive bastard as well. Right, so, you come and see video? You come and see video? Go, go to daddy. Go to daddy. Oh, good boy. You can smell my doggies, you know. Oh, my dogs would love you. Come on, come on. Come on. Come back. Good boy. Come on. Go see daddy. Come on. Come on, man. Come on, man.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Like, why, when you got one case for like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what matches. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
I'm not spinning, 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 I'm I'm not spinning,
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be.
is not so far away. The moon isn't what they say. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say. 600 miles using stars. Our only compass was our arm. The lies and love too much to bear. Tell the story, make it fair. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The thinker thinks is on his own. The song adjusting to the tone. And dreams of revolution's dome. The clouds they hide the mystic's home. The sun is not so far away. Everything isn't what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say. Space may be the finest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the finest
going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, The waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south.
All around the world, look around, look around.
Now if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south.
All around the world, look around, look around.
Now if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning around, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic.
Oh yeah.
It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun? And people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the Sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on the spinning bar. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale.
really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
adventure awaits. To my wife I bid farewell as she waits from our gate. With the voyage at sea destiny, I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. With 2 years of provisions from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and cast them full of ale. We sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of boat tape sailed around. On a mission for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over and it could not be found. In the year 1773, 194 men sailed into history. Crossed the Antarctic Circle, first ever we'd be. Unknown, uncharted waters, first known, ever seen. Hang on for your life, we preach and you see. Onward beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth there to be. From the heavens of lush Polynesia, a dream paradise, to a great barrier reef of impassable ice. Frozen islands, volcanoes, 12,000 feet high. Rising up one above other and into the distance, and every attempt impenetrable resistance. Gigantic glacial mountains lost through the clouds to the sky. There's no way through to go. I saw like the edge of a wheel. There's no way around to go. Like the edge of a wheel. At the end of the earth. And I see that beneath us graves await those drowned sunken men. Will our fate be to sink here or return home to see you again? In the fog and much darkness of a black midnight sun, our two ships separated, though we fired sounded guns. Time and tide wait for no man, to the end we have come, but come hell or high water, journey home's just begun. So turn the bow hard to starboard, put our stern to this hell. We've mapped the treasures of value, discovered tales we must tell. So never were seen again, lost on before they were fell. We come the white cliffs of Dover, like home we should yell. Hang on to the winds and cut through the sea. Beyond all horizons, the ends of the earth we have seen. Hang on for your lives, you're living your dreams. To find a place can't be found, leave you lost now, so know where it be. Blooming monoliths of Easter Island, nearly lost our lives, attacked by savages with rocks thrown in battle cries. On the Great Barrier Reef wrecked and almost capsized. But nothing compares to the endless sheer ice glints through no one. Those transparent blue frozen walls, only we can know. Farther than never reached before, far as any man can go. We return from the end of the earth. Like the edge to find hell frozen over there and back, we lost many good men. From the ends of the earth I'd return to hold you again.
a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money, too. They got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, ripe with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And NASA's flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they race you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they race you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They race you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they race you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they race you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they race you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let a disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
We only have one shot at this guy, okay? A little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Drace, Karma, and lyrics by Aramis. We pray for your speedy recovery. As I walk the arena, loudly shouting who's next, I break a globe on my dome and utilize my weapon's chest. I've been flat-smacking bait, snatching so long. Even Obama thinks that his globe is gone, but I ain't never snatched a wig that didn't deserve it. Flat Earth being debunked, you know that's absurd, cause you gotta cite what you're claiming, cause I'm not playing, or you will be muted when you're trying to talk. Reality's the grip that I gotta hold. As they slip, I see myself fully in control. Fool, I kick gravity and the ball is right at me, wiping tears from their eyes, playing fair till they get it right.
Defending both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Destroying both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Defending both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Destroying both lies, living in a flight of paradise.
3-point conversation we're embracing. We're tearing down the lies, flat earth is the truth. So we shut them all down with their globe scheme. Too much television watching got them chasing dreams. The indoctrinated fools are out of their mind, thinking they can debunk flat earth online. I'm a devout 3-point rig snatching player with mouth layers, fool. Their best ain't nothing but a flat smack away. I'm spitting truth on the mic. What can I say? I got 23, you're giving that wig to me. 24 the way things are going for the globe.
Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Defending both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Destroying both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Defending both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Destroying both lies, living in a flight of paradise.
Power and the money, government and power, deceiving every minute, seeking to devour. Ballers scatter gunning, and none of them are winning. It's going down on the Discord. We know the earth ain't spinning. They claim the earth turns as I listen to their preaching. They don't understand it. How can they teach me? I know they can't. I know they won't. They got debunked. That's why the globe is out of luck, fool.
Defending both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Destroying both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Defending both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Destroying both lies, living in a flight of paradise. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me?
You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where the globe comes to die. Shout out to our many good moderators, Blaze, Hyder, Meadowlark, MJ, Morvis, Reverend, Spiral of Love, Crack Villain, The Emerald Monkey, and Gospel Bearer, to name a few. And special thanks to Crypto.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Technology to get us in the mood, and it's the people present to bring it back up again. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I'm swimming to data, the movement is locked, and you're in a fight and you can't play it back. What the fuck? I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. Prime Minister in 1969 funded Apollo 11 astronauts with a fucking bang. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn. I don't believe NASA, think you put your learn.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly, this ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me, but nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up